wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bang. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break.
Etrafından dönen oyuncu karşı çok güzel bir headshot'la bir tane daha vuruyor. Brasco neler yapıyor?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2021 VCT Stage 1 Regional Masters. It's Elimination Day and all to play for all of the teams today. I'm your host Yinsu, and with me today is the guy that puts average in average, Jonas, and I don't mean his analyst capabilities but purely his average height. It is MitchMan height I meant. I butchered that, Mitch, but you know what I meant.
I got you. Yeah, interesting introduction. It's put the average in average Jonas. I thought that was going somewhere else, but yeah, we're here. We're ready to go. Masters kicking off with we already had the group stages and all that. The start of it. Now it's time for elimination. Today's a really exciting day. A sad day in a way, though. We have to be honest. You know, we're sending some teams out of the tournament. That's always going to hurt my heart a little bit to say goodbye, but at the same time, it means we get really exciting games.
It's weird that it is sad, but I am also so excited because there is something on the line. And of course, also joining us is the grandfather of Valorant. His words, not my, Lothar, so you can't be mad at me for that one.
No, it's okay. I'm the old man Lothar, so it's fine, you know. But I'm super excited to be here today. As Mitch has said, we have the elimination matches today, so it's pretty cool that there's more on the line than we had before, and we're gonna see the teams that we had seen 2 days ago. So it's actually pretty cool to see the storyline building up, you know, because there's also a few stories building up. Like today we're gonna have 6 Polish players in the first match, so it's a little bit, you know, going on.
Well, we have an absolutely huge day of competition coming up, but first let's take a look at some of the top plays from the Masters competitions around the world. I gotta say, I'm not biased, but it's gonna be really tough to trump some of the things we saw here in Europe yesterday.
Ой-ой-ой, Саед, ну да ладно, как это должен быть прожат, потому что...
15 seconds. He has to find so much more. They're both in the same place. Oh my god!
Swings up to the second. Fearos falls. There's just one more player to deal with. Takas. The 3Ps, the 4Ps, the A's.
Tarafından bir kill çıkarmaya çalışıyor. Rast yakın mesafe. 3 tane vurdu Rast'tan. Mükemmel headshotlar. Hemen üzerindeki rakibini de biliyor.
Again, not biased, but, you know, looking at that clip, 2 of our players made it into the top global plays from Masters. Mitch, how proud are you right now?
It's always good to see EU just showing the rest of the world how it's done. I'll say, though, I've been watching some of the other regions. They definitely have a lot to bring to the table. But right now, at least in this week or yesterday, we take the cake. We'll see what's going to go down today, though.
Oh yeah. But before we dive into that, let's quickly just give you guys a recap of yesterday, because the teams really did come out swinging and gave it their all. I don't think any of us really expected FPX to drop a map, but Lothar, you know, after that sort of blip on Split, they really got themselves back in the game.
Not gonna lie, they had us in the first. You know, like they started off not being FPX, basically, right? They dropped the map when Guild was playing really well, but also FPX was playing uncharacteristically bad just for them. You know, there's no other way of saying it. They didn't look like FPX. But then suddenly the map changed, a different FPX showed up and just stomped Guild 13-4 and 13-2. You don't see those scores happening often. Just imagine this being the entire match without Guild stepping up on one map. That would have been just mentally crushing in the eyes of the community, right? But they did step up on the first map, so I feel like that's still some kind of a win for Guild, which is one of those teams that has to prove that they are here for a reason, right? And they're gonna have another chance today.
And of course, Defuse as well, who played yesterday. This has to be my favorite team right now. I'm not gonna lie, just gonna put it out there. And Mitch, those players were quite literally on another level yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean, what we've been seeing from Diffuse recently, you know, if you're from a different region looking in, you're probably hearing a lot of conversation around Logan and how solid that guy is, but you've got to even extend it further. We've seen every player on this roster at one stage or another show up. Akuma yesterday was an absolute animal. Then you go back to Challengers, it was Takas who was in the top 4 players of Challengers. I mean, overall, this team has got so much individual skill, but it's not just that. It's their ability to look at their opponents and prepare specifically for them, not just in counter-stratting, but even in agent compositions. They know how to use the strengths of their agents, how to play into them while leaning against their opponent's windpipes. They're a really fun team to watch right now, and honestly, the same as NIP, they've kind of come up very quickly, but I'm pretty safe in saying top 5 in Europe right now.
I think I'm in agreement with you for once. But those two teams, you know, they can relax for a few days. We don't see them play again until next week. But today is elimination day, as I said before. So let me quickly explain the format to you guys so you know exactly what that means. Essentially, our teams are currently in a double elimination group stage. And after the first 2 days, the 4 teams that lost in round 1 have dropped down into that losers bracket. If they lose today, however, there will be no second chances. They will be out of the competition and they won't be competing again until Challengers 2. So there is a lot on the line here, but they won't be going home totally empty-handed today if they lose, however, because there is that prize money and also circuit points on the line, Lothar.
Yeah, that is correct. The 7th and the 8th place are getting 10 points each, but also the prize pool of a $5,000 per team, basically, for the 7th and 8th place. So even though you might lose the competition in Masters with 2 losses, you know, you still have something to wipe the tears away with. But in general, remember, this is just the Masters portion, right? Even if a team goes 0-2, they had to win challenges to get to this point.
Yeah.
They are not bad just because they went 0-2. I have to say that because, you know, not everyone watches the end every single week, right? Or every other week. We had so many weeks of competition so far. This is like a month long journey. And if someone just comes in for the first time here and sees, oh, a team lost 0-2, they have to be bad. No, this is currently the top 8 teams in Europe, at least in this event. And someone has to go 0-2. That's just the way that the cookie crumbles. You know, you go for the first match, but then 2 teams with a loss meet each other. So one of them is going back home with a 0-2 score.
Well, those 10 points isn't bad, but if you look at the distribution, you know, everyone is going to be aiming for that 100. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the schedule for today. So you guys at home will know exactly what is coming up. First up, Ballista will be taking on Acend in Group A, followed by a Group B match between Guild and Alliance. Mitch, we've seen a lot of 2-0s this week, you know, but I do feel like today, with those matchups in mind, we're probably going to see it come right down to the wire.
Yeah, there's a real possibility for us to see a full 6 mapper today across these 2 series. When you look at Ballista versus Acend, there's a lot of things there that can go right and wrong for them. Obviously, we'll touch on that when we get to the pre-match for that game. Same thing for Alliance and Guild. Depending on how vetoes go down, depending on how they show up and what they've learned from the games previously, in terms of skill levels, I would put these teams fairly close to each other that on a good day, we could definitely hit those 3 maps.
Well, Guild will for sure be looking to turn their fortunes around after that FPX series yesterday, and I had the pleasure of speaking to their coach, Baba. I'm joined by Guild's coach, Baba. Hi, welcome back to the show. Really quickly, I just wanted to run through the games that happened yesterday. The map vetoes were quite interesting, you know. What was the reasoning behind you guys picking the split? And now, I guess in hindsight, do you feel like it was a bit of a mistake to let the icebox go through?
Hi. Yeah, that's it was an interesting game yesterday, right? I think our split have been looking very good in practice and stuff. So this was a clear choice for us. And FPX showed also that they had prepared Acend, like they really wanted to play that map. So they were very well prepared also in general. I think the split was very natural for us compared to if you look at the map pool and stuff like this. So yeah, no, the 2 last maps was very, very flat. I really think so. I think we prepared a little bit on Icebox, but in the end they played a very good game, and we were very, very flat after the first map. So no, good job for them. And like the veto, I don't think like in that case you replace Icebox with Bind, and then that's a good map for them also. So we took a shot and it didn't really pay up, right?
Do you think you've had enough time, I guess it was only since yesterday, to sort of tidy a few things up on Icebox, because your opponent Alliance today are also not bad on this map, or would you feel like you want to avoid this full stop?
we are picking Icebox directly against Alliance today. We were very good yesterday, so no, we will see how the veto looks today. To be honest, there's very short time, as you said, and exactly, we were up until the early hours to try to fix what we can for today. So we feel prepared. Yeah.
Well, how different do you think Alliance will be as an opponent, especially in comparison to FPX? And have you had much time to prepare as well for these guys?
I think we have a little bit. It will probably be on the maps we were having struggles on against FPX. I think Alliance fit us a little bit better with the kind of the style they're playing. But as I saw yesterday, watching how they're playing, of course, everyone is doing that. It's a good team. They don't have so many tells on how they're playing or what they want to do. So it will for sure be a hard game, but easier, if you can call it like that, compared to the FPX game yesterday. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Baba, and best of luck in your best of 3 later.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, Mitch, that Icebox discussion was pretty interesting, and I can't tell if he's joking or not when he says Guild are going to first pick Icebox into Alliance, given what happened with FPX. What are your views on that?
Yeah, when he says it was a great performance yesterday, that's where I think like maybe it's a little bit of a joke on that one. So he says we'll see how the veto pans out afterwards, but yeah, we'll see. I would be very surprised if they go for an Icebox after yesterday's performance. But there is always a point that you have to bring up, right? We saw just yesterday Diffuse, they had been terrible on Ascent. They got smashed out on it. They came back versus Alliance. They picked it. Alliance picked it, and they had done their homework. They had gotten better on it. They had fixed all the problems and prepared an anti-strat. That is something that's very possible for Guild to have done. Now, it's a very tight time frame to fix all the issues that they saw, but they got a masterclass in what not to do by being beaten by FPX in such a convincing manner. So when you see a team perform so poorly on a map one day, I think it's fair to say the next, if they're a good team, they should be a whole lot better because those issues are underlined for them, and that makes it so much easier to fix. So it's difficult to predict where that will go, but I would still be very surprised if they do go for an Icebox just because of Alliance's history there.
But what about the mind games also? Because we did see Jonta in the post-match interview yesterday admit that, we didn't expect them to pick the split. He felt like there was a level of mind games there. Do you think that's what Alliance should be expecting today as well from Guild?
I mean, come on, we're talking about Bar here. Absolutely. I think that reading into that guy's actions is a pretty dangerous territory to approach on, because you just don't know. You've got some information from what he said, but maybe he wanted you to think that. That's the tough part.
Some reverse psychology there from Baba. But Guild will be in action a bit later. But first up, we do have Ballista versus Acend. Lothar, you know Ballista very well, but for the people who don't necessarily know what this team about, give us a rundown of their journey to Masters.
Basically, Ballista is one of the newest addition to the Polish scene. You can think about them as a hybrid of an NA and an EU style. They play very aggressive. They have a Phoenix in their lineups most of the time. They use 2 duelists. They have a Sky. They seem to be playing this very aggressive and let's say, brute forcing an entry on a site. But at the same time, they do have a playbook that they follow, and all of this is being orchestrated by the mastermind, which is Acend, their coach. They basically, you can see 5 people in the lineup, but it's actually 7 players. It's 5 players in the first lineup. Then we have a coach, as I said, Acend, and then we have the 7th player, who is Kamisek. He's not playing right now because he's not even 16 years old, and you can tell that this entire team is very young. Basically, 4 of them in the main lineup are even not 20 years old, if I'm not mistaken, but they present that in the gameplay they do in a pretty obvious way. They're just so over aggressive, and it's lovely to see. It's like a team that just combines the regions that we typically just say, one is better than the other, and that's EU and NA.
Well, thank you for that breakdown, Lothar. This is a team, like you said, some people aren't too familiar with, and I had the opportunity to speak to their coach, Acend, about their roster earlier. I'm now joined by Ballista's coach, Yaltin. Hi, Yaltin. Welcome to the show. I just wanted to start this off by asking you about the Heretic series because that was very, very close. What was your main takeaway from that best of three?
I mean, we knew how Heretics should play this game, and they actually did that. But that was our super bad day. We made like a fundamental mistakes which lost us so many rounds. It didn't happen when we played versus Fnatic. It didn't happen when we played versus Hong, and that happened versus Heretics. And we lost still. That was a close game, but we lost 0-2, and we are kind of upset about the final score.
Why do you think the issues were? Have you managed to identify those problems?
Yeah, that the problems, they also happened in the past when we played versus Alliance in the, I think, second qualifiers. We know about these mistakes. It's more about our head than our skills, our communication skills, all of these things. So we know what was wrong. We want to change it, and we'll work on this a lot because we don't want to lose in this way anymore.
I also wanted to ask you about, your team because before challenges, I guess specifically even before you guys played against Fnatic, people weren't, really sure who you were. They didn't really know you as a team. Did you guys expect to get as far as this?
I mean, our goal from the beginning when we started to make this team was to be like top 1-2 PL, let's say, but main goal was to do something in Valorant Champion Tour, and we did it. And when we played together more and more, we just noticed that we can just play and win with everyone if we just do our job correctly. So we are not scared of any team. We just want to do our stuff. We just want to analyze the enemy, adapt our gameplay to how the enemy team is playing, and just do our thing. So with a time, especially after the bootcamp that we have, we knew that we can win with everyone, and we're still feeling this, that we can beat everyone if we just do our job correctly. Yeah.
I know you're not scared of other teams. I think some teams might be scared of you guys. Talk me through your team compositions, because you guys are quite funky. You like to mix it up. Is that down to you, or do your players just prefer to play, Phoenix and Sky?
I mean, when I was trying to create a team, I wanted to have players which are very flexible. That's why all of my players, I feel like, can switch a lot. Buddy is playing great on Phoenix, but he can also go first stage or Omen. Boot can also play entry fragger. He can play, as you can see, aggressive Sky, but he can also play very defensive Sky. He's also good on Killjoy. Karema, which is main role support in our team, can also go for Jet and just play as a duelist. Morphin can play Sova, Cypher. So all of them are super flexible, and our goal is to be super flexible to create a composition which allowed us to do a lot of like tactics, some setups that we have in our playbook. And even after the Valorant Champion Tour, because we don't have time right now for it, we are planning to change some stuff on the other maps to be even more unpredictable, because we can see that this is actually working kind of cool. And whatever we'll do, we'll try to just feel good in it. Yeah? So we're not looking at the meta, we're not looking of what's happening. We're just trying to do something interesting, creative here with our players.
I mean, you definitely have shown that already. And lastly, your opponent today is Acend, and elimination is on the line, which means, if you guys want to stay in this tournament, you must win this game. How much pressure do you think there is, and what do you make of Acend as an opponent?
I mean, there is some pressure for sure, but we not care about it as much. We like I said, especially after a game with Heretics, we just want to focus on ourselves. Just don't stress, just play our game. And the Acend is for sure a team which is kind of similar, even I would say, to us. They also have the Sky. They're also trying to create a lot of interesting setups. It's hard to analyze them, for example. Because they have so many defaults. Cine is playing operator, so he's switching all the time position, etc. So they're a very interesting team to play, and I'm very excited for the game. I think it will be a great show.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck with your series later.
Thank you so much.
Now, Lothar, I know they haven't had a chance to switch things up yet, but Yaltin there saying that Batty G isn't just a Phoenix one-trick really, really excites me.
Yeah, it's really also surprising, because so far in every single composition that we have seen from Ballista, Badiju was playing either Phoenix or Raze. The thing is, I perceive Ballista as a team that is working hard on how they approach the game, and they'll be very flexible in the future. So I'm not gonna be surprised if, first of all, we're gonna see Ballista pick up Astra in the upcoming tournaments, and also switch up a lot of potential agents. Hearing that Buddy G might be playing on Sage is actually quite nuts, because it opens so much when it comes to the way that the entire team will play around each other then.
I mean, we have Battle Sage, right? But Entry Sage, I want to see that. I want to see what that looks like. But also, I just want to quickly touch on the point that he made. It clearly sounds like they're doing their homework, right? He knows how Acend plays. They are maybe switching up their game plan a little bit. But for you, I guess, how much would you like to see them deviate, or would you prefer to see them sort of stick to what they know?
I feel like against Acend, they don't need to change much. Their way of playing the game right now should be very effective against a team that is not really that well structured as they are. The thing is, Ballista's combining both the structured way of playing and also the more loose type of playing, because they play so fast. Many people mistakenly are saying, especially on social media, I saw a lot of posts like that. Oh, Ballista is another Polish team that just goes rush B and that's it. You know, like 5 people go into one side and that's it. And it seems that they have nothing in their minds when it comes to how to do that executes. It's actually the opposite. They might be doing something very fast, but at the same time there's a plan into it. You can see when, in example, they play Jet and Sky, the Jet plays around the flashes with her smokes, which is very cool, small kind of synergy that you don't really have time to see if you just watch the game unless you look for it. And many teams have to adapt to that type of playstyle. This is also why we believe that Sky is a more impactful agent than Breach, because it allows for instant pop flashes, and we know that Breach is insanely powerful, and NA is currently discovering that, but I feel like there's still so much to see in the game.
Well, they took down Fnatic. They couldn't quite take down Heretics, and their opponents today will be Acend. Mitch, talk to us about how Acend made it this far.
Well, Acend have had a pretty tough journey as well. You know, we mentioned yesterday some of the teams had a long route. Well, Acend, they kept on coming. Challengers week 1, week 2 didn't make it. Eventually, after dropping the FPX and Cream Real Betis, they came up against OG and managed to knock them out, taking their spot here. Now, the thing that's quite interesting to me about Acend is that they're a team that, to me, they're much looser than what we'll look at elsewhere. CNET, playing with that operator, is the staple of this team. And I didn't know a lot about his teammates, but coming into this lineup, Killaz, Bone Cold, Starzo, and Coldamenta, and I mentioned every player because they've all impressed me. Killaz on the Reyna has had some insane games on Ascent. Bone Cold, he's got a couple of 3Ks. Starzo's been in highlight reels, and Coldamenta on Sova, I think he's the 2nd highest rated player on this team in this tournament so far. But CNET, 4th highest in the whole tournament. He is nuts with the op, and that's only with 1 series under his belt. Now he gets a chance to do a little bit more. There's Killaz showing what he can do with the Reyna. And the thing about this team is that, as Yaosun was saying, they're very difficult to counter because they switch things up so much, and it's mainly around CNET and where he'll be taking fights, but they can literally change their entire composition on a map in terms of where their Sentinels based, where their operators playing, where they're aggressing on, round to round, which makes it very difficult to perceive what they're going to do. It's not even just like, let's say, for example, CNET's going to peek B on Haven. It doesn't mean that they're going to use the same flash or the same play on A. They change that up as well, so you don't see one piece of utility and know, oh, okay, they're doing this play or that play. No, you've got to really read into it and be prepared for an op to be around any corner when you're playing against this lineup.
But, you know, Mitch, CNET is always a player we expect to show up, right? But against a team like Ballista, do you think he's going to have to do even more work? Because Ballista also have their own star-studded lineup as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting clash for me, because Ballista, when you look at their attack, it was very solid, especially highlighting their bind versus Heretics. But their defense has been pretty weak. I think they have really well-rehearsed executes, but a lot left to be done when it comes to the defensive side of the game. When I look at Acend, I would see them doing a lot on the defense. That's where CNET can really show up with an operator. So that's going to be the main clash for me, is CNET's operator versus Ballista's fast attack. It'll be difficult to dodge those Sky and Phoenix flashes out of smokes and really connect anything if they pressure him correctly.
Well, let's take a look at both of these teams' map pools. We'll start with Acend, Mitch, and stick with you for this because, you know, they took Nip to OT on Haven. And their map pools, you know, it's not the deepest, but it's not looking too bad, is it?
It's not looking too bad at all. You know, that OT on Haven, 13-11 loss on Ascent as well. Again, Ascend on Ascent. It's so annoying to say. They could have chosen something better, but it's all right. We'll forgive them for it. Their map pool is very deep and diverse. A lot of teams will come in and, you know, for example, they don't play Bind. They don't play Icebox. Those are the two most common, at least, for teams to shed. But with Ascend, they can play whatever they want. Now, some maps better than others. Their split is pretty weak from what we've seen. But the advantage that they have is the ability to come into a veto, know most of the time what their opponent is going to ban, and be able to play into their weakness because they don't risk someone being weak on Bind, but they don't play Bind or any of that sort of nonsense. I really respect as well for a team that's playing so puggy that they take this approach, because in the way that they approach the game, I think you can slot into each and every map with relative ease, and they're showing that.
Well, Lothar, how about Ballista? Because they also took their opponent Heretics to OT on Haven as well. So both of these teams have had very, very strong showings on the same map.
Yeah, but something that Mitch actually mentioned before is that they have a weak defensive side, and I agree with that. That actually is very important for to understand how Ballista is approaching map pools in general as well. They, first and foremost, ban Ascend, so far at least, every single time. I'm gonna assume they're gonna do the same because the reasoning here is Ascend is a map that is almost every single pro player believes that is making the mixed teams or the teams that have like very high raw skill more dangerous, because the map is so open, right? It has a very similar way of playing out the rounds almost every single time. So teams that have less practice, a smaller playbook, can have a bigger advantage in this map. This is why Ballista doesn't want to play it, even though they do believe they have a very good Ascent from in their sleeve. But the way they play their composition as well, it's also very similar to the team Ascent, because they play rarely a sentinel like a Cypher or a Killjoy, so they have to take aggressive defensive stance. Aggressive stance on the defense, because they need to get map control just by pushing some lanes. This might be a problem when the team that they are opposing will know that and will hold a strong default. We have seen that in the past when they were playing against Heretics. Heretics took advantage of that. I do believe that Ascend will also try to take that advantage and wait for them to push some lanes to get some first bloods on that attack without actually moving forward. And that might be the downfall of Ballista today, but I do believe they're gonna have to pick Haven and Bind and hope for a bind.
Yeah, well, we don't have too much time left, so we do have to head into map vetoes very, very swiftly before Agent selects. So let's take a look and see how the picks and bans have gone. Well, this is a little bit surprising, I must say myself. Icebox, Bind, and Haven, Mitch.
Yeah, as I said, Ascend have the luxury of being able to come in and pick any map they want pretty much, except for the one their opponent bans. And now we're looking at an Icebox straight away. That means to me, we're going to see a Viper v Viper matchup right off the bat. A little bit of differences between them though, because we've actually seen Ballista play with Killjoy and Viper, whereas a lot of teams will avoid that. They'll take a Sage as their primary sentinel. So I'm interested to see these two styles butt heads. It's not something we get too often in Europe.
And Bind as well following that, and also Haven. Lothar, Polish teams on Bind, different gravy.
Oh yeah, different gravy. That's something that everyone in the European European community tries to not play against, which kind of is silly, because I feel like every team that has just good aimers will be good on Bind as well on Ascent. But Bind, because of the way that you can just quickly switch between the sides because of the teleports, somehow benefits the Polish teams for some reason. I think like we have to do an entire panel on how Polish teams are playing by.
Yeah, well, this set of maps is actually great for both teams, I would say. You know, they managed to take those two maps that was weak for both of them off the table. And we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly for Icebox and see what these teams end up selecting. Mitch, as you said, you're expecting that Viper versus Viper. Why do they always hover the Yoru, guys? What is this? Every single time.
Yeah, maybe someday, but Killaz I expect to be taken out of Reyna on this one. His power, and Reyna's power in general on Icebox is pretty damn strong. I'd love to see a little bit more of that action that we saw from him on Acend. What I'll say for Acend is that, to me, this map heavily favors them. When we see Ballista play up against strong Icebox teams, they've lost those games in the past. The ones versus teams that I wouldn't really rate that highly have been very close wins for them. So in this scenario, I think map 1, straight away the onus is on Acend to put this one in the bag.
Again, we're seeing an Astra hover, but just want to remind everybody that she is not available for selection. And Lothar, you know, we already have the Viper versus Viper locked in. That's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. And it's kind of interesting because from what I see in the past, Acend is only playing Viper as the only smoker, so the same as Ballista. So this is a little bit of a switch up, but you have to remember, we have seen yesterday FPX play Viper as the only smoker on Icebox, but they did have a Sky and a Sova at the same time. Those teams, they have more raw power, right? We have a Phoenix, we have a Jet, and then the other team is playing Reyna and a Jet. So how does that matter? I feel like Ballista will be better on attack, but I feel like Acend will be better on defense.
Well, this is it, you guys. Only one of these two teams can stay in Masters, and I cannot think of two people who are more capable than Pansy and Hypoc to take us through this best of 3. Over to you guys now.
Thank you so much, and that's very kind of you. I mean, look, DDK's been doing pretty well, Sean prettier too. I mean, it's hard to compete. It's unfortunate, really, but it is good to be joined by you, Hypoc, and we have the elimination game in front of us. And again, I think both these teams, considering their previous matchups, I'd say Ballista had a darn close game. They had a pretty rough run, and you know, eventually did obviously drop down here. And for Acend, I can't say anything dissimilar either. These have been hard fought for games. I'm just curious how this now unfolds, as we have two teams that have put up good numbers, but potentially a mismatch on this map. I'm looking at Bone Cold with a cheeky little lineup as well, so it looks like we're live into this. We'll be jumping right into the game. Hypoc, your initial thoughts here?
I mean, it's a little bittersweet to come into this. Obviously, these two teams in particular, two of the glow-up teams. Actually, as I say that, QXV actually going to walk all the way down mid. Bone Cold still stuck down here at the bottom of spawn ramp. Actually needs to try and bail out the second player. No, Karemi will fall. 2 quick kills going over in favor of Acend here. The spike's actually going to go down as well.
Yeah. Hopefully we get some game audio for us nice and soon, unless it's just me. But as said, we are still keeping track on this one. Bit of a push, and we've said it before, the aggression that will come out of Ballista is normally unparalleled. Killaz, though, is going to be doing some wonderful work, so keeping this one somewhat in track.
Indeed, there's a little bit of technical difficulties here, unfortunately. Yeah, not sure how that one ended up, Lauren.
No,
I'm going to be honest with you.
I was like, when they started moving backwards and kind of rewinding, I was like, okay. Hey, look, we'll get this fixed up for you guys. Hopefully these issues don't go on for too long, and we can get this one back underway properly as quickly as possible. But, you know, we were like, look, NA's been having a tough time. We've got to have a couple of issues here just to even it out, you know, just to make it not seem too bad. I'm kidding. I don't know what happened. Hopefully all is good now.
Well, I mean, just come back to what I was saying. The reason I find this so bittersweet, and I know the guys touched on this to death, but yeah, like I said, these are 2 glow-up teams we've had in 2021 challenges so far, and I mean, they've exceeded expectations in my eyes. Really, this is like the last test. I think we might have in-game back as we jump back on. Obviously, Acend did close out that first round. And now, actually, a little bit of aggression from Morphan trying to a cheeky kill down B main. Yeah, actually, if they can swing back over to the other. So, Acend actually, once again, happy to sit back and, I guess, anticipating this aggression coming out from Ballista.
Yeah, I've definitely lost my rhythm, but I'll get it back once the game, you know, is going. And I'm happy to see Arena coming out. I think not only having that glimpse of like Element playing it, a couple of the big players on their Scream every now and then dabbling, but you know, obviously can't ignore Tens as to what he did, especially on Icebox as well as his stand-in moment. Love the kind of global response to Reyna just fitting in on this map specifically. For now, though, Acend having that adjustment, they showed presence towards A, got a lovely pick as well to boot, and now have lent over towards C. Replay again?
Maybe. Why not?
Am I going crazy?
No. I mean, we both are, I guess.
Am I having an existential crisis? Did I see this? Am I able to rewind time? I'm confused and scared.
Stuff's happening.
Yeah, our feed is very weird right now, but I am seeing a spike plant, and I'm going to wholeheartedly believe this is fine. So spike now planted, post plant a 5v3, and those three players aren't particularly well equipped either. Still have that Marshal, the Sheriff. The Spectre's done quite well for itself.
Geez, actually, come down. Not sure how they're going to approach this. Back on, they're going to close the distance a little bit, and again, the better weapons will come out on top. Bold, the last man standing here, but he's seen it, going to clean that one up with ease. Acend will post their second here. Yeah, once again, guys, apologies. It's just as hard for us to follow on, trust me. But we will do our best. I promise you that.
They're working on it. So just a little bit of patience, and you don't worry, I had a little bit of a breakdown too going, look, I've only had a sip of Red Bull already. Like, surely I'm fine. It does seem as though we're...
It's not you, it's me.
Okay, didn't need to hear that once again, but 2-0 so far. Acend doing very well to start this one off, and I think the desk highlighted it well. This hasn't been a huge map with Ballista, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't know much about these guys, their history, and their kind of, I guess results up until this point have been quite tricky to read into because it's been a very small pool of work. However, CNED's taking so much space at the moment. I actually love to see this. Showing a lot of presence, a little bit of punish over towards A as well from Killers finding Batty G, so no free info to be found. But once again, we kind of expect this round to go the way it is as it stands. As I said, weaponry heavily favouring the Acend side.
Mark will go down. Actually, QXV going to try and fight Killers, still causing problems. He's going to land the third as well. The QXV. Bold once again, the last man standing. A Marshal in hand. And do some damage before he falls, but we're not anticipating that. Starzo going to swing out, clean that round up. So Acend, good start here to their attacking half, going 3 up versus Ballista, and really the agent composition is something we should come back to here. I mean, a lot of this kind of information gathering, we could talk about Killjoy and how, you know, that it's kind of preemptive and it really requires the enemy to push in for you to really pick up any of that information. With the lack of a Sova and a Sky here as well, which we know is a prominent pick for Ballista, it's going to be difficult here. I mean, really, they have to overextend. They have to go out hunting for that information early on, which we know leans into their playstyle, but it's a concern on Icebox, Lauren.
It certainly is, and I'm loving CNED just hyper-aggressive to take so much space initially, and using these not quite as close quarter walls as we saw Angel putting down, but look at the pressure already coming out from Acend. This is great stuff. But again, you still have someone like Batty G on the board who is one of these players who seems to thrive in the mayhem, and you're not going to be able to get away with it completely. Ballista do play a very aggressive style of their own, so I'm sure they're more than happy to meet them halfway on this, but CNED has a huge advantage on that fight. QXV gonna go for like a UVC joke, but couldn't make it in time. But no laughing matter is this 3v3 now. CNED's still in such a prime position, just happily taking these fights, punishing every aspect of Ballista here and leaving it just down to 2. Batty G still standing, but only for so long. As Batty G does find CNED, you got the readjust coming out from Killers. That's great work from him.
Really, really nicely done with the dismiss there to get back behind Yellow. Make sure he can break line of sight. Makes himself untradeable there to Batty G. And really, actually now, back on whether or not Ballista are going to invest a little back into this round. Again, Acend still carrying some lesser weapons through on this, so building momentum massively in terms of economy early on.
Bank 7k for Killers already on
Yeah.
the reinvest. Well, I guess he's just still got the same gun, but I mean, that's a big chunky bank for coming into the 5th round.
Well, it was the Ghost into the Spectre now, so then he gets the upgrade on the Spectre also. Insane momentum built early on. QXV grabbed the orb early on A site. We'll pop the base for actually a little flash out mid there. Batty G sending out some feelers early on, but this is the sort of thing I mean, right? They have to make these plays on defense if they want to find any of this information. And it's risking a lot, right? It's risking a 1v1 duel, potentially losing that first blood and opening the round up as Quilez will open the round up.
Again, finally quelled, but Rez, you can't get away from Reyna too easy, and these knives are making some tags, but you need the frag here. Could get it again, doubling down on poor old Killers, who's just been revived to merely die. And now the 4v4 ensues, but you still have so much presence on the side. Batty G is there, even with the lesser weaponry, they're still making it work. Kareme down on the SMG2. Spike is down though, and these knives are just the absolute factor of equalizing this round out.
That's it out. QXV actually on for the ace here. He could pop over and try and shut down Bone Cold. He'll land shots there, so brings it to a 1v1. Karemi. This is Bone Cold. Karemi actually going aggressive here. Bone Cold does have another snake bite available. Potentially put the wall down to try and block the snake bite there, actually. This is perfect. He's got the wall. He needs to jump up over the top. Bone Cold's wise to it, though. Look at this. He's going to swing over the top. Finds the kill. The 3K and denies the defuse. Well played there.
I'm truly liking the evolution of what we've seen of kind of dealing with Viper in post plants. Be it the walls, we've been in both situations where walls have potentially disrupted some of what Viper wants to do, be it completely intentionally or not. It has worked pretty well, forcing them to fight and bring them closer. So I actually really like that potential idea. If, you know, considering that Viper is a very pocket pick anyway, we see it here and there. And this is Bone Cold having to take the fight a little bit closer now after, as you can see, the wall kept that kind of, you know, little bit of work he was trying to do towards a spike, not going as well as it had wanted. So, great work from that. Absolutely love to see it. Now, again, more commonplace maybe the more Viper gets played or Icebox gets lent on. We do have the ops coming out. QXV already receiving a little bit of flack. Careful now.
An awkward angle for QXV to re-exploit. Actually, Morphan but tuck himself right behind this wall. He's going to line up for him. He's going to catch the first two. CNED quickly trades that out, though. Viper Ultimate going to cut off a lot of these sight lines for Ballista to try and find an entry back onto site. Stars are going to throw the wall down, going to give him a safe plant, and it's open as well. They can play deep post plant here. The lockdown, they actually forced them out of the Viper zone. This is a nice counter here from Ballista.
Yeah, this is huge. It's kind of nerfing a little bit of what Viper can achieve. Starkso just around the back, has to dive in, take it out. Killjoy's ult now gone. That's going to cause some problems for QXV. What can you do about this? 3 more players in front of you, desperately trying to find anyone willing to try and make the play. Starkso on the side of this. Brilliantly done. I love the back and forth we're seeing. Constantly dealing with Viper's utility here. We've got new counters coming out pretty quickly now.
Oh, this is huge again. 6-0 scoreline now, and look at it. Ballista back down to pennies. They'll throw a couple of sheriffs at this one, but a big investment there. Obviously, the Blade Storm used in the previous. Not sure if the run it back was popped there, but the lockdown invested also. So a huge investment for Ballista to try and turn the tides in that previous round. And Acend keeping 3 alive. Again, it's majority survival, so their economy is rolling right now. I mean, Coldham entered down to 2,800, but they've got 2, potentially 3 drops out for the next couple of rounds. And CNED back on the Blade Storm as well, and they can ride out a save round on that one. Oh, we do have... Oh, no. Did just unpause. Thought we had a timeout for a second there, but Ballista not wanting to put the stops on just yet.
No. Ballista need an answer as well. Not sure what the answer is from them. Again, they've had a couple of close rounds. Kareme, very quiet so far. Almost going James Bonding on this, but as we can see, a bit of a stack in this round, considering it is a... not necessarily force, but it is an upgraded round.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication there. There was 3 players looked up at the recon bolt, and they actually got a tag onto all 3 players. The 4th not noted, but straight away you can see Acend hitting the rotate here, because recon bolt was not dealt with.
Yeah, they 100%. I say 100%. I'm sure they felt out the stack there, considering they've had wonderful progress on this side, and Bone Cold catching the flank, just gonna be waiting for anyone coming around the back, which could be potentially two. The Phoenix could be the problem. Does he play patient? Yes, he does, but look at the way Batty G is playing this above. The adjustment, not good enough. Bone Cold outdone by Batty G, but a quick trade for Commentators secures that flank, and now they can focus towards that CT side retake. CNED holding a lovely angle that should work well. Killers helps him out.
Alright, we weren't watching CNED. It's fine. Not usually on it. Not usually on the Vandal, is it? It's an operator, and
yeah,
we'll let him off. Ah, a convincing start here. I mean, like I said, the one big thing I wanted to see out with Ballista with this agent composition was some proactive defensive rounds from them, but it doesn't seem they really as well rehearsed here. And I know the desk had touched on this. The other series we have seen them, they have stumbled on defense, especially with a composition like this, and it needs to be a recurring trend now.
CNED already looking for that opportunity. And he might just get it. He has more fans
Yeah,
dead and gone.
second, yeah.
And he's going to chase this down. CNED's aggression is unbridled at this point. QXV trying to sit on his own here. A little less supported than he'd like. Sage is in the backlines, but QXV barely alive. 30 HP and now pinned in. No one's going to be able to bail him out of this one. Bonepole does find Kareme, and there we go. This is great work from Acend. They are just absolutely belting these sites. Ballista, I've been impressed with them individually, but as a collective, this map is not theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a shot. QXV actually burning his dash to get back behind yellow, and at that point, it's really difficult for him to hold on to that position, especially when you know it's going to be 2, potentially 3 enemies he's spotted. They're going to try and close the distance on that operator. Got to anticipate that in that scenario. And again, like I said, using the dash to get to yellow doesn't really get him out of safety. It doesn't get him out of harm's way. It just gets him off B lane.
And again, I'm pretty sure though, for people just tuning in, they're like, how did Ballista get here? I mean, this map is not within their wheelhouse. It looks like they're still, even by, I guess, Lothar's standards of knowing a little bit more of the Polish scene, that they're not one of the more experienced teams, for sure. They're one of the slightly newer ones to this, and Bone Cold gets such a big advantage as soon as that wall goes down. Just execution. Onto 2, make it 3. He's walking through them. Bone Cold, ice cold on Icebox, looking so comfortable. More fans just watch his team get absolutely slaughtered, and now position noted. CNED gives him a fadeaway, and it's all comfortable. And again, this isn't a map for Ballista, I've got to say, and we haven't been able to see too much of them. You look up the stats, you know, we look at the history they've been able to bring. They've had some great results, but it's on a very small-ish map pool. We haven't been able to test them against a wider scene yet. We don't know the depth of this team. And again, we were impressed with the playstyle they brought before. Hyper-aggression worked really well, but again, they haven't maybe had the time to implement that across a deeper map pool.
Yeah, really, with 7 games on record, really, from what we can look at. And again, another desk touched on it. How much you want to read into those results in the early lifespan, I guess, for Ballista at this level, at least. I mean, if they want a chance to really play back into this on the second half, where we expect Ballista to shine, right? That leans better into their play style. They got to close out the last 3. I mean, it goes without saying, right? That's some top level analysis for you there, Lauren. If they want a chance of getting back into the second half, they need some rounds.
God, that is a solid sweeping statement. I support it thoroughly.
Clip it.
Are you coming for
Ship
my
it.
job? Like, are you getting into play-by-play?
Move over, Mitch.
CNED already getting this one started. Ballista look out of their depth on this, and a little unfortunate to see, but if anything, credit to Acend to turn up and elevate their gameplay. Looking very diligent here, nice composition. I'm loving Killers already showing what he can do on this Reyna here, proving once again, Reyna on this map is just, I feel it's almost a must-have. If you have a player who feels comfortable on a Reyna, I would hesitate to even consider not running it. It's such a valuable agent at the
30
moment.
seconds left.
For now, however, round continues as they methodically take towards that A site, slowly but surely. Ultimate does get invested from Bone Cold. See a little bit of work coming back in last time around, but I don't think they quite have the utility there to hinder this as much as they'd like. Batty G going to get the first pixel out of place for Bone Cold, just Ferrari peak. Oh, rolled out of nowhere. Wait,
Hello?
Planted.
Huh?
Okay. Well, yeah, Commentators going to finish off Stars though for Bold there, because he struggled massively. The res comes through. Karemi actually going to find Bone Cold off the back of that. Commentators using Hunter Fury prematurely, I guess preemptively at least. Put him in a position where he has to challenge it, but the plant's not actually good for him. He can't see it.
He's gonna sit this. I don't know why you wouldn't. HP's decent, 99 still. Here we go. Did he get it in time?
He got it. He got it.
Oh. What was that round though? Can we just say what the hell was that round? Like initially bold, like sick 2K picks it up, huge, like nice little adjustment on the second.
Please don't run the replay of the missing.
Oh no, they're like, they'll be kind.
Yeah,
They'll leave it to
yeah,
kill the
they're
mentor.
kind.
Like that was. I mean, the graphic was all in on that, very close on either side. But I've got to say, overall, that was just such a weird round. Like it's super scrappy, and maybe that's what Ballista need is to create this kind of scrappy atmosphere.
Those days, the floating cam scene head way ahead of us. We'll find out. Actually, to run it back, popped in. This is weird because they got so much space already. Yeah, Bone Cold closes the distance on Batty G, and okay.
He
well,
just played some deathmatch, which is nice. Just walked through the site.
Yeah, just
Literally walked through the site.
I guess that's where we're at now. Just W key up B lane. I've seen it. Literally found that right here. The run it back pops so early, and look, Bone Cold actually finds Karemi coming to try and bail Batty G out of that ultimate. But okay.
Pretty confident, huh?
So what do you want to talk about?
I don't know, man. It's 10-1 and it's been quick. Like, how's your day been?
Good so far.
Nice.
Be an early finish.
True. The thing is that I can honestly see this still going like quite a long series.
Good, yeah.
Like that's the crazy part, but
Yep.
we simply don't know. We don't have the footage so far, and we do see aggression, and then that aggression just gets swept aside by CNED. Investment of the res, so once again, no damage really done. CNED fancies a go at getting all the attention. This time the headline's going to be his. Us around Bone Cold getting all of the praise, but CNED so far putting on a show, finding another. That's just a beheading. This is just brutal work coming out.
Give it to him. Give it to him. Going hunting. Us man standing more fan. He is up in kitchen now. You can see on the X-ray. Do raise your edge. Give it to him. Yeah. They're running knife out in spawn. Bone Cold not even interested in it. Kile's going to steal it away. Acend will close out the first half 11-1.
Switching sides.
Bone Cold almost on 20 as well. Pretty solid half. CNED looking good. I think every single aspect of this is working fantastically for Acend. Incredibly diligent. All their players looking super warm today. You've got no one coming in cold, it looks like. So, gotta say it. This is a great display for any of the Acend fans out there. Already kind of hoping they do well, because this is an elimination game, and this is already going to put a lot of pressure on a very young team.
It does, yeah. I mean, we talk about getting to this stage, but really this is the last test on the list, to be honest, right? Backs against the wall, nothing else to lose, everything to prove for Ballista. And they've already impressed to get to this stage. Stolen a few hearts along the way. Be terrible to see them go out in this fashion and not put up a fight. Actually, had Ballista holding steady for the time being. I'm not sure if this is anticipating some aggression on the side of Acend, but stacked up outside A right now. QXV, the only man elsewhere. Maybe going to throw down a little bit of a fake, but look at the setup from Acend here. It's 3 on A site. Hold a mentor in mid. Acend are ready for this. QXV has got to sell this fake to break this formation of Acend right now.
They're not completely falling away just yet. And the rotation coming out from the attacking side as well, swinging around from A towards B.
Yeah, actually, I guess this is on the back of QXV not really getting any contact whatsoever. Yeah. Nobody's even taken a look to see if it is a fake, right? They haven't spotted a single body on the defensive side. See, Bone Cold happy to play deep on this one.
Not a bad plan by any means. Wall again, going to at least allow and facilitate the plant to come through. Now into the post plant we go. Acend very dedicated to that stack towards A, and it almost paid off. But the adjustment, as you said, after seeing so much freedom coming out from QXV, kind of committed to it, but still. Going back in.
Oh, the counter wall.
Wait. Can anyone stop this? They're just going to pour bodies in. Is anyone still on? Okay, they've put it up towards halfway now. The kill's going to come through. Look at the fight coming out. Killer's going to post himself forward, but his body in the way. Golden Mentor flies in, and now just Morphan alive. Not for long.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, really. I mean, it shows just how useful that wall is in the pistol round. I mean, nobody checking to make sure that Acend can't retake control of site. And right there, I mean, as long as Acend challenge whilst the wall is reinforcing, really nobody can focus it to break it. There was a molly in between, which I guess got them off for a few seconds, but there was a gap in the corner that somebody could stay in between those two walls, and also a defuse coming through. So Acend put themselves on map point here on Icebox.
Yeah, this is just a beat down, and maybe a little bit of life left in some of them, but you've got to say it. There should be a closeout for Acend. A great performance by them. You can see Killer's just feeling it, just flexing on them now. Ballista certainly kind of exploded on the scene as a team to watch, but right now it's not looking very pretty. Batty G, last one alive in a 1v3. Gonna take the first, the second's potentially there, but no. CNET to close. That is business for Acend. They want to get onto the next map. They want to get away from this elimination game. They want none of what is trying to be sold by Ballista.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a statement to make, really, coming into the elimination game and absolutely picking Ballista apart. I mean, didn't even have a look at it. There's not even an awful lot to say about it, to be honest with you. I mean, some of those rounds played out, you know, in the fashion that we'd expect Ballista to take rounds, right? Just all-out deathmatch from Acend. So, yeah, I mean, shake it off, walk away. That's the best you can do in this scenario.
Yeah, as much as I'd really like to credit Acend with a huge 13-1 performance against an equal team, that map felt like it was never with Ballista. They did not look comfortable by any margin. It simply was a poor map from them and an excellent one from Acend. They played to their own skill level, never dipped down, never relented. Bone Cold having a fantastic little run of things. Yeah. Killers was there in the earlier rounds. CNED consistently present. They had all their heavy hitters in the right place, whereas of course for Ballista, I don't think any of them broke double digits in frags at this point. So again, it was an absolute drumming. So I don't think there's really much to be said from us. I, however, know that the Analysts desk has some incredible content, I'm sure, in a 13-1. It's very, very easy for desks to break down intricacies that we just saw.
The Telestrator?
Exactly. Telestrator's coming up. It's all going to be there. But no, we're going to head back to the desk after a short break to give you a little bit of a glimpse as to what we just saw and also what's coming up.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
welcome back to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Acend have just taken down Ballista 13-1. I am Yinsu and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. Lothar, not gonna lie, I barely even had time to make a cup of tea, and next thing I knew, it was all over on Icebox. What happened?
When I mentioned in the pre-show that both teams should be better on attack, you know, because they are historically speaking just such an attack-based, let's say, teams in general, right? I didn't mean that it's some one team just gonna pick up 11-1 and then just close it out after pistols, you know? I feel like Ballista didn't even show up on attack because they didn't have the chance, right? They just lost the pistol, which can happen, and that's it. Basically, they have to force second round, and if they don't win that, well, the entire match is already gone. But on the note of forcing, I'm actually really surprised that Ballista did force round 2 of the entire match after they lost the pistol round on defense, because Icebox is such a long-range map, and they kind of forced themselves into a very short-term solution to this, right? Because they had to play Spectres, Stingers, maybe a Bucky somewhere, and play close range, and that was easily read by Acend to close out that round as well, then get a freebie on round 3, and that snowballed and snowballed and snowballed. We rarely have seen Ballista with a full buy, honestly. And also, what is very uncharacteristic for Ballista is that they never actually lurked. There was the only one round where Batty G was in the spawn of the opponents, and that's basically it. They had no post-planned solution, no contingency plan for that Viper, nothing about the snake bites going on planned. It was actually kind of a head scratcher for me how Ballista didn't play like themselves in this match.
Yeah, on the defense, I was really hoping with this composition there was going to be a lot more to talk about from Ballista, because I mentioned going into the game their defense has been weak. They chose to start defense. They had a good comp for it as well. You know, that Killjoy especially, when you add that into the mix, from what we see from most teams, you'll be playing often with a Sage, but taking in either a Killjoy or a Cypher, it doesn't happen every single time. Matter of fact, you look across at Acend's pick, obviously, and you can see it there. But what surprised me was that a lot of the time that these fights were taking place, it felt very much like we were having an A-centric attack, right? Acend were able to go towards the A side a whole lot, and eventually, I think around round 5 or 6, Bold repositioned his utility that had been on B a couple of times, moved it over towards the A side, where it was actually going to get some use, because typically he was using it to watch underneath the tube, B pushes, but those things weren't happening, or there was a Viper wall cutting his turret off from really having any vision. They move the utility over and he plays A side, and you're thinking, okay, this is where they have a strong A defense, but he gets picked off. He was the first player to die in that round, and that actually, I think he was the second. Killaz went down to the ult from QXV, but the thing that shocked me was the fact that your Killjoy is taking those fights on range. Acend had the read. Okay, we see the Killjoy utility is here. We're going to play far back. We're going to take those fights, kill the Killjoy, and then get the site pretty much for free. And this happened a number of times, and then when they didn't have the Killjoy there, it was just a steamroll.
Well, we are moving on to Bind next, and Lothar, as you know, this is Ballista's playground. They have only ever lost one time on Bind. How would you like to see them recover from what just happened on Icebox?
Something that we had seen from FPX yesterday, right? Although the scoreline wasn't as bad for FPX as for Ballista right now, they have to go through those nerves of losing 1-13 and risk of being eliminated from the tournament while losing the second map to such a similar scoreline. It's gonna leave a stain on the honor from the team, right? They're a very, very young team, very impressionable as well, and all of those players, I'm sure 100%. Those young players have nerves, coming into this tournament. They're gonna have that issue that nerves might be affecting the way they play. We have seen some very questionable rounds from the one when, in example, Bada G ulted with his Phoenix just out in the open when he was just basically surrounded by enemies. It was kind of odd to see that. And now on Bind, I feel like they need to go back to the drawing board when they had been showing up in the past, showing how Fnatic was wrecked basically on Bind, right? The signature play by Ballista, so very strong attack with super quick executes.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly, and Midge, I'll let you talk over that, but they are starting on T side this time around, that Ballista as in. So in theory, we might see a similar situation we just saw on Icebox.
Well, look, Ballista's attack side is very, very strong. We know that, especially on Bind. It's where they found that 9-round half versus Heretics, and then they got 1 round out of 11 on the defense. So straight away, we need a strong first half from them, because now, okay, it might not be Heretics that they'll be facing, but they're going to be coming up against CNET, who typically, sure, attack side doesn't have as much damage as he does on the defense, but if he can shut them down defensive side to start off this first half, if that op really turns up, then Ballista are in a lot of trouble, because they rely on this attack side being strong.
Well, as you guys can see in the Agent Select, we have reverted back to that Phoenix and Sky, of course. They love that, and for Ballista. And for Acend, they've gone with their usual comp, the Fnatic comp, but again with the Jet instead of the Raze. I know we have had some issues with that specific team comp, but we are going to head into the game right now and see how they do. Ballista must win this if they don't want to be eliminated today. Over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yinsu. And I just sat there going, okay, we've got Viper and Sky, Phoenix and Sky. We've got the walls with that pop flash capability coming in, one more kind of to instigate, one more in those post plants that kind of, I feel, is a little bit of their strengths. But this has to be a huge turnaround now for Ballista, right? They've just been absolutely curb stomped, and now they're going to have to come back and somehow pick themselves up as a young team. That can't be easy.
No, so I mean, this is a big test of mental fortitude. At the same time, I talked about a couple of things leaning into Ballista's playstyle a little heavy. I think now actually they could just throw everything at the second map, right? And that really, really does kind of lean in their favor. That they can kind of embrace the chaos, put the pressure back onto Acend here in map 2.
Okay. Right. So again, Ballista's strong point was that attack side that we saw before. I think for me to start believing them again after having such a disastrous map 1, they've got to come out and have a absolutely belting half. They've got to regain all of that confidence, because they know going into that second half, that they're a little under the gun, as we noted. However, already live into this one, it will be Ballista, of course, starting out on the attack. So a huge win condition for them is those strong attacking sides, and they know it. However, on the other side will be Acend on the defense. You can see Acend already with Stark Zone. Nice little crossfire here. Attention goes towards Elbow, but it will be Batty G to fall at this point. This is a great hold again from Acend. They can fall away to slightly deeper positions. They still have that crossfire in perfect place.
I'm going to ask you to carry this one through, Lauren, because I'm having a few more technical difficulties here, so...
No worries. Do your thing. I will carry on having a chat. I'll start taking questions from Twitch chat when I truly get lonely and desperate, as is the way. But you know what, Twitch chat? This is your time. Analysis, right? Hypoc has left me. He's off somewhere. No one knows where. Give me some win conditions for Ballista. That's my question to you, Twitch chat. I need to hear your thoughts. I have both chats open because I'm that insecure and I need your validation. So I will be reading it when the delay catches up. So you may be genius if it all works out. Anyway, we are going back into the second round now. And of course, the buy substantially further established for Acend. Looks like a shower set piece. Something that Ballista did when it was going well was fight tooth and nail for this. That could have been big. I don't think it actually got any damage. So I'm sure we just have a nice burst straight out. Actually, Sky going for just the deeper flashes here. And yeah, this is just a massacre. Absolute blender of a round. 2 flawless rounds now. So the money is going to be in the bin for Ballista, even coming into their purchase. Yes, they'll be able to get it, but they don't get any of the frills. They don't get that buffer going further forward. No spike plants, and as said, no damage done in reality. Hopefully chat catches up real soon. Need your opinions. Even if Hypoc comes back, I'm going to ignore him anyway, so I'm waiting. I've actually extended the windows now. But Stark's with a great start. But I've just got to say, overall, Acend just had fantastic crossfires. You saw it on that kind of... And again, this is something we saw with Ballista. Those extremity plays, kind of all-ins. If you've got really solid crossfires, it's going to be very hard to break it. So, for now, rinse and repeat. No information over towards long as it stands. So, now going to hear where this is going to potentially come from. CNED already going to be up on that op, looking fantastic on this already today. Seekers go in, they know there's more. This time to surround. There could be a flank even coming if they fancy it. Cena doesn't even have to see them to kill them. He's making it look so simple. Starkso on the cross, and this could be another flawless round. Morphan feeling maybe a little overwhelmed, a little shaken to the core. Finally do some damage. But now look at it, 20 HP, surrounded, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Acend mean business today, and they're taking nothing less than perfection as 3 rounds sit on the board. Okay. All my points on Ballista again. You're a brave person, Naughty Muppet in chat. That might be Hypoc's new name. Hypoc, are you back with us, or are you still dying?
I'm still clinging to life, but yeah, it's no better.
It does seem as though I have some work coming from chat. Midcell II says, I predict that both teams will have fun. Well, so far, one team is having fun, so you're halfway there on your prediction. It's a good choice. Do you want me to carry on for a bit until you're fully fixed?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no worries. Sheriff's galore. We have a full 5 sheriff round. It doesn't sound as good as, like, a deco. We need the Chico. That sounds terrible. But it is just sheriffs coming out for Ballista, as that's pretty much all they have to work with. And the 3-play stack, this is actually pretty decent, unless the fact that Starkso was anti-flash, so he was perfectly fine. Now, a little bit of a different look, I guess, for the attacking side. It's not brilliant, though, as they've had no success anywhere, and even the aggression is well considered by Acend. The 3-play in towards showers is a great response to maybe trying to get cheeky with those pistols coming through. Is still just holding this down himself, but it will be towards 8. Jet going to get the attention. That's going to be CNED now noting there's maybe 3-4 players here. And you've got support of Starkso coming around. Starkso's been wonderful at this, by the way. He's been really good in these supporting moments. They do get a spike plant. That's more than expected. They've been able to kind of cut the map into a more manageable area considering they are on those sheriffs. So spike now down. They have to just try and withstand this retake, which is going to be a little bit tricky considering the outweighing of the weaponry. Already seen her going to find Kareme, and it's down to 3. They've got to see a quick succession of kills. We need, you know, the sheriffs to really come out and play. They've found 1. 1 ain't going to be enough. QXV. Dead. Gone. Done for. Right. Okay. King Manu or Manu, not sure what your name is, which you prefer. You have gone for the Batty G just kills everyone, very ambitious. But he was pretty solid before, and that's a good point. Batty G was a huge instigator in a lot of their moments. I think that's an incredibly good point you bring up. I'm talking to you like you're my co-caster. Welcome to the show. The fact is, he was huge at taking space, using those Phoenix flashes to get that early control, and then, you know, the Sky flashes just that little bit deeper, just to secure so much entry. But right now, they are once again being just pounded in this. You got Starkso on 8-1. CNED is yet to die on 7-0, so it's going to be incredibly hard, but they need to find a way back in. Fly's going to come back out, at least. Kareme, we've got a couple yet to frag, you know? Yet to frag. We'll get there. And again, thank you for your support at home. CNED getting a little overconfident. But you know what? I can't blame him. At 4-0, when you've been absolutely shredding them, you've got a round to play with. Yeah, that's an opt-down. That could be an issue, but other than that, early information we found. This could be a problem coming in for Ballista. Not quite what Coldamenta wanted. I think he got a tag out of that, but certainly no frag.
Taken out.
Oh well, I guess the ult wasn't going to do it, so switch around to the rifle and they'll do just fine. And once again, all that early work, taking down CNED. I say early work, CNED did just go mad aggressive on that, which is fine. I actually don't mind it in these sort of rounds. Your bank's going to be absolutely lush by the end of this, so why not have a little crack at it? Try something different. They instantly got the trade out. Now, Seekers coming out are going to at least give away that there's a problem coming their way. They know where to be able to get those rotations going. Viper's on the way, Sova's on the way, and now it's going to be down to that one player with the support of Bone Cold. Sat in the corner. This man is so good. He's been having a stellar series. Truly overperforming, even to his standard, and they just simply did not check those corners as well as they should have. Sometimes it is that simple, but he had the trigger discipline, decided to wait for them to cross, all that attention focused towards the site, and there he was.
Taken down. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Coming back in, are we really gonna see another, what was it, 13-1? It's 5-0 so far, and the money's fantastic, already, what, 7k, 7.6, sitting towards CNED and Killers. They're already in a brilliant position. On the other side, of course, you're seeing a Judge, Spectres. This looks like a pacey piece coming out towards A for now. Not too subtle about it. Bone Cold doesn't want to stick around. He does have his ult online, keep in mind he could certainly do some damage in this one. Starkso, Starkso's patience could pay off here. Already, oh, that's huge again. Starkso, the value to this man's work. The crossfires earlier on, but Killers has been caught by Bold, so that's a bit of an issue. But no, CNED there instantly equates this one right back to an even playing field. No problems for them, and even takes it further. We're down to just 2. This is CNED just absolutely giving them hell. And now just 1. Spike unable to be planted after that early work coming out from Starkso, who stayed alive, by the way. He was amongst the wolves, surrounded, still perfectly fine. The support perfectly placed from CNED. Now QXV, this position's noted. He is not having a fun time here. And that gun probably ain't gonna help. This is as one-sided as this cast is right now. 10-1 for CNED, 10-1 for Starks. We have 2 players, and the problem is Batty G is one of them, and Kareme is the other on 0-6. And normally, there is a timeout coming in. This might be for Ballista, I'd imagine, at this point. I would say the one thing is, for me, in this scenario, that you need Batty G to come online. Frags aren't everything, but as someone who was kind of the grand equalizer for them to be able to take pot shots at the top-tier teams, they need Batty G to come online. And right now, they are being absolutely suffocated. Oh, do I have a new co-caster?
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna fill in. You know, I went upstairs a little bit from the room down below, so I can help you color here a little bit, you know. But it's not much to say.
Yeah, I was about to say, they brought in the, you know, the brain of the bunch, and you've got a 6-0, so good luck, man.
It's a little bit awkward, but I have to say, there's some fundamentals lacking right now from Ballista, especially that Bone Cold triple. Yep. That was something that I didn't anticipate we're gonna see at this level of play, right? No one from Ballista actually checked one of the corners when just executing on site. It seems very odd.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because, as said, this team, like Ballista, have got decent results against big teams. Not a lot of them, but as you said, they're missing some of those fundamentals that are really showing now. Maybe the pressure's got to them. Who knows? This is something that we're going to have to kind of review almost in post as to how they can have such a, you know, perfect performance in one moment and yet have none of that reliability to fall back to. Maybe kind of the new team curse coming out.
Yeah, and it seems like they are falling back on something that we rarely see them do, which is a default positioning on the map. Look at that. Everyone covering one of the lanes, trying to catch Acend off guard when they try to like get map control, but here Acend is playing very defensively. Nothing is happening. They just have basically garden control, A long, and B long, and that's about it. They don't push, they don't get any map control, but no one is trying anything from both of the sides. There's one utility piece being used in showers, which doesn't get any kind of info. It's the same on A short. They have to be playing very deep, and that's the info that Acend is getting. So they just play on site. Very smart choice. While Ballista, not finding any kind of info, now they have to gather because they're running out of time. We have seen such a type of play in the past from FPX on Split, which was not successful, right? They're running out of time. They have to go on site where there's almost no utility being used. Now there's the entry.
Yeah, huge pop here coming out from Batty G. He needs to get on the board. Bear in mind, yet to frag it seems at the moment. QXV going to dive on in there. Still yet to find anyone. 20 seconds, there's 2 players on the site still. Sky and Brim now joined as well by CNED coming over with that up. Morphan is watching the flank, but ooh, that was a little sketchy on the first, but he didn't check for the second. Coldamenta still around here as well. Spike is down. And Coldamenta trying to work a little bit further forward. CNED as well on the case. They're already picking up a couple of kills, but Batty G finally putting some numbers on the board here, but this post-plant positioning is still pretty sketchy. CNED's trying to make this stylish. Up and over gets a little bit of a look in, but Morphan, nice adjustment around here. This could be big for him, considering there's 3 players completely unawares. Morphan does very well in that. Lovely readjust.
Finally, a round win. First one on Bind, but you have to take into consideration they lost 13-1. So in general, they had been losing 19 rounds in this entire match and only picked up 1. So this is a huge win for the morale of the team. But I have to also question, Acend was actually playing really well this round, but then they did nothing to just delay the plant, which was something that I feel like had to be done, especially by Brimstone and by Viper, which was, Viper was rotating actually through market. So that's, unless you have a lineup for that, you can't really delay the plant. But hey, this seems like a quick initiation on B long to get that orb control. Very important when you play so many 6 charges on your team with this guy, to get a lot of information with her ultimate. Especially important when you play with a Viper ult as well. You can combo this together. This is actually pretty cool when you try to retake or just try to rotate towards A and use that for information as well.
Now this is interesting. As highlighted, the investment of utility this round is drastically different. Now you can see that Acend are almost very aware that Showers is completely open. They've dedicated themselves to locking off that short play towards A. They have the Viper ultimate there. They have CNED on the op above it. So as said, CNED is watching that cross, a very unique cross to be holding, but if Ballista dare to go through this, that is a very brave way to probably die.
I cannot. I have to close my eyes. This is a death wish. Going for that ultimate through a snakebite, you can't really do that because you die almost instantly. And then what is even more important, on Showers, you have a one-way from Viper, so you can't really go through that. Look at this. QXV on 1 HP, he is on a DK, right? So he's gonna go up, but I'm not certain if he's actually full. He is full, so he didn't get any damage going through that. But now they push through it. They get the damage. 1, 2, 3!
This was a disaster waiting to happen, Lothar. You said it perfectly, and they walked readily into the trap. I have never seen a lamb look so happy to go to the slaughter. They just walked straight through it.
I am just scratching my head right now. This is such a big, let's say, ballsy play, but it's set up to fail, right? You go for a Viper ultimate. That Viper ultimate is so long. There's like a long corridor that you have to push through. Even when you try to do it full sprint, first of all, your opponents will know that you're coming because you hear them footsteps, right? You hear all of those people just rushing in because you don't want to get that full DK damage, but you're still gonna get like 50, which then translates to 3 body shots from a Phantom or a Vandal, and you're dead. You don't even have to aim for those headshots. Nuts.
And look at the state of the money. You've got 1 rifle, I think, 1 SMG, and then pistols, unless Batty G's holding something else. But 7-1, kind of on track to the scoreline we saw not too long ago. Different look, though. You can see the spike is down. It looks as though they'd be trying to do their best here. Bone Cold's still got his own problems to handle, though. And it's more fan to connect, so maybe a little bit of room found by Ballista. That confidence is maybe there. This post plant worked well for them in the past. Acend's turning that op into a shotgun at this range, but again, no way to deny this so far. They have to get rid of lamps. That's going to help out, though. Starkzo finding Morphan. Now the bait on the spike, up and over. That was bold from Acend. This is a great little post plant coming out from Ballista, but Starkzo's still on the case, but time is beginning to dwindle and the readjust coming around. Proactive in the post plant, something we consistently said was a huge benefit for Ballista, and this time it works out even in this lighter purchase round.
It's you have to put attention to the fact that this round was solely won because Ballista out-aimed Acend in this round, right? The kill from Batty G with just a classic, I think there was just a right click with 2 dinks on the head, was a game changer. They needed that lamp control because they knew Starkzo was coming already from A short in the back to make an additional backstab. So they needed more people having that lamp control to get those lanes covered. So I feel like, okay, they won the round, but it should have not been a win just if you just take a look at the round on paper, right? But now a new one is starting up, and again, I have to like kind of sigh, you know, because 5 people going into hookah to get that control, you basically forfeit everything else on the map, right? If Acend is now trying to get a lot of map control, which is not currently happening, they would already know what is happening. But Commentators opens up.
Oh, and Killer's there to catch the cross already. Acend looking comfortable with this. They know exactly where they're coming from. You said there was only 1 point of attack, but there is the adjustment eventually from Morphan. Puts himself towards long, but that's going to be found out pretty soon. I'm not sure if Starkzo got the full image. I'm not sure how much he worked out, but there is the Viper on the case. Killers does not let that go for free. The trade does come out for Batty G, but the numbers simply heavily favoring Acend here. Batty G, wall goes up, and maybe they can start considering that spike cross if he doubled down, but 1 is not going to suffice. There's a late lurk coming out from Bone Cold as well. Now with the res, though. Oh, I was going to say game back on, but this ultimate coming out.
They actually get the kill out of that. I'm honestly super surprised. This is a huge win for Ballista. They still have a chance in this round. They go on the side, but 2 people are just feeding Commentators those orb charges. He was just waiting for that. They enclosed already the space from market. They knew that both people are in hookah after the res, because that res was done in a moment when no one was pressuring them on side, which I feel like it was a little bit off-timed by Ballista here, right? If you want to invest in that ultimate, you do it as soon as possible when Batty G is trying to get map control and distract the opponents from using any kind of utility to kill that guy that is being resed. So that was a little bit awkward. But they still almost had it if there was a successful kill on Sova. They failed because they had to drop from hookah. A very terrible position to be in. But now a new one, again, a default setup from Ballista. They get a little bit of a map control. They know that someone is pushing showers, but nothing comes out of it.
No, and what I am realizing is the correlation that Ballista started to play better as soon as you joined me, so maybe you're their lucky charm, who knows? But they do need more than just 2. Hopefully they can stabilize a bit further for their sakes. Keep in mind that Acend did have that build-up of bank, right? Like, they had a good economy established by now. Yeah. So, you know, eventually it might get broken, but they will be able to have a good couple of rounds to lean onto. This was a very late sight hit last time from Ballista. I wonder what the kind of instigating factors are for them in this round. I guess the ultimate might be one of them. Batty G is going to pop that. Has a little run through, already looking towards sight. There's a bit of a trade out though. Already Ballista catching some of these players on the extremities. The push comes in and Batty G is putting some heavy lifting, but that spike is still towards B. This could be a huge problem. Killers, if he gets that frag, oh, he just got blinded. You can see Bone Cold on the hunt as well. If they caught that one player making the mad dash bold with the spike, that would have been GG this round, but no, they make it away for now. Viper, look how close they are to this one. Batty G is playing bodyguard right now.
They actually don't know that Achilles did use the teleport. No one was close enough to hear that trigger. Both of the players were either on market or on Haven A. So if they expect someone to go CT, they have no clue that 2 players will go from A short. A smoke already drops on lamps cutoffs. The vision from Ballista, if they have to go for lamps. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Bonko from 50 HP. He is dead, and that's about it. 3 rounds for Ballista on this half is still not good enough. They need that one more. you can argue that Bind is a little bit more defense-based, but with how we know Ballista plays on Bind, this is a terrible, terrible scoreline so far. They're very aggressive. They try to get, you know, that, let's say, they try to compensate the weaknesses in their composition by being more aggressive and more effective on attack. With only winning 3 rounds so far, and maybe 4, this match might be already over, but I don't want to say, you know, without seeing the Bind defense yet from Ballista. But this is a fast round. There's already a satchel in. Goes into the showers, gets the first blood on Bone Cold.
Okay. It's game back on. Bone Cold finally being caught out there. This is going to spur on the aggressive hit. They know Viper's on towards the site as well, of course, now noting position. Don't know about Coldamenta yet, who's traditionally been playing over towards B, but these rotations are in. Coldamenta, a bit of a sketchy exchange, but Killers bails him out, finally reveals his position. Seeker's invested, but as is QXV. Did the nade just find it? It did, but Coldamenta is still right there. They have been unable to get rid of these players on the site, and now they're just stuck on short.
Hey, it turns out there's a counter to the showstopper. You just put the jellyfishes in front of the rocket.
It's a great idea, apparently. And the ultimate's now coming down. They've got to invest everything. Coldamenta, though, is the ultimate player on this side. Starkso finally shuts it out. And one player remains. Morphan, he's a little ahead of where they expect. But did Cena just see him? Even if he didn't initially, he does on the second try. And if I'm not mistaken, scoreline where it is, we will be switching over to the half. And we might be even switching casters. Hypoc, are you alive?
I am alive. I'm sorry to say, Ballista are going to lose their good luck charm now because I have returned.
That's true. Lothar,
it seemed,
you know, got to say.
Seemed as though as soon as I came back, Ace won the round and closed out.
Downstairs. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Lothar. But thank you very much for hopping in and taking place of the traitor who left me, Hypoc.
I feel bad now. I feel bad for Ballista.
How? I can't believe you've done this. 3-9. How much of that did you get to see, or were you?
Not an awful lot, I'll be honest. I came back to hear the good luck charm comment, and I was like, oh, actually, Ballista might close out 8-4.
Woo! That's a little much. We'll go for 9-3 for now. Acend still look really good. The buffer of money just helped for a substantial amount then.
And I mean, straight away, I mean, the same concerns from map 1, right, is now Ballista need to convert this defensive half to really get themselves back into this game. Acend gonna send 3 up B long, and it's only one member of Ballista here forced all the way back into Elba is Karemi. Mike is over there, but it looks like they might be poised for a TP rotate here. Maybe just trying to bait out one more player to this B site. Here you go, 2 gonna hit it. 3rd comes through also. Actually, yeah, it's gonna. Ballista have held strong with this stack right now, Lauren.
Yeah, they have, but the defensive side did evade them for some form of success in the past, but maybe they've been able to work on it a bit. Maybe it's something they have been working on. I feel they have to get this pistol, but this was an early attempt. This was around the minute marker. Now we've got about 50 seconds left, and look at those mad rotations. They've been able to pull this 4-play stack towards A, and there is a very passive Sova, so they are expecting the re-aggress towards A potentially, and as we can see, not the case.
Oh, now actually Karemi all the way back in spawn. I guess he's anticipating one more player lurking after that TP rotation, but they're going to commit to the full retake on B here. You can see now all this utility invested onto B. It's going to finally draw a rotation. Now actually 3 of them going to hit the TP towards Hooker.
Okay, already though, Karemi gets a little bit of a fight going now. The thing is, look at this retake. The 3-play retake coming in through Hooker is going to be pretty hard to handle already, though. CNED's going to dip out of that. He realizes maybe outnumbered a little, finds a more favorable angle, but still loses. QXV doing very well. Killer's going to try and maybe pick up that mantle, catch the cross. Yes, lovely shot towards Batty G. Still Bold is alive, a 1v1 now. Sky v Sky. It looks like it. He's sitting this. You got to speed up here, Starkso. Starkso. Sharp as well. And this is a scary one now for Ballista, as much as, yes, there were a couple of moments in the later stages of the first half where it started to look a bit better. Not winning this pistol is going to once again put them pretty much in the bin, and they're going to be having to force into this constantly. Even with the plant, the kills, they can't not now.
Yeah, and the thing is, with all this pressure mounting now, I mean, Acend can play out the rounds in that manner, right? They can play the mind games, they can hit the rotations, try and bait out
Watch and learn.
Ballista to stack towards one side as we see him this time around. Morphan will join Karemi on B. Bold going to send a flash all the way out. No information off the back of that, so we'll retrieve that orb. They're going to stay with 3 for the time being. Actually, no, Batty G now going to hit the rotate. Again, look for Morphan to try and commit to the retake here. I don't want to see them challenge with this many bodies of Acend stacked up towards long.
Okay, full information that site is as clear as it can be. This is going to be a spike plant and a pretty good post plant considering they have hookah and they have long. These retakes are going to be really cornered in, and you can see Killers is going to add to that. This is when Viper becomes incredibly strong.
Actually going to retake control of Short, actually. I guess they've got to line up for that spot here. It's going to be really difficult. I mean, Ballista need to put the gas on right now to try and get the first half down, but the trades come through. Acend actually going to come out on top of that. Karemi will find 2, though, in response.
Yeah, but you still got Viper to deal with, which is the problem.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Welcome to Viper in post plants. It truly is her world. God, I hate myself. But it doesn't even matter if you got the kill or you wouldn't have had the time. Very well done. And this was the strength that we said. Someone like a Phoenix can work really well as an instigator. You get the wall, you get the pop flashes with Sky in combination. Whereas on the other side, you get the post plant, you know, when it comes in with Viper as well, with her wall, of course. So, you know, it's one of the two choices, and right now you just saw that post plant being paramount as well.
I mean, this is the thing, again, it relies, yes, they have Bold on the Sky this time around to try and find some early round information, but without that Sova, it just makes it so difficult here, because they have to stick with that 3-man stack on A, because there's no other reason for them to drop it at that point. This time, actually, Acend going to lean a little heavier towards the A side, and the spike is over here as well. Well, I mean, much like Rainy, you know, Phoenix is one of those agents that relies on momentum, right? And actually, outside of abilities, you need to find those kills. You need to find that value. Otherwise, it can very, very easily start looking like a pointless pick.
Rare, mate. Finding a great pick with that Sheriff already. Flashing towards Showers, or at least posturing for it. Both of these teams are fighting for that. Commentators just walked out hookah. That's a problem. So half the map is now inaccessible for the attacking side. What are we gonna do with this now? I mean, look at the map control that's being garnered. You still have Sage trying to, you know, you got Kareme trying to work out if there's any threats, as their information is so limited. I like the fact that QXV is posturing up towards Showers, actually actively taking the fight, but it's banking so much on Morphan, finding big value now on this angle. And they don't check on him, to be fair. That is one for free, but you'd have had to have doubled down drastically.
Oh, Remy actually got the revive here. Actually, yeah, looking at the mini-map, none of them really accessible for him, but he still has a slow and a wall. Like he might actually... I think he was considering going and getting that res outside market, but it's just going to take so much time to get over there. And the other 3 on A site, if he can slip in and get Baddy G back on his feet, we're going to rely on Cold Amenta falling. That's a good start. He might actually be able to hit this here. Oh no. Yeah, Killer's read it perfectly. Full swings on. Punish Baddy G now with nothing but a Sheriff, and going to throw the wall down, maybe try and get in here, but that Snakebite gonna eat a lot of time for him. Killer swings through, picks up the kill, the 4th on the round. Acend put themselves on match point. 12-3 here on Bind.
Okay. They get the buy, but this is a bit of a bittersweet moment. Of course, I love the fact that Acend have come out and looked phenomenal. I've got to say it. They've looked like they are fighting for their life, because this is a elimination game. So they've provided a brilliant display, but I was excited for the new prospect of this younger team, but it does feel as though that pressure has seemingly got to them. They look like a shadow of their former selves. They looked so confident before, so explosive, so well considered, and a fast ult coming out. They're just going to try and run this down already. Baddy G's going to go down for the fight as well. They're going to be meeting them in. The Seekers go down. Uh-oh! You can't run, you can't hide. Bone Cold finds Baddy G. They double down. Bone Cold wants to close this now. He's got somewhere to be. They've got a dinner date to get to. But Morphan is still alive, but with only 1 HP, and the ultimate forces him to have to make his way out of there. Killers finds Bold, and now a 2v4 to save their side.
They will retrieve the spike there. QXV going to find 1. He's got to tuck away, though. Aldrin will tag him up, and Morphan on 1 HP. Stiff breeze would blow him over at this point. QXV madly spamming through the stim beacon down. This is a tall order here for Ballista. Keep this map going.
And I think we can see how it's gone, sadly. It has been an underwhelming performance from Ballista. However, for Acend, a fantastic display of sheer survival. These guys weren't going to go down here. This was a big performance from them, a massive statement to be made as well. Considering that, you know, as said, a couple of these teams did quite well. Ballista pushing the likes of Heretics very, very well. They've beaten the likes of Fnatic. They've been picking up some big results. However, Acend looked like, as said, they were fighting for their lives in this. There was no holding back. You had big performances from most of their heavy hitters throughout this. Hypoc, I don't know what else to really say about this one.
No, there's not an awful lot to take away from that. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Ballista to come on and like I said, be one of the glow-up teams we've seen from 2021 challenges in EU. But to be honest, Acend just taking things to the next level. That's a completely new look for them. The way they played that in terms of confidence, in terms of just brute force, which is something that's been lacking. I'll be honest. They've been very hesitant in some of their other series we've seen them play. That there, I don't know if that was just a no respect kind of mindset to that game versus Ballista, but they looked fantastic there.
Yes. Now, again, this is probably going to be the hardest part for you guys at home, is selecting your player of the match. There's a couple to pick from.
Let me guess.
Now, one or two of them definitely have a large fan base, so I wonder who's going to win it. My thoughts might be with CNED. I'm not sure, but as said, the CNED fans turn up. But regardless, get your votes in. Head over to the socials down below on Twitter and just give us a vote. See who you think deserves the player of the match from this series. And again, we're going to take a short break here because obviously that was such a long series. It really took the life out of me. I'm going to go relax for a second and leave it over to the desk after this break.
Got the money in the bank.
wanna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise.
to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Acend have just absolutely dominated Ballista. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined now by Bone Cold with the 4K for an interview. Hi, Bone Cold, welcome to the show. What a performance from you guys today. You know, we were a little bit surprised with the Icebox pick, but my God, you guys were just incredible on it.
Yeah, it's something that we have been preparing while we are been playing the master qualifiers, and we finally came and like show it. We had really good performance on it on scrims. I feel like people on our team enjoyed playing it, and I don't know, we just have really good energy on it. I have no idea why, but it's just smooth sailing on Icebox.
Well, Bind was also pretty smooth. What was your game plan for that one? Because obviously Ballista traditionally perform extremely well on their T side on this map, but you guys just seem to have an answer for everything that they were throwing at you.
Yeah, on Bind, our coach prepared against them really well. We got to know their like tendencies on attack side, and after the first map on Icebox, we just had some like really crazy energy going into the second map as well. We had our preparation done correctly, and we just popped off. It was a really nice game from all of the players on the team.
Well, one guy that popped off is, of course, your teammate Acend, and I just want to announce that he is the player of the match, of course, with that 5.8 KD on Icebox. How good was he today, Bone Cold?
I have said it on a few interviews, I think, but I don't know. The scene that just always amazes like everyone on the team, and I bet some of the people that are watching the games as well. It's just simple. Cena is he's a crazy player, and you just need to prepare for him, or he's just gonna pop 20 kills every game against you.
That is correct. Well, we're pleased to see how you guys bounce back after your match the day before yesterday. But moving on, you do have one more game in the lower bracket. Would you rather, have a rematch against Nip or face Heretics this time?
My personal opinion is that I will really like to play against NIP again. I feel like the loss against NIP just made us stronger. I feel like they we broke the ice like mentally at some stage, and I feel like if we get to play against NIP again, I feel like it's gonna be a really nice series. But then again, playing against Heretics as well, we haven't faced them in official, so that's gonna be something fun, and should be really nice to play against them as well.
Well, if you show up like you did today, I have full faith in you guys. Thank you so much for your time, Bone Cold, and we'll catch you back here next week.
Thank you.
Well, let me bring Lothar and Mitch back. You guys, preparation is key, right? And it sounds like they absolutely nailed that. Mitch, I just want to ask you, they will face either Nip or Heretics, and he kind of wants that rematch to happen. If they show up the way they did today, how big of a challenge do you think this will be for Nip?
Yeah, I think if NIP lose that game versus Heretics and then have to face off against Acend, they're going to be feeling pretty tough about it, because even if they show up the way that they did when they played NIP, they could definitely take it. Like they were 13-11 and an OT. They lost 2-0, but we said it, right? That game was a lot closer than it looks at a glance. So that's going to be a really tough challenge for them. I like what you said about the preparation as well, really. We have a big change up from Acend. They come in, they're ready for Ballista. They're ready for these faster strategies that we've seen Ballista go for in the past on that attacking side. And I think a lot of the rushes that came in on Bind, or well, all of them really, got shut down. When we take a look at Ballista, the question I had, and I've been a little bit quiet on this team because I couldn't quite pin them. Their attacks are really good. They're really well rehearsed, but we only see a couple of pages of the playbook from them. Then on the defense, there's a lot of flaws, and I'm thinking, okay, let's see what else they can do versus different opponents and how they adapt. But now coming up against Acend, it looks like this is a pretty two-dimensional team right now. They have good attacks. When that attack doesn't work, when there are one or two strategies for each side to push in and blitz their opponents don't work, they don't have a C, a D plan, and so on. The depth isn't there. On the defensive side, I mean, it looks like we're going in day one pretty much. They've got a whole lot to do to bring that up to scratch. So this is a team, though, that even despite those flaws and the work they've got to put in, they've got some serious promise. Individually, we've seen what they can do. Yes, the series versus Heretics was very, very close, at least on Bind. This time they didn't show the same face, but I really think this is a team that if they stick together and they really put in the work, they could be up there in the discussion of, top 10 EU teams. But for now, I think we've seen their true face in this series and the true depth they've got.
Well, Lothar, I definitely want to talk more about Ballista with you as well, but we have to sort of move that to the post-show because we have to move on to Guild versus Alliance, our next match. Well, Lothar, Guild have been on the grind this year. How do they make it to Masters?
Well, when it comes to Masters, they actually went through Honk, Fnatic, then lost to Guild Esports, to Fnatic, and again, that was in February, I think 19th, in the first week, and they had to grind again in the next week and so on. The only loss that was like actually very terrible was in Masters already against FunPlus Phoenix, but in general they had been playing against really good teams in Europe, against Entropic, against Pitstop, against Wave Esports, and they did prove that they actually play very consistently and also have depth to their compositions. Now the problem is, will there be enough right now to prove that they can go through the elimination bracket in Masters? I'm not sure about that. They didn't really look good against FPX. They won the split map, right? They did look convincingly, but at the same time, FPX wasn't looking like themselves. So I have to question right now, are they prepared enough in this matchup? It's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be a close one against Alliance, but Alliance with the new lineup with only 3 days of practice might be an easy meal for Guild if the stars will align.
Well, Mitch, Alliance is one of the newer teams here, and of course with a roster swap. Talk me through their journey as well.
So Alliance, it's a project that came into fruition probably 2 months ago, maybe a little bit over that. When you look at this team, it's a little bit different than the team that made it through Challengers. The road through Challengers was met with a loss to FPX at the first hurdle, then in Challengers 2, qualifying for the main event and defeating Wave Esports to secure their spot. They came up against Defuse, which was a rematch of Challengers 2, and this time lost. Defuse playing a much better game than what we'd seen before. Now, they're also, as we said, they've changed a player since Challengers 2, since that rematch has happened, or before they played Diffuse. XMS joining the lineup is the newest player in here, former Counter-Strike player. He retired around, I think, 2018. Now stepping into Valorant, he played here for a while on a bunch of different teams. He's been floating around, he's been grinding, and then with a couple days notice, he's picked up, brought onto the roster. That means that there's a player here that you're not fully synchronized with, right? You're still learning how this guy plays, how he fits into the lineup, and it causes some problems. And I think we saw a lot of those culminating in the Diffuse game. In one day, it's not easy to fix those issues. In fact, I would say it's impossible to fix those issues. But after such a striking loss, I think you do walk away learning a lot from those, as we had said in the earlier series. You know, you either win or you learn. And yesterday was a big learning experience for Alliance. Now it's time to see if they've really learned enough.
Well, we spoke about this briefly when it comes to the map pool because Guilds, Barbar sort of teased that icebox. So let's head into map vetoes now before Asian Select to see how the picks and bans have gone. Will the icebox be left open or not? And it looks like it isn't. Guild have actually banned away that icebox, but Lothar, Haven, Split, and Acend. What do you think?
I'm not really surprised. I feel like the interview from Guild was pretty big. They only played Icebox once, right? And they lost the 3-10, basically. 3-13. So it wasn't really looking great. And I feel like that could have been one of the reasons why they just don't play Icebox. Now on Haven, I feel like Guild on Haven is one of those teams that is actually performing very well on defense, which is not something that we do see often in general on that map, because I feel like Haven is a very attack-based map, which favors a lot of synergetic compositions like Breach and Sky. But in general, I feel like Guild has a big map pool. Is it bigger than Alliance? Kind of hard to say because of what Mitch said and I said before about XMS joining in. Like, you change one cog in the machine, right? One cog wheel in the machine, but it affects the entire thing. So it's kind of hard for me to judge Alliance because I only saw them once play with XMS. So but I really like the fact that we gonna see Haven first because we didn't see it for quite a time now.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly. But Mitch, Haven, between these two teams, we're not going to see a 13-1 either way, are we?
Well, no, I hope so. I hope that this is a series that delivers for sure. You know, when I look at Guild on Haven, they're a pretty strong team. They destroyed and dismantled Wave on it. They've beaten Entropic, Fnatic, Honk. Like, there's a lot of teams that they've taken heads off of, and they're on a huge win streak as well, going back for quite a while. And throughout all of Challengers, they didn't drop this map once. So it is definitely a strong map for Guild. Alliance, well, the last 2 games myself and Lothar cast, and it was 17-15 in each of them. It was, we'll say one thing, Alliance have definitely got some stamina.
Well, we are in Agent Select now. We're not heading into it. And Alliance hovering Viper and Phoenix, Lothar.
This has to be just, you know, baiting us into a reaction, I guess.
I mean, they're getting one.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to. I would love to see, but there has to be a breach in there, right? Lacquer and that breach is one of those things that I love watching. I feel like, well, you can argue Phoenix has also flashes. Might be a little bit shorter on the contact, you know, but maybe. I don't know. Mitch, did they change anything? What is here? Why are we being baited?
No, I think we've been looking at it. We thought, you know what? Screw Kata. We're gonna put Looker on that Phoenix. Let's let him go for it. I've actually proposed a 5 duelist lineup. Let's just go swinging for it. You know, Angel told me it's a good idea, so I better do it. You know.
I mean, Hype is trying to play favorites here by hovering that Viper. He knows exactly what he's doing. But just talking about Guild, you guys, no surprises there.
No, not really. When it comes to Guild, this is something that we expect. I really like the inclusion of Breach. I feel like you have to get Breach or Sky on this map because it's such a complicated map on the attack, and you need flashes to clear out of corners and just push out the defenders outside of the comfort zones, so that you can take the control of the side and just play post plant. And it's a more and more occurring theme from the team compositions that we see so far in Europe, when there's a lot of teams just transferring from Breach to Sky. But in general, I like what I see.
Well, there is a lot on the line here because it is still Elimination Day, and one of these teams will be going home at the end of this best of 3. The first map is a Haven. Take it away, Pansy and Hypoc.
Well. This is going to be one of those that I honestly feel, Hypoc, I'm finding it really hard to not predict. I know that I'd say in this scenario, Guild have the upper hand in my mind. But it's not like Alliance are posting poor numbers recently. They've had the roster change. They've had to rip that band-aid off and just go with the choices they've made now. But again, I've got to say, these two teams, even in their losses and their wins, are relatively similar in results as of late. Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm getting a curious bit of analysis from the chat. I believe it's from, I'm not sure who they are. Average Jonas, something like that. He says, "My name is Hypoc, and I'm a caster. I hope Alliance loses 13-0 so I can go to bed faster." Do you agree with that sentiment? We'll have to come back to that. Think on it for a second. So we have a Garage Pop coming out already. Don't quite have audio on this for myself. Did I mute it? I've probably muted it, but it does seem as though they've taken a lot of space. As already Alliance have just sliced through Garage. They're going to at least have a fair fight towards the site, and it's a good trade out effectively so far for Alliance. And it's down to Bonkar to do something. He does take one with him, but the site's all there. Spike can be recovered, and this should be a pretty good plant coming in for them.
One enemy remaining. Sorry, little mouse. One enemy remaining. Sorry, little mouse.
pace on these boys. So far, Alliance looking like they're having an exceptionally good start. 2 for free to begin with. Yasin and Leo go down, and I do want to keep my eyes on towards Leo. I think he's one of the prospects that's really caught my attention. But look at Hype. Straight through again. As I choke. It's all you.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Okay, I'm back. I was actually dying. Apologies. But luckily, not too much has happened in this round. It's kind of been pretty much as expected. Those 2 initial kills kind of being the opening gateway to a very clean site take towards C. Couple that with Hype taking so much space and creating so many opportunities, it would be a fool's choice to go anywhere but. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm once again being joined by Lothar. Hypoc's ditched me.
Yeah, he had to go, I don't know, somewhere. But again, upstairs, we're going to try to help out a little bit with the coloring, you know, of the match. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so far, pretty good start for Alliance. Any other takeaways, really? I mean, it's super early to be kind of reading too much into this, so...
Yeah, I mean, only 2 rounds, right? And the pistol round was blazing fast. I didn't expect it, to be honest, that we'll be seeing such a fast C execute from Alliance, because so far in the history of matches that I have seen before, they were actually favoring A side on the pistol rounds with just a quick executes. Sorry, not quick execute, but like mid-game, mid-round executes with the bridge flashes and just taking slowly control of A short and A long. But that's not something we've seen this game, and that's actually pretty cool because that shows that they have a bigger playbook than what we just typically see when they choose a map, right? Now, in this round, we see a C split, maybe not exactly, only 1 player on long, but actually loses his life. Lothar already gone. That's a big loss for Alliance. No more flashes going onto the side. Now 4 people just try to cram into those double doors and go into the C side. And now Guild, how did they do? Will they fight for that C control or no, just play retake?
Draken's trying to find a bit of a deeper angle to play with potentially. You can see Safe now very aware that Alliance have been trying to sneak through towards Garage, but the adjustment mid-round looks like it's going to be either a B lane, which it's not, or heading over towards A, but we still have Bonkar posted up here, but he's not been able to be doing too much damage just yet. Going to fall away from the angle after receiving the information, spotting that cross being made. And already this A hit's going to be coming on through. Alliance aren't going to be slowing down, but Leo's made his way across as well. Guild have players here. This is not going to be an easy site take. They do have time to play with, and that's going to help. Bonkar with an untradeable fight. Now Leo does make up for it, and Yasin makes his way towards the site, so Alliance eventually losing 2. Spike yet to go down. Of course, that's on towards Sewer. Locked towards Short and Safe on the cleanup. Lovely adjustment coming out from Guild.
No more charges left.
I loved what I have seen this round. You know, they stood their ground. They knew they have every advantage, right? If they will not allow Alliance to plant on that A side while they have 2 players, there was no reason to go back. There was no reason to play a retake. Go like try to change your positioning. Maybe go with one of the players from side to heaven. You just need to stand your ground, and you know that you have better equipment. So very good decision from Guild. I loved the confidence. But you cannot downplay the importance of that first blood, the opening kill on Lothar. He is crucial for Alliance success on executes, and not having him that round probably was the main reason why they lost it.
We do go back in, however. A 2-1 Alliance still leading this way. Luck is still alive, so hope is remaining. See what the plan is.
More of a default setup right now for Alliance. They're waiting out, but they take a fight. Acend mess with the duel. 3 people on C, but there was no trade follow-up. That's a little bit surprising. I'm not sure what to take out of this, because that was just like a maybe straight disrespectful approach coming on from the Guild on that duel on long, because they won it last time, but when Lothar had inferior equipment. Kind of interesting to see, but now 4 players creeping out on A long, while Sova Firo trying to lurk on C, but he is getting caught by Yasin. Execute trying to be set up by Hype.
Oh, that's sick.
On short. That is awesome.
That's so sick.
That is awesome to see.
Leo's now in so much trouble. He's in no man's land, and HP's now dwindled. Luckily, Leo is pretty darn good, but Cat is better. Up and over they go. Incredible work. I loved what that did, just completely making Short uncomfortable, unable to be held I guess cleanly. Now Safe's locked aside. It is still the 2v2, but XMS makes his appearance and Katter on the trade. Great round for Alliance. And this is really bringing out some of what I hope we see from XMS. I remember him in Counter-Strike many, many years ago on that MV roster. His kind of opening trade ability, he was a bit of an entry fragger in my mind, if I'm remembering correctly, and he was good at it. So if he can rekindle some of that, have that confidence in those fights to take them, it can work incredibly well. Already doing quite nicely in this series, of course, but I can't get past that little molly that got popped up and over towards short on A.
Yeah, that's something I really love seeing from many teams who play either Killjoy or Viper, because you can use, especially on Viper, Snakebite is just so cheap. You don't have to use it post plant. You can use it for executes to clear out corners, something that we're probably going to see also with Astra when she becomes available. But now, let's just focus on that C, because this is going fast, right? 5 people on C long. They will have to go through that smoke and try to get an execute. Pansy, hold my hand.
This is about to get pretty sketchy. Already Bonkar's going to pop the ultimate. Got the trade out towards the side. Draken finds Lucker, but it's Bonkar to finally connect that ultimate on the final go of things. But you can see this. They're putting everything into it, but Alliance out of nowhere making this still count. Fearoth finding success with that Sheriff, but you can see Bonkar now in a 1v2, trying to work his way around. The timing could be just right on this. He gets a 1v1. How has he got away with that? Oh, the shoulder peek on the swing. Bonkar outdoing Alliance. I did not see it.
This is one of the things that I was like one of my main complaints about Bonkar, how he's playing in Guild, is the lack of confidence. Here, he was actually proving that he has a crucial spot in this lineup. With the inferior gun, right? Having a Spectre going out on that second kill with such confidence and such a wide peak. He heard the shots and then just wide peaked and got XMS by surprise. Really big confidence play playing from coming from Bonkar, and I feel like that might give him wings. And because of that, maybe he will have a really great game. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, that's a win condition we didn't even consider, because normally Bonkar is kind of middle of the road. He's not your high fragger. He's serviceable for sure, but he's not the man you'd be looking at this squad. You've got the likes of Acend in there. You've got Leo out there who've been really, really kind of posting numbers. But if Bonkar has a great series, that's a whole new element added to Guild potentially that could be a problem for Alliance. We're not there yet. It is still relatively early in this. It looks like we have got a little bit of a pause coming out. Back underway very quickly anyway, but the money's in a bad spot here for Alliance. I want to see what they decide to buy. It doesn't look too heavily invested. A couple of ghosts, maybe a frenzy or two, and just kind of working with what they've got.
Well, this looks like a mid push. Nothing really to touch upon when it comes to tactics. 5 people gathering in mid, trying to breach B. Something that we've seen on C before, and it was semi-successble. There's the flash, the initiator, the recon arrow clearing. A-link. Oh, attack through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
That is... I'm not sure if it actually landed. If it did, that's going to be huge information. They can't do much with it, though. Spike planted. Let's keep eyes on those post plants. That Omen could be essential. Working his way around from Garage if the timing's right. They still don't have the fight yet. Now they do. Smoke clears on the connector towards A. Guild start mopping up, but keep in mind, they do have the better weaponry, of course, on Guild to take these fights, maybe these deeper post plants, but now with that information being relayed, all of that surprise element is pretty much gone. Fearoth being pressured. Hype does have his ultimate, but I don't think it's the time to invest it. An Alliance down to just XMS, who'd have to pull off something insane, which he doesn't get the chance to do.
Yeah, when you think about Haven on attack, B side is one of the easiest to retake. So many angles that you can just come out of and clear the attackers that are just trying to hold the spike in its place. You have both A and C link, right? You have the mid. You can go through the window. You can go through the double doors. You can go through the entrance in front of double doors. There's so much stuff you have to cover, especially on ranked, right? I'm not even talking here about like an entire competitive tournament setup where everyone knows their place, but on ranked it's almost impossible to cover B. And you can imagine when you play against a proficient team in retakes, it's gonna be even harder because they will breach all those angles at the same time. A simple crossfire will not do it, especially with the amount of utility typically a team has for a retake. The next round, oh no!
That's the most
Draken with the
It's the most Draken thing that you get to see. He hits the nutty flicks, the like wild shots, a simple player crossing. No, not for him. But don't worry, he'll make up for it, I promise you. Keep your eyes on him. However, for now, we've got to be keeping our eyes mostly on Alliance. They've been making great waves, and that pick towards Garage is huge, a longer rotation, and look how much side control they've now garnered. Both the players who are playing on the connectors towards C and A have been taken away, so Spike Plant's pretty safe, and this retake's going to take some time and some work.
Well, 3 versus 3 setup. 2 players only on the side with no crossfire being basically set up. Sorry, 3 players on B side with no crossfire still set up. You can see everyone kind of aiming at a different one. I don't think Guild would even go for a retake. They take their time, right? If they don't get an initial kill, I feel like they're just gonna save this round. It's gonna be such a tough round. Especially, look at Lothar. If there's any info on Guild that Lothar didn't use any single of his flash, and he obviously still has the ultimate, how do you want to retake that? The only upside of would be, oh, okay, we're gonna get the Rolling Thunder out of him so he doesn't use it on execute next round. But that's probably not worth it.
Ooh,
especially since, okay, that's a little bit worth, but not much. But hey, I heard I'm being tapped in the back. Attack team here coming in. Hypoc going back.
Okay, Hypoc, are you with us? Oh, he's back.
My name is Hypoc, and I'm a caster. If I fake sound issues, I can go to bed faster.
I bet no one heard that anyway, but it's it's a good one. Hopefully it was resolved. Lothar, once again, appreciate my stand-in co-caster.
The MVP. The MVP.
Truly. As said, hopefully all's well. Hypoc, get it together, mate. Blimmin' heck. Alright, Draken might be presented a little bit of a trickier opportunity here. Again, that's when he seems to excel the most, when it's the unorthodox, the weird, and the wonderful. Is this the hype lineup that did cover off short? That's quite interesting, because again, this could make it trickier for Draken now if that does come through. He's got to invest a lot to get away from that, because look at Alliance pouncing. The pace is unfathomable at this point. Kata just going to send that through towards that CT side, secure it for now, and make that plant so much simpler.
Well, actually, it comes through. Actually, the response with the Rolling Thunder here, just to deny that plant. Actually going to swing out into hell. Kata picks up 2, though. Bonkai, you've seen 4. Hype will find a kill into Leo with the Nano Swarm. Bacon finds 1 in response, but he'll now find themselves in a 2v3, and
they're off.
Lions immediately hit the rotate here. They're going to go towards C site.
They've got the numbers advantage if they wanted. I saw that intention from Lothar there. If he leant towards Garage, he might have been able to catch the rotations, which would have been a very valuable position. Obviously, we know that he would have been in perfect spot for that, but he doesn't know the timing. They could have already moved and leant across. But for now, they will get the spike now planted. No worries with that. And the post plant, they'll have great time to set up for this. Guild are way off the mark now.
Yeah, and you can see already Fearoth posted all the way at the bottom along. He's ready with that Hunter's Fury. Safe, I guess, anticipating this. The alarm bot's there to protect him slightly. Fearoth is going to get the information before Safe can swing through fully onto his position. See, love this heads up. There you go. The alarm bot comes through. Gives it up. Fearoth wise to it as well. Nice setup here from Alliance using this utility just to secure Fearoth's position, making that Hunter's Fury even more valuable. Spike will tick away, and Guild the save 2. Oh, Draken just pulls away actually at the wrong time. He will still find it, but save 2 weapons nonetheless.
Okay.
No more charges left.
Good adjustment from Alliance. And sometimes it is hard to call those, okay, let's just back away and just hit the C site. You know, sometimes it is that at least we know what's in front of us towards A, and you've just got to hope there's not someone just lingering around at C, that they have the right information. They don't hit a quick rotate as well, because it gets trickier to obviously play into the site. But good adjustments from Alliance, quick thinking on their feet there, really garnering them a perfect opportunity to move forward. We do see Draken still with that op, and again, that could bode pretty well for now. It does again look like that C lean, though, coming out from the attacking side.
It looks like they might... Oh, I thought you seen potentially going to satchel down there, but this time around the flash and the fault line just to... There's some forms of conditioning here down at the bottom of C long just to keep Alliance honest.
You've seen. Careful now. What have utility shown? Smoke towards the top side C lane. And they're just going to burst through this, it looks like. Yeah, flash straight through. You can see Yassine actually unfazed. Now he gets flashed a little, but he comes out of it at the right time. And the split from XMS is the part that's the most valuable in this, getting away with so much. Safe catches one on the cross though, so still damage being done, even though they're not fully fighting back in yet. They've given up the side control. XMS taking so much space to facilitate it. They managed to cross through Garage. Spike now to go down, and you can see the patience coming through until that plant was touched. And again, time to pop the ult, see if they can deny this.
Not landing any tags with that though, so all 3 members of Alliance at full HP, and it looks like they're actually poised for some post-plant aggression here. Gonna swing through. XMS finds Leo. Careful though. Not sure why there wasn't a repeat there from Bonka. I could have potentially traded one of those out, but they make it a 3v3 nonetheless.
There was a little look on this retake. XMS's positioning is dirty. Timing's going to be a factor. He's going to be forced to fight. He actually gets away with it. That's massive work from XMS. Worth his weight in gold. He'll take that death. I think he was out of bullets in the mag regardless. But now these two in a bit of a spot of bother. It's Lothar on the side that could have been in danger, but the double face towards CT, probably the best way to do it. And you know that Draken is a little hesitant to even try and make the play now, considering he's got that expensive op. And the time has just dwindled away from him.
Yeah, and Draken going to try and hold on to long here. Gets one exit. Off will fall. Lucka did escape through Garage over. Looks like he might try and challenge to take the operator out of Draken's hands, but will once again save this one through, and Alliance goes 6-3 up here on Haven. Taking a quick glance over, the Draken saving that one through, but elsewhere the economy kind of struggling. You see Safe going to throw a bucky to this. Yassine considering the Vandal. Yassine does have the showstopper, so you know potentially they could play around that if they do want to drop out, but like a ghost, a couple of specters maybe. Scrappy nonetheless, but again with that operator on, it's such a weight on the economy. You kind of want to convert this one.
Yeah, they do need to. Otherwise, oh, look at the pace on this. Kata's going straight for the fight towards A-Long. There's a lot of players down here, and they are going to be tucked in the corner. Leo's already gone. That's a problem. Now, does this check on it? You're seeing there is a player here at the back of that. Oh my god, XMS. Oh my god, I can't believe this. He's got one. He might be able to get a second as well. Killjoy's getting involved, and they still haven't cleared him. Oh, finally they get him down, but Yassine, they've lost so much of that time imperative take just to XMS being there.
And now, I mean, the two worst weapons to try and retake with is a Bucky and an operator in the hands of Safe and Draken. 4 players remain for Alliance here, and already set up. 2 on site, 1 sewers, 1 long. Spam coming through to try and force Draken off this angle. Really difficult here, Kata. The shutdown Safe, and it's this round all but concluded. Again, going to try and save this operator, but Lucka this time around going to shut him down. They take it off the board, finally.
Which it won't feel nice for Guild, but I do feel at least then you can kind of play a more standardized round, a standard economy around it. Otherwise, you do get kind of put in the hole every time you have what you want to force around it, right? Every time you save that, you want to try and get some rifles out with it or whatever you can, because you've got a chance. There's always a chance, but Draken being the Omen, it does get a little trickier to be the instigator. I feel like if you've got a Jet on the op, you've got more of a chance to be super fluid on where you're going to be taking those aggressive fights potentially. Regardless, we are now into the 7-3 Alliance, putting up a really good performance, I've got to say. I've liked what they've been doing. And Guild aren't a pushover by any means. This has been a really good approach and a fast play down towards Garage. Very bursty. Kata wants to send that as soon as he gets the opportunity to. A sound cue would do, and that's more than enough. Yassine gives it away for free, and Hype just on the swing finds Leo. Leo's been shut down in this game a great deal. He's been struggling to find form. The flash is good, but wait, that's a spike now coming through. That's a problem. There's a defendable line in this, and the spike being committed over the line is the death of them. Great work on the site, but I cannot believe they allowed that to happen.
So it's so unfortunate. Yassine actually catches the breach flash, and that makes him very visible inside that paranoia to die to that showstopper. But Draken and Safe just flipping that round on his head there.
I mean, look at the
I thought on that second flash behind default, though, they were easily going to be able to clean that, but those angles complementing each other perfectly. What a turnaround.
A little bit of a fumble in my eyes. I don't mind anyone else doing it. If you have the spike, though, and you cross over to the uncharted territory where players probably are, you're leaving in a problem where you have to keep committing now. You can't even try and play the spike. You're stuck in that situation. Again, though, Alliance are working with new pieces to the puzzle. They've got new players working out the communication, their identity, everything. But now a mid-take does start to build. XMS just, again, spike for free. Thank you very much. There is still a threat here, though, as the trade did come out towards Safe, so that's opened up the avenue from C as a potential rotation point.
Spike stuck on site now, really. It swings back towards Alliance, have to make the play here, clear out some of this space through C-Link. You can see Lothar trying to explore that through window, but they could sit back. They could just wait for Alliance to get desperate here. 50 seconds still left, so lots of time to work with, but nobody really pushing together right now. It's going to be a few 1v1s coming through. You're going to win the first, Kada will fall. This leaves Lothar and Hype now.
I'm still alive, but to what use? These flashes are just eating them.
30 seconds
You
left.
still have that player in the deeper angle as well. Draken tries to get a little curious, but he's already been found by the turret, so he's going to lose a little bit of that potency. But they know roughly where people are, but it's Yassine who did have the angle that was being baited in on. Very well played, and Guild maintained composure.
Switching
I like
sides.
that. Again, that we always talk about B site here on Haven being one of those things, you throw a couple of early rounds at it, maybe an eco round, maybe a scrappy purchase round, but right there you're seeing playing on top of the box. It's usually very unexpected, right? And right there you see XMS just instantly, they go for a flash onto site. XMS tries to TP onto default and get that plant, then retreat, right? They're going to prioritize mid presence and holding on to that mid. Play lots of utility in the post plant, but again, just one man you're seeing able to shut that down. Closing out the half 7-5. The Guild pretty strong outside A lobby right now and 2 over towards C long, so expecting to make a play for this orb. But C site is open right now, Lauren.
Interesting approach, this mid stack, whether it be a read or just the intonation of aggression being shown, but a big rotation towards A off the back of a little bit of a sound cue and a touch of presence being built up. Now, you've got the late play coming out from the Omen towards C to just kind of maybe a little bit of a glimpse in more than anything, and of course that being XMS for the Alliance side. I'm just watching Guild as to what they're up to here, maybe looking for any aggressive plays, trying to catch anyone getting a little bit overzealous in the peaks.
Very, very slow look. I guess actually this is on the back of not really much information garnered in the early round. Bonkar now going to drone through Garage. A little sound cue over to XMS. He's got to back away and try not to reveal his position, but you've seen still in sewers here, and actually it's going to be a double swing from Alliance. Try and flush him out of there.
This is just a read that Alliance go for fact-finding missions. It's helped that Safe just walked on the site and battered too, but that play really looked like they wanted to punish rotations and fact-finding, which it worked perfectly.
It really, and at that point it becomes a stalemate, and I guess Alliance getting a little antsy on defense there, and I mean the right decision, right? I mean if they find the kill onto Yassine cleanly there, they can maybe recover off of that. We don't approve of this behavior. Do not approve of this behavior, Eddie.
No, we do not allow teabagging here. It is, it's filth, and it upsets me.
Pixelate that to the broadcast.
Please, if you don't mind, just a filter or something. I feel sickened. But we do have the cleanest of ecos, so no worries.
And another heavy stack actually from Alliance. Look at this.
You might as well, mightn't you?
This is another scenario out of we talk about B site right here. They're expecting just the fast hit come through, try and convert the SMGs, and Alliance don't want to allow that. Big gap on A site though, and that's going to be very difficult to retake if they give up this control. You can see them now creeping as 4 through A link.
Cover going out.
And actually, XMS showing himself elsewhere on the map might actually make Guild think that it's a stack elsewhere.
Yeah, the thing is that Safe's probably going to farm a good few here. He does.
One enemy remaining.
Again, no armor, no upgrades. You're just trying to find cheeky kills whenever you can. XMS now left in a 1v4. A fair crack of damage done. 46 HP, 50 HP. He could do some work to this. Trying to utilize those smokes well. Gets a 1v1, but you're seen. Happy to handle him. And now we've got the scoreline looking pretty robust, actually. Guild bounding back in the second half, equalizing pretty well. And the money will be... I mean, they've got the bonus round this time, but their money's going to be building. So this should be the answer back from Alliance. This is their best opportunity to date.
Yeah, and 4 survive, and obviously with the damage done, like you said, they're going to have to reinvest in those armors. So look at it, actually, yeah, 2,400, the lowest on Safe. Bonka going to carry a light armor and a ghost into this one. Yeah, actually, if they try a quick hit here to try and convert these weapons or not. Yeah, actually, yeah. Lots of movement towards Garage and C long here from Guild, and there's only one man on C site. Nobody in Garage for Alliance. It's going to be wide open for them.
Yeah, they can walk onto this. Don't even need the utility to do so. Lucker's just going to spam away, finds little connection for it, and Spike to be planted. This is going to be a full 5v5 post plant, and yeah, no contest at all. Great read from Guild in this one. Leo going to be trying to catch middle, but he doesn't. He gets the info for it, but Hype still finds the kill, so that opens up the next layer of this. Kata's going to be in a great position. He might have to stick this one out. Yeah, avoiding most of those paint shells there is probably the right choice. And Alliance putting all those big boy rifles to work.
Draken, nothing but a bulldog in hand. Aftershock going to clear him out. He does find the first, but Hype will swing on. Just a numbers advantage. Too much for him to deal with there. Alliance will prevent Guild from building any more momentum with the economy. So I guess one round in hand, actually. Think about it, down to 2,400. We'll take a quick look at it now. They're going to be... Actually, no, it's not. It's worse off than I thought, to be honest.
Does that play back around? Hype doing really well there. Actually, the double kind of work towards Garage, and even the consideration to turn around and ensure safety from the likes of Bonka, which he did quite swiftly. And the closeout towards the final. So Hype having a great round, just kind of keeping safety in Alliance's mind. 8-7. That was the bonus round for Guild, though. So, as expected, but, you know, pretty clean fashion considering the site was open. Very unorthodox positioning coming in. Bonka has just received a boatload of damage, and I don't know where from.
They're down to 14 HP within the first 10 seconds of the round already. Fearoth. And then a few warning shots through the dark cover into A lobby. Just lucky. Yeah, Bonka was actually one of the ones up on the flower bed there. He could have got caught back on that cross. Again, a different defensive look altogether from Alliance. Double C site stack, one outside Garage. The alarm bot covering B site entry. See, Hype actually playing in Link to keep the turret active on A site also. I'm going to prioritize the C hold. Drone gets dealt with, but the smokes come through. I think Guild might try sneak their way in here. Yassine gets pretty deep already. Ada was holding that, but Yassine comes out on top here. I don't think they're going to anticipate another two on site, though. Lucka down very low HP, so it kind of falls onto XMS to do the damage here.
Just trying to see where they're taking this, because look what that spike is. But look also at the time. They've got 20 seconds to land this. If anything goes astray, they're in trouble, but they do have a clear site take for now. That's not going to help matters. They've lost their mid lurk. Safe's now gone down, so they've got to know there was something afoot. If this gets denied, that could have been a problem. It's not going to, but this will clear out site or force the fight. One of the two. Alliance looking for their way back in. You're seeing getting aggressive, but it's XMS on the cleanup duty. That's two for him. Fearoth with another. And Guild look lost in that.
They did Alliance. I mean, that's set up. I didn't even spot the lockdown, to be honest with you, but that was the reason for such a deep hold on A. Like I said, alarm bot covering B, the turret on site, which allows them to completely lean elsewhere on the map. Guild not liking what they saw, I guess, on that C split. Maybe were shown a little too much, but I mean, it plays right into Alliance's hand. The lockdown put down, like you said, when the clock's running down in that scenario, the lockdown ultimate just adds so much pressure in that scenario, and they opt to try and retake A link very aggressively, but it falls apart for them at the seams.
I've got to say, sadly, it does seem as though sarcasm has been lost on the way to Twitch chat there. They believed we were serious about the teabagging scenario, and once again, I'd like to double down and say we will be reporting that spray in spawn. So,
and I will be taking names from chat.
We will be. We'll be finding the accounts connected. Oh, God bless them. Into this, though, the reason that we can take a second to talk a load of nonsense is because we are seeing a lighter purchase. Draken is the kind of only person who has the upgraded rifle in this one, so at least he can do a bit more damage. It looks like he wanted to lead the way towards B for a second there, but heals away now. No early opportunities, a couple of shots here and there, a bit of peacocking more than anything through the smokes, but as it stands, Another slow round coming in for the attack inside.
You're going to try and reset back over towards A lobby. A similar look, to be honest with you. Kada up in heaven, but very deep hold on A. And actually, he's creeping away. This might leave it open once again for Guild to slip in, but now they're not seeing any pressure over towards Garage or C. I'm anticipating Alliance are going to have a beat on this. Yeah, you can see as soon as these warning shots go towards heaven, Alliance going to hit the rotate. This time around.
Good work.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury and Showstopper to try and stop this. And look at the clock. Yeah, this is running down perfectly for them.
10 seconds left.
9 seconds and going for the plant now. If there's anything else to disrupt it, doesn't look like it. Spike is planted into the post-plant 4v4. Yassine still with that ult, wants to find a way to use this. This could be the way to go for it. Up and over, sends it! XMS playing catch in all the wrong ways. And now the 4v3 is Alliance feeling probably a little bitter about that one. Still 2 players on the side. Keep in mind, these are lesser weapons as well with Guild. They are working with less, but Draken still there with that rifle locked and loaded. And Yassine looking just as comfortable.
Wow.
Great play from Guild that round.
Really, really nice. And again, just as soon as that Showstopper gets popped, Alliance have to respect it. They have to back off. They can't force their way into that choke point coming out of spawn. Actually, you're seeing Ops to sat you up on top of it. This is one of the most tilting ways to die to a Showstopper there. XMS is so deep inside heaven. But what a cleanup. Draken, like you said, the only one that carried the weapon into that. He's playing deep on long, playing distance there to make the most of that. Leaves the rest of Guild to play very close contact elsewhere.
Okay, it does look like we have a bit of a technical, if I'm not mistaken, coming through. So it does mean you get to hang out with us for a little bit longer. Hopefully not as long as the NA lobby's trying to start their games, but, you know, a pause nonetheless. But let's kind of take stock here, because I think we are seeing a close game between these two. I think it's actually been a pretty good showing from both sides within, you know, their certain areas. And again, with the caveat of Alliance being a work in progress, just adding XMS recently, all of these kind of factors. And then for Guild, a team on the rise who've been impressing us, but we still have to keep seeing them proving this. So again, it's quite hard to condense who's really leading in this scenario.
It isn't. I mean, I talked about there being a little bit of an allowance period for XMS stepping into this. Again, you've still got to consider the lifespan of Alliance as a whole. You know, that team kind of exploded into the scene, right? As soon as that roster formed, they had a fantastic run through. But now with a new player to throw in the mix there, I'm already liking what I see, I'll be honest. There's obviously lots of structure behind this team, and that goes without saying. And it shows in game. But I come back to what I said before the series started, right? It depends what... Well, actually, chat didn't hear me, but I'll double down now. You know, it depends what Guild we see on the day, right? They've been so hot and cold over the last 3 or 4 months, and we've seen such high highs, but very low lows as well, Lauren.
9-8, we are back underway. Thank you for your patience. And we'll be having a little look as to what we get treated to this round. Guild, quite the unorthodox style, and we are seeing an interesting approach, kind of slower, patient pieces, some very late in the day hits. I mean, they've been planting with sub 10 seconds on the board. And again, quite hefty stacks as well coming out. Early ultimate pop, this could be a problem. Hype to be just forced to fight. They want to win one of these two approaches, short or long, and they kind of win both. Hype just leading the way, absolutely fragging out already, leaving a 4v3, and Guild have 0 progress now.
Stop them in their tracks, actually. Draken elsewhere trying to explore a little bit of an opening towards Garage. Kada might touch timing here. Will land the first headshot. That's spiked down. Actually, expect Draken to now counterbalance that pressure elsewhere. He's going to get an open 1v1 with XMS, but he will lose out there. Leo, the last man standing, spike in hand. Try and creep his way onto B, but Alliance, all they're going to do, I mean, wait out the spike plant. They can give it up to him.
30 seconds left.
Be very difficult for Leo to get anything else done in this round.
Yeah, with the buddy system in action, it's very hard to find an individual 1v1 and kind of dice this up into more manageable pieces. You don't get that advantage. Leo now trying to find that, but already not feeling so hot about it because he's been noted by all Surround and Hype again. I've got to give credit to Hype. He's been having a great series, but great value on those initial kills, and I love the initiative and prerogative to take that fight towards A long. It was a great idea from him after that pressure came towards Sewer. He knew they had to take back some map territory, and that was the perfect way to do it.
Was indeed. It's unfortunate. I mean, really, if Draken can find that opening, there's a chance Guild can recover, but it's Kada catching some really nice timing. And again, as soon as the information goes over, it's the spike. You see XMS try and pull away or open that opportunity.
Take flight.
And to come back into this a little confused about the buy here. Actually, yeah, I'm seeing it now. There's 4 rifles, but a quick hit actually from Guild on towards, and there's bodies from Alliance on C site here to stop this.
To see the impact this TP potentially has. Draken gets noted, sent packing, can't do as much as he'd like with it, and again, I'm keeping my eyes on the spike because the late in the round hits are just keeping these rotations super fluid. Safe's in a little bit of trouble, but no one there to really put him out of the newfound misery. And I'm looking at Draken finding
again.
Space, and I'm looking at that spike now moving its way back around towards C. He kind of needed to win that fight. You can see them now. I'm waiting for a kill to come in. They've been spreading the defensive side thin, but they haven't been able to capitalize on any of these rotations or players being out of place, which seems to be the most logical instance of what you want to try and achieve here. However, Spike again, where is it going? Back towards A now.
Well, yeah, Safe has sat on A site the entire time. He's been spamming his spy cam to give that audio cue away to XMS. Actually, Leo going to catch Hype, and I think that's going to give away all the clues they need. Draken again lurking outside Garage. Alliance have got to be wondering what the hell is going on, but the spike plant, audio cue going to give the information away now. Actually, a straight up 4v4 in the post plant here, but players staggered across the map here.
Off your feet!
The investment coming out. Safe, though, going to find Kata in the meantime. Spike continuing to tick. Okay, information now free-flowing. They still need to start going on these kills. Safe is still here, and he is patrolling. He is controlling this approach. Leo looking for a way forward, but it's Safe to greet them at the door. That's a 1-for-1 trade, not bad. Numbers beginning to favor Guild, but the time. Got to keep your eyes on this now. That becomes a huge element. XMS can do something, but not enough. Leo finds him in the end, and this game is just going back and forth now.
There's Guild clawing back once again. Brings it within a 1-round difference now, and eyes toward Alliance. Their economy, Lucka, anyone that's really struggling. Not sure if we're going to see somebody drop out. Maybe drop onto a light armor. Actually, even if Hype does, to be honest with you, you've got to prioritize the utility there on defense for Killjoy for sure. So Lucka going to bring a Bucky back into this one. Again, I'm loving the variance to Alliance's defensive setup here.
I mean, they've been taken on a tour around this map, considering the way that Guild are approaching this. They better be kind of quick on their toes here. XMS wants in, though. Oh, that's great work from him, just threading the needle. And look at this aggression elsewhere on the map, coupled with Fearoff pushing up towards A long. And you can just see the damage that's been done. That is how you pick apart a default, and then some. It takes some darn skill of that. And now the swing from the left side would be wonderful if that comes out. It does. Great work from Hype. All the attention towards Fearoff, and Hype trades in effectively. And now Leo left in a 1v3.
The timing on that pinch on both sides of the map there, the A-Long and Garage pinch, beautifully timed. And they find value on both ends of it, Lauren. Right there, I mean, Guild are scrambling to return one of those kills, trade one of those kills out. But like you said, they're spread so thin on the default, they haven't got the bodies to throw at it. And right there, I mean, it's even if you do get the trade, you don't really garner any control for it.
We'll be able to get a spike plan out of this. And Alliance, you kind of just have to leave them to this, right? We know the Guild will be everywhere around the map. Spike will be going down on C, and I want to see the utility kit. There's a little bit of utility with Leo that he could put into play, but he does get room to work. He doesn't know how much room. Could have potentially gone, on the Garage swing, maybe, but just has a little peek towards that CT side. All 3 players playing as a pack. This will have to be something sublime. Not going to get it. Hype, way too clutch this game so far. That should be 11 on the board now. Guild starting to, it is back and forth, but Alliance, they do have that little bit of a buffer now. And map point will begin to loom over Guild here.
Yeah, the pressure mounts. And to be honest, I mean, the way Alliance are playing this is fantastic. even the rounds Guild are kind of squeezing out. It's on the back of, you know, some of you're seeing popping that ult off, for example, them safe on that really, really delayed lurk on A site. They're not really looking convincing. Time around, Alliance once again showing a different look. They have the lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and the Rolling Thunder at their disposal.
Have we seen Kata on op yet?
Don't think so, no.
Okay. Well, as I said, this could be quite interesting, because I wonder if Kata's as, I guess, versatile with the way he wants to play this, or just simply post up on C and lock it out. It works either way. I do love seeing proactive oppers on the defensive side, just kind of showing presence wherever they go, but no opportunities being presented early on. As you can see, this default that Guild hold, and they're not afraid to play late. We are super aware of that by now. These guys will take their time as long as they want, kind of run the clock down, see if they can expend some of that utility from the defensive side, and once done so, substantially easier to make these site hits and pulling those rotations, hoping they get a better shot at taking site control. But for now, it actually looks like a mid build coming out here. That's interesting, and considering we've got XMS and a turret, both towards B at the moment, Yassine's going to be... Actually, he comes out better than XMS in that. Yeah. I kind of expected it the other way around, but XMS taking a bit more of a dangerous angle on it. But look at this burst potential from Guild. Zero hesitation, flooding in towards the site, and now it's under control.
And the problem comes, Kata in a position where they've got to retake with that operator. Not sure if he's able to get to a body and swap out, but Fioroth going to solo challenge in from A-Link here. Bonkar waiting with a Spectre close by. Yeah, how they're going to find a consolation kill. Here already you're seeing going to come hunting down A long. Whether or not he's gifted another exit frag, wait and see. Managed to actually slip in away from all of them. They're still hunted to. I mean, as soon as Yassine doesn't find him on A here, they're going to have a decent idea he's reset back to spawn.
The audio cue on the right, Draken on the left. Sadly, no escape. And as said, these answers are coming in, and as soon as it feels like Alliance might, you know, string a couple together, there is a quick reply. So, this game, both teams now achieving double digits, of course. Now, the economy is in a bad spot for Alliance in this round, though. They could have, you know, Lucka could have bought, maybe XMS could have gotten something a little bit going on, but this is going to be Sheriffs, maybe the Bucky coming out. And Guild should technically win this round, considering the full purchase they now have. But where do they put themselves here? Because, as said, you've got to feel out for those stacks. You've got to be worried about these kind of aggressive plays. It's a 5-play towards A right now for Alliance. They are super invested into this.
Cage triggered.
Oh, indeed, as actually elsewhere, Guild not really put out any feelers. I'm looking specifically about Bonkar. I mean, the recon bolt was destroyed. You can see them now kind of leaning away from it. Safe going to find a little bit of pressure. And on the back of this, you can see now. Swing all the way onto C site, and it's wide open. They're still very hesitant to come on, though. Kata will find that once Safe falls.
It's a gun. Do they have any armor at all? I guess Kata has light, so...
Yeah.
Whether or not you want to try and spread the wealth, I guess, is something. But still, Guild have the spike down. They have all the information needed. It's a 3-2 split on the retake. 2 down long, 3 through garage. Yassine now joining Fioroth, but Leo's already found Lucka, so that avenue of approach gets cut down, and you can see Guild just kind of building this wall, not really allowing much step towards this retake by any means.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder, I mean, we'll talk about that afterwards, as you're seeing a clean up Kata here. XMS and Hype. Just going to try and play exits. They're going to die out to the spike here. Don't panic, chat. Do not panic.
Panic.
Oh my god, they're going to die to the spike.
Or Leo, apparently. Just feed the beast. Alright, Guild are back. All fair, all square, all even. And now we start getting into the, you know, sweaty palm area. This is where things get a little bit more dangerous for both sides, you've got to feel.
I do want to just come back to that Rolling Thunder. Leo throwing that out into garage there, I guess, anticipating, you know, the majority of Alliance to be positioned there, but right there, a lesser purchase, and this time around, again, Alliance buy back into this. They have the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury, but I can't help but feel the Rolling Thunder was a little bit of an overinvestment there, especially with this scoreline, right? It's a massive ultimate to invest effectively in trash time, right? Post plant, and there's not a huge disadvantage to you. They still had long control. I feel like they could have reset there. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see if it is a factor, but coming into this, speaking of ultimates, everything in the arsenal for Alliance except for XMS. He's only one away.
Okay. Alliance, you got to kind of put the foot down here because Guild are building back. They're going to have that little bit of momentum building with them, starting to feel themselves. Already kind of taking that mid control, a little bit of a quicker pace. Now, last time XMS got outdone here, but we do have a different player. The flash could have been... The timing was a bit off, but it's Lothar to save. As Yinsu does go down on the other side of things, so they've lost a bit of that initial punch, and this bit of a scrap in middle has drawn 3 players here from the defending side. Now, you can see the adjustment from the attacking side to go towards Garage, but Draken finding Lothar, again, maybe a little excessive on these peaks, but they want in. Cabot finds Draken, and now you can see the quick swing from Leo. This is a bloodied battle in middle. Both teams digging in their heels. They don't want to give this up, but it does leave it in a 3v2 in favor of Alliance. They still have presence on B. They've got a deep play towards A. Going to probably play retake on that if they have to. You can see already
I like
safe.
that there.
Yeah, just biding his time.
Yeah, didn't peek onto the recon bolt and didn't shoot it either. Now, that's obviously the 2 ways that you can get that information with Sova: if somebody pops the recon bolt or is pinged by it. Now, though, Fearoth, you get another one back in 10 seconds. Still has 2 shock darts. They have the lockdown and Hype positioned here, so this is going to be difficult. Bonkar does have the Hunter's Fury to counter.
Oh, the swing. This has to be big from Bonkar. It's a 1v3. He's only got so much time to do as much as he can. Already going to get this towards halfway. They're just going to sit this. Bonkar tries to deny, but it does absolutely nothing. Diffuse comes in. Alliance get to map point.
Match point.
Yeah, and really, I mean, that one could have gone either way. Safe just unfortunately doesn't pick up that first kill. I feel like if he gets the first, potentially, you know, makes Alliance hesitate and maybe wait out the lockdown to run the clock down. I hate the fact I just said that out loud, but I'm going to stop talking now.
Got it. 11 to 12. It's eyes towards Guild. It's the last shot of this one. I'm looking at Fearoth too here. What is your plan? Already Yassine's just going to fly through, take sewer control. Mid-aggression coming out from Alliance as well. This is bold play. You've got XMS probably in Garage. You've got the 2 players coming up through middle. They're in towards window. And look how much room Yassine has gotten. They were going for a C play. But now as soon as they swing back around, there could have been problems. No, Leo! He bails them out. Imagine what could have happened. That was a disaster in the making, but Leo so conscious to still check on the play that could have come out through middle. And they're doubling down on this. 2 more players are walking mid-window. Guild are probably left baffled by this sort of play. Must have heard a sound cue, but Bonker's waiting. He has to get at least a frag out of this. He's surely postured for one. He decides to go on the first. He could have waited, been patient, but no. He wanted that kill on XMS. Now Fearoth catching the cross, though. That spike now lost. That's a problem. Now he's looking for the fight towards the back of Garage. He gets it on Draken. And now the 2v2. Fearoth is doing heavy work here. Can he get the info? Yes, he can. Okay, one more on site, but where's that last? Yassine still trying to work his way around, thread the needle. Fearoth wants this fight. Lothar now trying to clear up long. They've got to know he's behind him. He's got to know there's a problem. There's still going to be an issue now. It's all going to come down to Lothar in a 1v2. Oh, he gives it up. And Guild make it on towards going to OT.
Switching sides.
Wow. What a round there. Again, just the domino effect. I love the initial aggression. I actually love the fact that Alliance doubled down on it, but on the flip side, Guild anticipate further aggression from Alliance. Fearoth almost flipping that round on his head.
I just wish that final decision, you know, the kind of process of elimination. He had his own player coming up long. If they could have worked out just where Yassine was, even, you know, just a little bit of that, it could have done them wonders. But again, credit to Yassine, though, for finding that space.
Absolutely. I mean, at the same time, Lothar maybe, I guess, I don't want to say a little misuse of the Rolling Thunder, but wait out the plant there if they could play it any safer. Fearoth's obviously in a one-and-done spot. He needs to make something happen from there. So this is an unfortunate circumstance. A little warning flash sent out to Garage. Not sure if actually didn't get it back away from swinging on that, but Alliance as 4 are about to walk onto an open B site. The Owl Drone gonna give away a position. Actually, Leo still found that kill onto XMS. I'm not sure if that was mid TP or what, but it's caught up in the middle of it, and they will lose one for it.
Well, Kata, the angle could have been so good, but he's just catching up Flash at the same time as Safe. He's outnumbered. Bonka's found Lucka. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? Finally, Kata goes down. It's Draken bailing them out of that. And now Fearoth and Hype have to do something huge in this, and they're going to have no shot at it. Hype now on 30 HP. He's got 4 players to find. Diffuse is being sacked. Guild coming online when it matters. First round on the board in OT now. They've got to get 2 to complete it and move to map 2 with the advantage.
Match point.
Again, just this is so back and forth. So back and forth, this map. Guild now on the brink, closing it out. See, once again, a slight variation this time around to defensive setup, but C site wide open. Not sure if Hype is going to reset over that direction after setting his utility up. You can see the turret on B site. It's going to spot the walkout here and the alarm bot in garage. Back up XMS.
It's brazen. Look at this from Draken, though. There's no one here. Yeah, there's a quick swing from garage, but absolutely no one playing C. Be a good start. Smoke giving away the intention, but they still can't get there by the time they take sight.
It's wide open. I don't know if this is Guild just having like the best RNG ever, but they're finding these gaps after no pressure whatsoever, and they punish it every single time. They're walking onto open sites. A 5v5 post plant here, Lauren.
I don't know if I can call a wide open site a gap. That is just a chasm at this point. Alliance probably a little frustrated at this point, kind of staring down the barrel of the gun, and they got to play this back in. Keep in mind, there's gonna be a lot of utility still left with Guild. The late flank almost happened. Hype able to make 2 out of that. The trades come out effectively, and now the 1v1. Kata against Leo, and Alliance just about stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. It's difficult, really, to spot what the what's swaying the decision there. What's leading them into these setups? Again, I've credited them for showing variance, and right there, I mean, when a team is switching up this much on defense, it makes it so difficult to attack against. You basically have to, take every round as a blank canvas, right? You have to look for that early round utility use, find some sound cues, explore parts of the map. But once again, I mean, fantastic retake. I mean, it comes down just literally in synchronous, those trades back and forth. It comes down to the 1v1, but really, really strange to see that once again.
It is a little curious. I'm going to be very honest with that. However, Alliance stabilized. Maybe the retake just more favorable for them. Maybe they feel that's a better option. Who knows? For now, Alliance do take their way through towards garage. They get that control. They have the one play split towards long. And Kata just beheads Draken with absolutely no chance of reply. Safe's in trouble. He's all alone, isolated, can't make it away, blinded, just baffled. And Kata is just adding insult to injury now. Still going off. Still fighting, refusing to lose. Alliance putting up numbers when they need him most.
Bonkar finds himself in a 1v5. The showstopper going to keep him honest for the time being. Utility to play with, but not an awful lot of space as Alliance come through to try and close this out. XMS will fall. The fault line in response going to slow down Bonkar even further.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, another peek comes through. Close, actually, with a wall bang, but Kata cleans it up. 4K on the round for him. And they respond back in convincing fashion, Lauren.
Switching sides.
I mean, Kata did, sure. Just wild. Like, the beheading of Draken, that's one. Flies in. He gets a, not necessarily a freebie. Like, look at this flash. That was just great timing on it.
Perfect.
And then this is just filth. Puts down an aid. Good work. Okay, let me just adjust real quick. Bye. Like, that's impeccable play. I'm thoroughly impressed with Kata in that. Now, coming in, Alliance will be on map point, essentially. They need to double down, though.
They do, and now, I mean, Guild on the back foot. We'll see if we see a slower approach this time around. Speaking of slow approaches, XMS already pretty deep on C long. Draken taking a little bit of damage. Kept honest for the time being.
He's walking the smoke. He's about to walk the smoke. Oh, look, I know the NA audience is waking up. You don't need to start doing NA plays. Walking those smokes like an absolute criminal. Already gets one big info found too. That's not bad considering they've been kind of playing behind the 8-ball on that. But Guild continue to build here. They do have a late lurk towards middle in the form of Safe, kind of just trying to keep that territory safe. I hate myself too, don't worry. But he has actually found Kata. Now that's huge, and he's even expecting the pressure on A-Long. This is a really big bit of play from your lurker here. Just ensuring safety, making sure that no one's going to come on that flank. The timing. Lurker can clear this, but a lot of this pressure comes down to Fearoth over towards C-Long. Even if they do manage to find Safe, they still have that 3-play hit up C-Long.
I like the fact that Alliance are exploring elsewhere on the map after that initial pressure shown. Lucka does clean up Safe
30 seconds left.
in mid. Fearoth, actually, yeah, the pivot is fantastic. As soon as that pressure comes through, Guild explode onto C site. One by one, pick them apart. Guild will tie it up once again.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Back to a full reset. I guess a safe pair of hands is not enough for Guild there, Lauren.
No, and I'm glad the first map was nice, or match was nice and quick, because I feel like we're going to get this a lot. This is map 1. So, buckle yourself in. It's a nice warm-up to, 100 Thief Sentinels later. Just a nice little, appetizer. Certainly a good game as well from Kata. Hype, impressing your scene, and Safe having a really good performance too. The way they're approaching it has been fantastic. However, we dive back in with Alliance on the attacking side, and Guild on the defensive side. Now, you're seeing looking like he's going to be the first one put to... Oh, the timing on that. Really harsh to handle, and Kata again going to continue where he left off with just simple excellence. Safe trying to actually stay unchecked, but Kata, the man's got just absolute spidey sense at this point. Look at this side take.
And actually might catch it with the paint shells there. Now, actually, a little bit of damage went through onto Leo, but... okay. Well, the second one looked, didn't do an awful lot of damage there. Bonkar able to get in and make use of his utility a little early on this time around. Leo actually going to swing out of Garage preemptively before the spike even went down. Bonkar, last man standing. 1v3 once again. The fault line comes through. Is perfect. Fearoth going to clean it up, but Alliance again showing a brute force execution onto C site. Yassine, unfortunately, hops up onto the step. The timing, heartbreaking to see it. That really, I mean, just left the door open for a split second, and Kata is able to punish.
Okay, we go again. Alliance on map point. They need the conversion. Timeout being called. Maybe just to discuss options, what they need to do here for either side. I almost went a bit Sean Connery there. I don't know what happened, but the thing is that if people are still new to watching FPS games like this, when it gets to OT, it almost becomes its own micro game. It goes out of what mattered in the regular rounds. It becomes such a crazed, almost different look at how the game plays out. So I do want to see how these teams continue to do this. Again, for now though, we're almost back underway here. The pressure's on Guild, right, Poc? How do they get out of this now?
I mean, we talk about overtime, and actually pace change is the biggest thing that can play to your advantage. Guild again trying to explore Garage in the early round. A different setup from Alliance this time around. Utility wise, I keep looking through it. Hype got a number of different looks. I've been really impressed with it so far on Haven. But Guild will reset. It's just Fearoth to hold down A long this time. Does spot out a barrel there. There's a few bullets in. That's going to pull the rotation. Two members peel away from B now. Fault line sent through sewers just to keep Guild honest for the time being. The Aldrone going to get it up actually, but a hit comes through regardless.
I'm looking at where Yassine gets to, and if he goes unchecked, he is going unchecked. He gets the first fight, but look at this Guild again, just powering on through. A 2-for-1 trade out. Kata's on the side, but he gets outdone by Draken this time. The heavy hitter's gone. Maybe this is the chance for Guild to actually get back on the board now. Spike planted, 2 to play back in. Hype and XMS. And XMS is a way off. Hype just wants in early. Gets safe and makes a touch of damage, but not that much. Looking to pop out the turret, maybe get some more information. XMS hyper aware of the potential of a lurk, but no one's actually on this. It's all three towards site. XMS needs to be pivotal in this already. Hype's gonna hop down, but...
He's gonna hop down and die.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Oh. Okay. Now, are production toxic enough to run the replay on that? That's the real question. I dare you. Okay, good.
All right, first to 17. Offering up a kindness. They're like, no, we'll...
Why is it always Haven, man? It's always Haven. Every time we're casting a Haven game.
You got plans? Not anymore. Safe.
Nah.
Walking C long, that's a freebie. It's a good bit of play, though. I actually like that. Being proactive in this as well. Very varied approach, too. We've had a couple of other players kind of playing proactively towards C long, but the Cypher going down there is a pretty ballsy play. But while this happens, Alliance are walking mid. Now, they should be able to take side control, not necessarily for free. You do have Leo kind of jiggle peeking the corner. I think he's seen enough or felt enough. I'm not sure what the plan is. He's just peeled away. Maybe the timing's atrocious. Or he's still watching CT side. Has he seen something here or just felt that?
I think Hype spotted him because you can see the ping come through and the voice line, but Leo now resets. This is actually a really nice reset here. He might get the first. He does. XMS will fall. One creeps up towards heaven. Jumps back across. Leo got to be very careful here. And actually, the Owl drone coming up. Does that spot it? Safe can actually swing back all the way here. Leo and Safe find kills. Look, this is a fantastic round from Guild to peel away from this B site pressure. Hype, the last man standing now. All to do in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
And now it's gotten a lot worse. And actually, no, even worse. Again, I think this one's all but over. Yeah, Leo, I want to talk about that because Leo falling away from that B site then, well, he wasn't even in B site, excuse me. He was kind of on the connector between. I don't know if he heard something, heard a step, saw something, saw just like a pixel, but the fallback hit, and still just, as I said, just that jiggle peek, just to be able to see even a pixel out of place, was perfect. He made them work so hard to get even near him.
Yeah, it was really nice. Like I said, as we were on board with Hype, I know he pinged through to A-Link there, so I'm guessing he spotted Leo, but you're absolutely right. The fact that Leo spots out the creep onto B site and resets in the way he did really was how that one swung back in Guild's favor. Once again, though, look at C site, Lauren. It's wide open for the taking. This mid push, Safe gotta find this one. He will. Shuts down Kada. Expects the second, but maybe didn't hear the creep into window. All the meanwhile, Guild walk up onto C site.
Safe has been phenomenal at catching these like cheeky flanks, these kind of aggressive plays where they've been doing these site hits. He did this really well before. I think he eventually lost out, but at that, I think to Lucker at that point, but he's already done his job and then some. He still needs to keep track on C-Long, but time's beginning to dwindle. Alliance now staring down the gun. This isn't looking good. Guild with that map point in the pocket, and Alliance not getting much step back here. Hype trying to work up C-Long, but there's no quick fight to be had. They're playing the site itself. Information now should start flowing, but it's Fearoth to find Leo, and here comes the hit. Bonkars to be the one to try and keep track on Long. Fearoth still doing work, but Draken on the trade, and now just Hype left alive. And it is Draken to close. Guild rip it away from Alliance, who felt like they were on that map point for so long. So many opportunities presented themselves, but Guild unrelenting in this.
Yeah, and I got to come back, you know, on both sides of the coin there for Alliance and Guild. C-Site presenting a glaring problem, just a huge hole. And both times, you know, especially in overtime, teams were able to read it. I mean, we talked about, you know, Guild on defense showing some conditioning towards the bottom of C-Long, and it's finally Safe that capitalizes on that in overtime, walks down, finds that kill on the Owl Drone, but really weird. Again, I'll have to go back and take a look to see what exactly were the conditions of A, leaving it open, and B, going to explore it time and time again.
Okay, look, there's a lot to still be said about this match, and honestly, I want to take a break for a second, because that was a decent amount of OT, and that's only map 1. We still have, if I'm not mistaken, it's Split next, and then Ascent if required. So there's a lot more to be seen in this matchup between these two already. Big statements being made, big individual plays, but overall, that OT run is something to break down. So I want the analysis desk as much time as they want on this, hopefully. So we're going to head to a break, and when we're back, they'll be breaking it down for you guys at home.
to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
back to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where Guild have just edged out Alliance on Haven. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. Guys, name a more iconic duo than Alliance, Haven, and OT. It's not a duo, it's a trio, really, but that we're seeing a lot of that. Mitch, why did you think that went to OT in the first place? And why did it get so close to the wire? Because a few times Alliance really could have closed that out.
Yeah, definitely. There were a couple of big things that Guild did there that worked really, really well. I have to highlight Safe and Yassine in particular, the two of them, whether it's Yassine in the early round taking space, those blast packs to get up in your face, the ultimate usage he had, even down to lineups. I've never seen someone, while the smoke is down in heaven, blast pack up the last second of their ultimate and perfectly line it up to go right into the back of heaven. That was fantastic and definitely caught XMS off guard in that play. And there's a bunch of different moments, though, for me where I was looking at Safe. Yassine is kind of easy to look at, right? He's having these really flashy plays, he's getting these kills, and he's making space. You can see that in the amount of, I'm sure, first bloods and first deaths that he will have had. But when I look at Safe, that's where I really was impressed. This guy is patient. He was cutting off rotations. Like, aside from being the normal soldier in a lot of these rounds, he was the guy that was waiting for the mid pushes, getting the A aggression, and really shutting down a lot of the active map control that Alliance were looking for. And there's more to that than just the kills that you get. It's also playing into the minds of the enemy, where they don't want to push anymore and take that control, because what if Safe's waiting for them, right? And then that map control they want turns into a man disadvantage and no information.
Well, just on that map control point and also utility usage, Lothar, what did you spot from that map between these two teams?
I really liked how Alliance played on attack. The usage from Lothar and his utility is something that I was really looking forward in this map. He's consistent with it. He knows what he's doing with those flashes. It enables so many of his teammates on the attack, but unfortunately, that's not something that mattered a lot on the defense, because I feel like Alliance was just not fast enough on the rotations when they actually get informations of what's happening in the round. There were many occasions where there's a call from one of the sides, from A or C, like, you know, they're both heavy flanks, that there's some movement, and I don't see anyone from the other side of the map trying to cover the bases of the people that are rotating off site. So there's typically like a big hole in the defenses of Alliance on Haven when it comes to that, and I feel like that's one of the most important aspects of Haven. The map is so complicated. You need to have a very mobile defense line that knows what to cover when your teammates are trying to rotate and get a little bit more like enforcement on one side. So that's a very big thing for Alliance to fix. But I also wanted to say, I don't know if you guys remember the previous match. First map was 24 minutes, second one was 34 minutes, 58 minutes in general. This map, just this map, was 1 hour and 2 minutes.
I mean, yeah, that's really a testament of how insanely dominant Acend were earlier, of course. And yeah, OT and Alliance, I think they need to get out of that habit. But it's not over yet. We are moving on to Split. But looking at both of these teams' recent records on this map, Mitch, it doesn't really favor Alliance.
No, I said it when we were in the pre-show that if I'm thinking about Split, that's where I'll give Guild a pretty big advantage. And that's not just off the FPX game that we saw yesterday, where they got trashed on map 2 and 3, but map 1 13-10, which was Split. But it's also looking further back at their history and just how they play this map. I'm always impressed by them on the defensive side. I think that they make great use of their now Sage swap from what they were trying originally being a Viper. And overall, I feel like this is the strongest map in Guild's pool when I look at the regularly played ones. Now, when I look at Alliance, it's not quite the same thing. Yes, they beat Liquid here. They beat Ballista. But that game versus Diffuse yesterday, it highlighted a lot of problems, a lot of flaws with this map and how it's approached, whether it's in early round or clutch positions. They lost 13-4. And after that very demotivating loss, it's going to be tough to come up against what I think is Guild's strongest map and come out on top.
Well, Lothar, Guild had a very specific game plan against FPX yesterday on this map, but Alliance don't have the same playstyle. So what are you expecting from Guild going into this?
I expect something that I see in the stats, very slow attack speed on the split. They actually do plant in the late rounds, and that's something that we have seen FPX actually fail with, right? And I hope that maybe Alliance will try to counter that with not really using the utility on the defense early on the run, so they can just delay the plants as long as possible. That was the crucial thing actually that Guild did to win that one map against FPX, and I feel like that can transfer. They can transfer that knowledge to Alliance basically as a tip, you know. So that's one of the things I might be expecting from both Guild and Alliance. Also worth mentioning is that Guild is actually very, let's say, rooted in the way they play defense on a split. The bunker is always playing on the A side. And trying to defend it from side or from elbow. He barely moves from there. And then we see Safe practically always being rooted to B when he has the control of that with his utility, sometimes moving always to Heaven on A to utilize his trap wires on vents. But in general, the game plan when they are on defense is easily readable. Now the question is, will Alliance answer that with good utility usage from their own agents to destroy that those informations that are being gathered by the Cypher?
Well, Mitch, do you think that is the answer for Alliance? That is the thing that they need to do if they want to drag this out of map 3?
See, there's a lot to be said about Guild, really. Obviously, the answer of winning split, yes, it's necessary. But if we're looking at how Guild prepare for games, they're a team that are not afraid to mix up their setups. Yes, they have tendencies that they'll move towards, but we saw it even in trapwire usage in the previous game versus FPX. There was some random usage back over towards a site, like actually putting them on the site, allowing full control to FPX, and then reacting afterwards. And a couple of these things can throw a spanner in the works, right? If you come in prepared for setup A, setup B can completely blindside you.
Well, let's head into Agent Select now for Split and see what team comms both of these teams are going for. Like I said, we've already seen both of them play recently, so I'm not expecting anything crazy for them to change it up. Although definitely not on Guild side, right, Lothar? Like they need to stick to what they know.
Well, in the last 6 splits split maps that I have seen so far, they played Breach, Omen, Sage, Cypher, Raze. And now I'm kind of looking at Yasin. Will he pick that Raze or will he was hovering over Jet? Now they have to stick to what they know, right? So there's a little bit of trolling as usual in the Agent Select to confuse us and try to like botch up what we have prepared. See, it literally said it. Now Yasin is on Jet. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, right? It's a good combo with Bunker, with the Breach. It has so many usages on the split when you're just gonna go in with that flash. Something that you can also do with Raze, but it's way easier to do with Jet. But here we go. That's Yasin on the Raze. On the Alliance side, well, Mitch, any surprises for you?
Well, I never like to comment on the hovers because everybody just hovers random agents when it comes into this stage. I would be surprised if they deviate from the plan that we saw in the last game versus Diffuse. They swapped out the Brimstone that we'd previously seen, but obviously new lineup coming in. XMS has been playing that Omen for quite a while, so it makes sense for him to be taking that, plus the power of Paranoia. You are trading out post-plant utility, right? If you're playing the Brimstone, you have your Molly. It's very, very valuable for slowing pushes and playing post-plants, depending on your side. But I feel like that Flash is still the strongest in the game, hands down. So to give that up is it's something that's tough to do. And really, for both of these teams, yeah, they're sticking to what they know. They're coming in and playing setups that we're familiar with. And really, what I'm interested in is the round-to-round, right? When we open things up, how are they going to be approaching it? Because when I look at these comps, they're very similar. You're going to see a real scrappy map. I wouldn't be surprised if both halves end up coming out evens pretty much on 6-6. We could go to 17-15, let's say.
Well, speaking of 17-15, I know Hypoc and Pansy both absolutely love an OT, so I do hope this goes into the triple figures. Let's see.
Thank you. We've already had a spam made up about Hypoc wanting to go to bed pretty soon, so that's just cruelty. But maybe a little ambitious, I feel. Maybe I'm overly reading to Guild's performance against FPX recently on Split. Maybe not. What are your thoughts on this? Because I've got to say, for me, I was impressed. I was thoroughly impressed with what they did, and it looked solid. If it's repeatable, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, we can look back at the FPX had a horrible start to that series, right? And the fact that Guild were able to squeeze out the win I would kind of credit that more to an uncharacteristic performance from FPX on this map, to be honest. I mean, looking back to Alliance versus Diffuse, they got rolled on Split, right? And again, that was a hell of a performance individually from a few players on Diffuse, but maybe we can lean into that a little bit in terms of why we're here. I mean, map record-wise, again, lifespan, we've got a question with Alliance, not been around too long, but Split is a good map for Guild. Again, look towards Yassine, look towards Bonkar to be the playmakers here. We get underway, actually, straight away, see Kada throwing down that wall on A main to try and prevent a rush out. The spike is positioned over here, and actually everybody from the side of Guild gonna lean over here. Might even see, actually no, they don't. Do they have the wall to counter? They do indeed. Yeah, Leo does have the wall available.
You've got to be ready with this sort of stuff because Leo does something very similar on their side as well. Now, away we go. It was Leo and Safe in their previous series on this map that had outstanding performances. Yassine showed off as well, and he might be doing it again. A little bit of a glimpse in towards Heaven. They're aware of it. The sound cue gives away the potential of it. Spike to be planted open towards the front of sight. Draken falls away. This plays in. I'm pretty sure the Sage is off towards the side. Yassine with one, but the trade comes in.
Ooh.
Alliance triple down on this. Hype and Kata finding frags. Keep Guild now in their pocket. Draken and Safe. Big disadvantage, and keep in mind, Draken is still kind of walled off here. He's committed to the other side of the wall, but he is buying a bit of time, keeping their focus here. Maybe Safe is able to do something with this. Two players coming back through from screens. Finds... Oh, found one, but the second just evaded. 22 HP on Draken, not going to get it. Alliance. Oh, played coming back in.
Yeah, nice cleanup there again. Draken had to play timing on that again. Has to assume they don't know he's behind the wall, but Alliance cautious in their approach on that retake nonetheless, and clean up very nicely. Like I said, the wall going down, they did lean away a little bit from A main, but the important thing to note there, didn't get too overzealous, stopping this push come through from Safe. Let's find that one kill, but again, it's just the strength in numbers here. Split into two duos, they're able to take both fights very cleanly.
Absolutely. Now, I'm trying to roll my mind back as well as to what impressed us, but it is hard to kind of compare the results in a way, as said, even if they had a strong showing against someone like FPX, and FPX do have this as a home map, it doesn't necessarily translate to having a good performance against Alliance. We're yet to see. An Alliance, it wasn't like they were sloppy in the previous map, they did make it to OT as well, so pretty close performance. Obviously, Guild happier with the result. Luckily going to get a little bit of a tag, plenty of info. Forced away now. Anyone to play in with him? It does look as though the raise is there, so Fearoth on the swing finds Yassine, and that mid control being 4-4, but again, we have seen Europe predominantly kind of leaving mid relatively open, holding the kind of choke points that lead through either over by ropes or towards the back here where Fearoth is, maybe towards the rafters as well on B site itself.
The Guild going to slow down altogether on the back of Yassine falling. Maybe anticipating a little bit of presence, a little pressure, I should say, coming out from Alliance here, but they're going to hold strong for the time being. 3 over towards B, and it's Hype and Kata to hold down A site. Again here, I mean, with these two players over towards A, bait out a little bit of presence. They want to sell this fake, because the Spike's heading up through May. I'm not sure if they're going to revert back towards ropes here, but
I have no clear towards Heaven on 20 seconds. I hate this hit already from the attacking side. I really don't know what the end goal is. As said, you've got 13 seconds and you're just taking ropes. You're just hoping, what, you just get a freebie? Yeah, and now with the cage, this is all for nothing. Yeah, you're not going to get away with this sort of play. They're not going to walk into you up on pistols. They are way more reserved than this. Again, yeah, you might get a 1 kill here. That's it. They did not get anything they wanted. Guild were looking for potential picks, people to overstep, peek in. You're not going to get that against tier 1 teams. They're not going to play to your tune.
No, really, and I mean, it's difficult in that scenario. You try and force the issue, you potentially, you know, run into a 4v2 or 4v3 or whatever, but right there, just, I guess, waiting on that cooldown on the heal for so long in mid was what really lost them the round. Here, we're going to see Alliance carry over some of the lesser weaponry into this one, so they're going to play out with the bodies they did survive in the previous. Bonkar actually down on a Bulldog. Again, that's probably because he purchased 4 flashes.
Look at this. So for the first couple of rounds, they've been pretty absent in middle.
Five of
But now,
them.
exactly, look at this response. Now, maybe Guild have already learned their lesson, so they don't really want to go for this. But they will be able to clear mid. You can see the peak. They're starting to get a little interested. There's the peak. Sees nothing. This, if they hear that utility being thrown, this should spur them on. A little bit of more pace to it. And Safe, yeah, picks up the pace here. Does have to be careful in case there's anyone close by. There isn't. He's fine to move forward. This is a really good response from Guild after just hearing those sound cues towards middle to take A quickly and run the risk of potentially someone being in the corners, but they run through as a pack. They're fine. And I don't particularly mind the response from Alliance. It's a good read, but now they have to be at least well and truly prepared on this retake, which at least they get a step towards Pillar, but they need to find these players on the site.
Scene opens up onto Hype. The flash comes through. Actually, a big swing through elbow here. 3 kills go in favor of Alliance.
Not a safe
2
block.
in response, though. Yeah, not safe for them. They need to retake some control here. Draken going to explore elbow. What ticking away here? Kada will find Draken. Safe 100 HP still, so he can take this fight. The res comes through. Safe going to find one.
Oh,
He
Safe.
gets through. I love it so far. He does find the low HP one.
Oh, he's playing the time so perfectly. Safe is such a clutch
Beautiful.
player. There is no time at all. Expertly done by Safe, and we were singing that man's praise in the previous map, and I'm glad we get to carry that on now. The utilization of the smoke there, kind of dipping in, even with that res, not getting flustered, not feeling he had to force the issue. Played it perfectly, isolating one in that smoke, and then just doing the dance with him. There was no time for Lothar in the end. The kill, irrelevant to this, but expertly done by Safe.
Was indeed, but again, you got to look back. It's not going to matter too much again. Everybody dying, and really Bonkart, the only one that's going to have to settle for a Spectre. Alliance able to buy back into this 5 rifles on the board for them.
Guild re-exploring mid now, and Alliance on the other side. Feroth's going to back away from this, but takes a fair bit of flak for it too. Down to 60 HP. Has to fall away, and look at this fact-finding mission from Alliance, so this is kind of interesting stuff from them.
Indeed, as the wall goes down very deep, actually, man. It's going to give them a lot of control over there. And you can see them actually reset back off that. You're seeing going to pop the trap wire. Send a little bit of information over to Alliance, and actually going to draw XMS and Kada to prioritize this ropes hold. Stacked up. I'd be surprised if they dip in here. And that's, yeah, Kada going to come down solo. Bonkar waiting. You're seeing going to try and pivot back off this pressure here. XMS going to find the first. Full flash, though. He needs to try and get away. Wow, they didn't actually follow up on that one. The paranoia sent back out to keep him in check. Also, look at this, though. Aka tries to re-aggress through mid on the back of that. Leo is in position to punish it.
Safe, what can you do with this? Info towards CT, 24 seconds on the board. Spike en route. Uh-oh, they've lost their kind of gateway keeper towards the site itself, and now they're going to start struggling. 16 seconds. That Spike is going the long way around because they lost control, and now Screens has problems. You've already got them filtering through towards Pillar. That's 2 of them, though. Feroth's there as well. Oh, no, they're being surrounded. XMS called upon, can't answer the call. Spike planted with 4 seconds to spare, and Hype falls to Leo in the end, so both of these teams toe-to-toe now. You've got them both back and forth.
Actually, it switched. Guild really shining, I guess, in the desperation in the last 20 seconds of that round. Able to maintain composure and break through one by one. The res did go through, so obviously 3 survived with the weapons, but Bonkar and Safe once again. We're going to have it. Obviously, on the side of Alliance, it's going to be a scrappy purchase here. A couple of buckies on the board. Expect them to just hold close contact. Could look as if we've got a little bit of a B stack, but no, Feroth actually going to head back over towards A here. Guild actually leaning Sushi and Garage way, so might try and explode. We know how often Guild like to lean onto that showstopper you've seen for an early, quick play with it.
Double stack on the entry, though. Early utility trying to force them further back. Didn't quite find Hype, though, so he's still fine there. And you've got the Bucky crossfire. Not loving it. Maybe feeling out the stack there, or at least a bit of pressure. And falling back towards his middle play.
Yeah, and it's just really Lothar in position to greet them. The Bucky, you can see the ping on the ground. He's set in position. He's got the lineup for it. Open for it. Full damage right click. Again, though, Guild peel away from this, I guess, on the back of not seeing anything in mid, but Hype and Kada have stayed posted. They're still ready for this explosion.
Nothing elsewhere. You've got no reason not to. You've got two of your players posted up towards A as well. You might as well commit towards this. Hype gonna be holding this down. Flash comes in. He's fine. He just missed the chance. Oh, Yassine's absolutely done him. Now, there is still a player amongst them. There is Kada, the imposter, waiting this out. The wall's up, though, so he can't really make anything of this. Spike now down. The post plant. This retake's horrible for Alliance. Pistols, Buckies, bits and pieces. Guild start taking control now. 5 alive. Spike down. XMS just hoping for maybe a punish here, but not gonna get it.
Yeah, and like I said, the wall just splitting them perfectly. Right, just missing Yassine, the one to throw down the bait with the double satchel, and can't reset to find a kill. Coming through from Garage. Nice round, and actually not an awful lot of investment. They still kept ultimates there. They got the Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, the Neural Theft. On the Shadows, Leo gets 2 ore process back on his as well. Kind of Alliance though, they have the Showstopper of their own also. Viral solo in Mayo. I'm not sure we're going to see it this round. Again, it might have been a good shout. Again, yeah. Guild leaning heavily on mid in the early round.
Guild keeping it versatile though. Bit of a switch around. You're seeing happy to lead the way. Joined by Safe. Keep that rifle in the back lines just as a closer if required. Fear of feeling the pressure. Gonna swing on it. Oh, they're just not quick enough. Oh, Yassine and Safe there on the trade, keeping them locked down now. Luck are the only one to succeed, leaving Hype feeling pretty isolated. He does have support in CT, but now he's already dead and gone. XMS trying to avoid the body bag that his buddies have been put in. Spike going down. You can see Kada on the flank. This is not pretty by any means, and now it's just Kada trying to keep control, but there's nothing more to be seen. To play this one back in, he has no step to this.
A beautiful execution there. Again, lots thrown at this round, but Safe with the Neural Theft reveals XMS on that TP as well, so they know that they can pressure Hype. They know that they have the numbers advantage. Swing down from heaven. Oh, Kada stopped. Going to try and hold on to this Vandal. Safe actually on the hunt here. Try and close this out. But early progress shown, and Guild, I mean, you're right, it comes down to a really awkward fight there. Potentially able to shut down Yassine's Showstopper, but just couldn't close it out. Yeah.
Yeah, the pace he came in was pretty hard to handle, but again, that's kind of the pace you got to expect from these boys. Safe and Leo, as said, the two that I highlighted at the start of this game have been the ones posting numbers previously on this map specifically. And that's without taking into account what you're seeing Draken or Bonker can do. Keep in mind's eye towards if Draken gets that up going, if he fancies it, if Yassine starts, really finding space on that raise. It's a scary side to come up against. And 4-2 now, Alliance did get that good start. But now when the rifle round comes around again, a little bit of a problem with Hype. The money there just kind of shying away from enough to be able to get the rifle out, but maybe able to make something of what he's got. Triple stack towards mailroom this time, and again, this kind of hot and cold work from Guild towards middle. They either have, complete commitment or they're nowhere to be seen towards it.
But again, it's just that awkward back and forth where, Guild lean one way, Alliance lean the other. It was the same thing on Haven, right? When we talked about C site. This time around, Guild playing very deep in mid. The wall actually going to go down here and maybe going to send Kada and Fearoth to rotate elsewhere. At least Fearoth for the time being. Now, 50 seconds left. Guild do re-explore mid, and they're anticipating this wall's gone down to allow that rotation to come through. We're opening that up. Gonna draw Alliance back over. They need to re-investigate here. They can't leave it open. It's just gonna be one man. XMS holding on to heaven. There's a double stack in ropes, but this hit comes through fast. Ooh, Bonka heard that TP as well, I think.
I think so. Well, let's look at his timing. If they go towards heaven now, this is where it gets sketchy. That 2-play towards ropes could be a problem. Lucker's going to go try and find some info. He's found enough. Back away from that leaf Hype to try and take the first kind of close contact on this. Flash's exchange is completely blind, but keep in mind the time. 17 seconds. Lucker now recommitting. They saw him earlier, but now he gets away with it. Look at this time. 10 seconds. The Spike's trying to dash towards the side, but you still have XMS here. And he just has to be a presence, be a nuisance, and that Spike ain't getting planted. Bonker's trying desperately to get away with this. I don't know if he can. No, he gets denied. Cat with a huge pick up an Alliance. Stabilize when they need to.
Again, just it's so awkward to let the clock run down like that, because as soon as obviously the hit doesn't come through on B, there's no presence in mid after Alliance, like I said, had to re-explore that part of the map. They can almost read into the fact that there's no B hit coming. There's nothing mid, there's nothing in garage. They can preemptively rotate towards A, and they're in position to follow up on that first kill.
4-3 now. Spy gets a little upgraded for Alliance after working with a lot less in the previous. Hype still finding place to be able to get that gun looking much better. Falls away from ropes as we do see that guild attentive mid-play. As we've highlighted, it is that on and off decided God knows what by Bird. Fear off? Oh dear. He was just caught him by the heels and dragged him back, saying, oh, you're going to be held accountable for this. And that's a huge problem. You've lost your big presence on B. Yes, you have that double stack towards heaven, but now you're feeling a little vulnerable. You've lost that confidence towards playing this closely towards mid.
Alliance, actually, yeah, they want to aggress onto this and stop this. Pressure coming through. The paranoia has to get wasted. Lucker will find a kill through the smoke there. Yassine swings back on it, but Lucker finds his second. Safe now. Actually going to open up A site. XMS tucked in elbow, but the hit comes through onto B.
Great adjustment. Really good call from Guild to lean back towards this. It is still very feasible. Keep in mind that Safe is on that lurk. When won't he be? We'll never know. But XMS seemingly aware, but this fight, they just avoid each other. And actually, Lucker finding
That's a big kill.
Yeah, that's made a bit of a problem out of this because, as we highlighted, Safe ain't close by and that spike plant is not for him. The timing's going to be interesting towards heaven. Who gets the advantage on who? Now, I feel as though XMS, Shawley's attention would be turned. It just turned away from where Safe would be. And Luck is going to try and just pour it out towards side, but the corners aren't going to be checked. And that's where you're going to lose the round. Leo sat patiently waiting. And Guild come back in with another.
Dude, yeah, it's Safe miles away when that kill comes through, but unfortunately, I guess a little bit of hesitation on the side of Alliance to really force the issue onto site. There was definitely a door left open for them there. Lucker finds that kill in garage.
Thank you.
Now, actually, I mean, Alliance, look at it. A couple of sheriffs, a frenzy, and an A stack. And this is the stars have aligned, Lauren. Finally, both teams are stacked up on one side of the map, and it's the same map.
Okay, but wait, there is a problem. Yassine, he might ruin all of this. Unless they burst. Draken? Draken's just walked across this. What? Here we go. Suddenly, the problems start to mount, and there could have been a call. Hey, look, it's free over here, but no, Canna. He makes his appearance, his debut into the rounds. A 2 big pickup, and now Guild are in trouble in this. They've still got 5 players super present towards this. And I mean, you can't turn tail and run anymore. Guild needs to try and get out of there, but the spike's been swarmed. They've taken this over and Safe. Normally the man on the lurk just gets completely dumbfounded. And Alliance, as you said, right place, right time, finally.
You're saying we'll collect the orb, but knife out. He's not expecting XMS to continue clearing through, and Alliance pick up a thrifty round on the back of that A site stack. I mean, at first look, Draken, like you said, manages to creep his way up towards ramp, and Kata just swings on the back of that cyber cage, I guess, and finds 2 kills. And again, now just the immediate response now is, okay, instead of 4, let's send 5 this way. Yassine does have the showstopper. He is on top of the box, so it looks as if he's going to try and double satchel in here. And Bonkar set with a flash, so looking for a quick A execute, and Alliance have leaned the complete other side.
Yeah, look at this quick response. They're trying to fly over as quick as they... Yassine, it must be nice. finds XMS with so little info. Fearoth to try and cut between them. It's Draken's job to try and keep this ramp safe. A tricky angle to play on, but he's going to do his best. You can see how hard it is to aim like this, but he makes it look so simple. Buckies galore, everything's being thrown at him. He eventually does fall to Lothar. So that's a decent upgrade coming out here, but now it's just Fearoth and Lothar. Both positions had already been noted, so let's see what they can do with this.
And Leo holding on to Heaven control here. Going to be huge. It's going to create another angle for Guild to swing off. Actually, Bonkar going to find the first. Yassine swings, finds the second, and yeah, Guild like, okay, well, if 4 doesn't work, we'll send 5. And actually, Alliance just completely lean away, not anticipating Guild to re-aggress onto that A presence shown in the previous round.
So let's kind of talk about this as well, and I want to kind of put into context this scoreline makes it seem like a really close game, and technically it is, but Alliance did win the pistol, if I'm not mistaken, and converted the second, right? I think. It's hard to not have that recap on there, but I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
I should actually check on that, but I'm almost certain of it. But then since then you had that eco stack or, you know, sheriff upgrade stack. I mean, the way that Alliance are winning these rounds are the slippery rounds, right? The ones that are hard to kind of quantify, but they win them. And there's no discrediting to how they're winning it, but it's hard to be repeating that success. Whereas I feel Guild still have the better handle on this half.
Didn't agree with that. And this time around, actually, first time Guild have followed through on this mid presence. XMS actually posted with an operator and screens, and if Guild are able to split through Heaven here, it's going to be really difficult for him to isolate a kill. Like, maybe actually going to throw this Rolling Thunder through Garage. No, thinks twice of it. Back of that boombot and sent through. So again, Guild bait off a smoke as well out of XMS, and that's pretty huge considering he's playing with that operator. And yeah, Guild will opt to go for this rope split. One player on site now as well, which is Caddy. He's all the way behind Sign, so if he can swing off XMS's contact, this could work. They could hold on to this.
That's going to help matters. XMS just watching that cross is going to make things easier, but do they expect the split? Yes. Lothar loses that. Oh, but XMS just turns that off into a shotgun, looking OP more than anything. And now Guild with the res, though, back to 4. Overwhelmed eventually, and that's the side take. Leo with a huge shot. And now 10 seconds left on the board. The spike plant comes in, and this one is looking, again, just completely wrapped up.
Bonkar going to send the fault line through to Heaven, but straight on the bat, there you go, does find Hype, and last man standing, Fearoth creeping out rafters right now. Bonkar going to spot it out. Breaks line of sight for the time being. Doesn't have to peek onto this, waits for his teammate to come through. Fearoth's going to find the first. Bonkar then swings and trades, and a nice execution there from Guild. Again,
last round,
the pace change, just switching up. They explore it a couple of times. They don't overcommit. This time around, Yassine and Bonkar show a little bit of presence towards Mayo, and it just makes Alliance second guess.
Yeah, and to confirm, Lothar's on the stats, and I just had a quick look as well, is that yes, Alliance picked up the pistol, converted the second, then lost 4 on the trot, and then you saw, you know, the kind of weird force buy came out that they won on, or the sheriff buy that they won on that A stack. So I still want to highlight that Guild are winning the more standard rounds in this, which kind of makes me believe this is still a very strong performance for them. And Alliance, we're seeing their money's kind of in the bin. Already got a Judge coming out, a Bulldog coming out. This ain't pretty for Alliance, but they're going to try and make it work already. Here comes the investment. This could be huge. What? Draken got hype in that, but now luckily Fearoth's still there. This nade could be big, but look at these responses, just forcing the flashes out of them. That was a huge crunch there, trying to make it towards that B lobby, but I'm still amazed that there was that one op shot that came out again. Draken with that kind of 30-degree window, just making blind flashed all over the place. Lothar plucking the head off of Yassine's shoulders. He's in trouble now, though. It's pick your poison. Decides Bonker gets that one.
Safe has actually managed to slip his way through mid as well. Yeah, he might actually catch Fearoth.
Oh god,
yeah, double box.
How is no one thinking about this? There's zero thought to this. Oh, this is a freebie.
Oh my god,
this is an absolute freebie. Safe, doubling down. His lurking work on its own has been admirable. Every single time. Now, XMS might get the flank on him, but look at it. They've doubled into this. Yes, wait for the shot to come in the back. It's Leo finding XMS. And I am beyond impressed by Safe once again.
Switching sides.
Really, and the timing just perfect there. He spots the boombot, so he knows that Razor's nearby, even has the time to check Hell as well. Firos tries to send the showstopper into Garage to get a kill off that, but it's punished with the second. A convincing half from Guild. Again, Alliance able to squeeze a couple out, but...
Well, they've stabilized enough to give them a shot in this half, but they also need... with two teams that are even enough on caliber, they do need this pistol round, I feel. Because 4 rounds, again, is... Guild are basically... Well, Guild are 2 away from double digits, and at that point, unforced and forced error conversation comes in. So I feel as though Alliance do need this pistol, so we need to watch this very attentively. This is not going to be an easy one either. So, Alliance, it's on you to try and turn the tail here. Guild showing their presence towards middle, that'll be Leo, and towards mailroom, and this 3-2 split kind of mid with the 3-2 towards A.
Let's see. Cautious on both sides here. Guild not really flexing out anywhere for some early information. Alliance now finally, with 60 seconds left on the clock, gonna
Camera taken out.
Explore Garage. They've opts not to swing onto that. Yeah, actually conscious of the possibility of a second, but Firoth gonna find an opening on A. Yassine will fall, and the spike is over this side, so possibly an opportunity created here, but gonna send the paint shells out. That will drag Leo across here. They're going to hit the rotate here. It's going to be about 30 seconds left on the clock, but if they can stabilize, might get themselves 4v2, potentially 5v2 on B site. So, eyes onto Draken and Safe to hold this down.
Draken pressure now coming your way. Classic to hand, light armor as well. Spots the first, doesn't get a clean shot, goes back in on the second on a deeper angle, but no. 13 seconds, Safe dips into the smoke, finds some safety. 10 seconds now, Alliance putting up numbers. It's all on Bonkar, and he's pretty much a mile away. Alliance, they needed that, and they get it in style. 5 alive, flawless, spike planted. You could not ask for anything better.
Again, just immediately pivoting off that kill onto Yassine, anticipating the Guild are going to send one more over just to strengthen their hold on A site. Again, the paranoia from Draken was perfect, but I think Safe is a little closer. They can double swing onto that, but Draken's not in any scenario swinging onto potentially a 1v4. When he doesn't find the first, it's really difficult to then get a look back in.
Now it's the matter of keeping things clean. We have to keep our eyes just dedicated towards Alliance in this. Guild, it's that upset potential. They've gone for the 5-play stack. Don't mind it. Didn't mind it when Alliance did it. It worked for them. But it looks like Alliance are aware of this. There's not been as much subtlety here, but it looks like the ult orb has been collected, so a lot invested for that just in this round.
Alliance actually stay poised for Guild to push through, but now they try and reset a little bit. Bonkar makes his way all the way back over towards Mail. Actually, Alliance are going to re-explore this. Don't know if they've caught a sound cue there. The scene going to get hard cleared behind Flower. Hype finds the second and the third. Arming some of these eco frags. The flash comes through. Everybody blind, but Firoth will close it out. Another flawless round, and that's what you want to see on your round 2 conversion, is making sure everybody stays up so you can get this full bonus round. I don't even think anybody had to reinvest in armor there.
No, I don't think so either. This is perfect. This is the exact path that Alliance needs to walk, and Hype going to be feeling himself after that. Just a nice little swing. Yes, they're eco frags, but you feel good about them. And it's a discussion we still have to this day, even in Counter-Strike games, that certain players will respond to those confidence builders. They get going early, just start feeling out the game, get that hot hand going. They're feeling good. Now, this is where the danger begins, though. Guild on 8, they do get the buy here. They get to come in on that better buy, and Alliance looking for that bonus round. Now, Alliance, if they convert this, we are laughing. However, Guild could potentially get to 9 here. XMS isolated towards middle, but slipping through towards ropes.
And pretty much, I mean, you can call it undetected. The trap wire there, obviously, so I don't know if he pushes any further through that. Spike will reset back over towards A main here, once again for Alliance. Draken at the top of ramp. He's ready for the peak to come through, and actually, going to make use of distance here, but actually whiffs on the first. No TP, you can't get away from that either. They're going to try and punish this.
No.
Once actually slipped all the way up. I'm not sure how Bonkar's let that happen.
Same. I'm a little baffled at this. It's only baiting if you don't clutch, and I guess it's baiting because you've just let too many players get through. Whether the call was made or not, it doesn't matter. You're down to a 4v2. Spike planted. Guild looking shaken here. Alliance digging in. Yassine gets it eventually, but it ain't pretty.
Out of charges.
And down to 20 HP. Now he's got to peel away from that a little bit. Hype going to get healed up, but all three members of Alliance here trying to hold on. That was, for a second there, I thought, yeah, that must be Lothar. That must be Lothar running around the other side of that smoke, but...
Nope. Quite surprising.
And I'm not sure as well. Draken, whether he didn't have the paranoia and he didn't have the TP or what, but if you're going to play on the right side of ramp there, once you're back into that corner, I mean, especially with a breach and a rage, you can easily get flushed out. So it was a little weird to see him positioned there with not a, a plan B, a contingency to get out of that spot. I mean, I like the fact that he's holding an active angle on A main there. It's unfortunate not to get the first, but I mean, strange to see him on the buy round. Just, I don't want to say lacking some crucial utility, but in that scenario, absolutely, right?
Yeah, the sustain that you get with Omen is that you can sometimes dip out of dodge, right? Like, that's the ability that comes with it, but I didn't take note of it, so I'm not 100% sure, but Alliance not going to kind of overdo this. It's keep it simple, it looks like. Hit that site, and so far it's working. Hype towards Draken and Guild look kind of blitzed in this, maybe a little stunned at the boldness coming out from the newly appointed attacking side.
And once again, they find this kill, and they hit the rotate. They're going to try and reset once again. Bonkar preemptively rotating over towards B. He's the only man there, so I don't want to see him overcommit. Have Leo by his side now. It's playing this perfectly. Again, they've got Guild guessing. They're rotating all over the place. They've really got control of mid. Or A main. Actually, once again, Alliance will swing back towards A site. Spike making it that way. And Kada tucked all the way deep. He's going to have
30 seconds left.
amount of information. Fearoth actually trying to sell a little bit of a fake, but nobody from Guild biting just yet.
No, Yassine could maybe do some damage if he had a better rifle, and yeah, this is it so far. It's down to Safe to clutch us out. He's going to isolate one, expects the walkthrough on the cage. No one's there just yet. Flash comes in, turns it, gets another. 10 seconds now. Oh, Safe! Keeping this round. Safe for now. Fearoth can't do anything. Back away. Safe saves the day.
Really, really well played. And yeah, rightfully so. Safe is the GOAT. You're right, Fearoth. A lovely play from him. They got the same spray, actually. That's cute. That's cute.
That is cute.
What a play. And again, I think as well, just on the readjust there, Lothar maybe doesn't catch this audio cue that is crossed towards elbow because he flashes back sign and tries to hard clear that, but
Spike down.
get a little bit of distance between Lothar and XMS. They can't double swing to clear. Safe punishes them for it.
9-7, game back on. Maybe a kick up the butt from Safe to the rest of them to get a grip on this, because Alliance are running this so far. Their attacking side's been spot on, but Safe again. Unrelenting in this game. He has approached this with style, but now he's being pressured. His vision removed, but he has support coming in. He's not alone this time. But how long can he last here? He's got so many troubles around him. You're seeing on the off angle, but he can't do too much. XMS beats him to the punch. The site is Alliance's, but not completely safe. Look who's lurking. It is safe around this corner.
Ooh. Did read that, actually. Went for the spam through the smoke there. Got to reset. And this dark cover's going to drop pretty soon. It gives Guild a way to fight back into this. Alliance happy to sit and let this play out for the time being. Actually, in the meantime, all three members of Guild got over here, so I'm not sure, actually, if that plays to their advantage or not.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit curious. Safe's been found. Luck has got him off guard. And now the 3v2 begins. Bonker and Draken trying to put up the numbers, but it's just down to Bonkar now in a 1v2. But look at the HP. Kata is low, 7. Lucka, 30.
No heal either.
0 heal left. And Bonkar looking to...
seconds left.
He's pushing forward on this. This is so dangerous. He wants maybe a clean fight on one. which I guess he gets here, rather than playing it risky and hoping he just lands a shot on Lothar. Now health coming back through for Kala, but he's not going to expect the deeper angle. Nice work from Lothar.
And Kala just perfect distance with the barrel poking out there and keeps him hyper focused on that angle. And crept up on another. Actually, the heal reset did come through on cooldown there for Kala, so I guess that's why they were playing that a little slow there. Just held that crossfire onto default. Really well played. And actually, Lions swinging it back in their favor. A 1-round deficit now, and Guild. 2 Buckies, a Bulldog, a Frenzy. Could be Alliance tying things up here on Split.
It certainly could be. They are showing the performance that would indicate, as you said, with this purchase coming in. Seems pretty much bang on the money. And credit to Alliance for showing such resilience, considering they were very much under the gun. Safe wants the info, goes for a little bit of a peek, gets it, gets himself a deeper angle, but you gotta be careful of that barrel. Well, cheeky, but wards them away for now. But this is a slow build. Mostly focused towards middle again. They're not afraid to show that they're on these Buckies, trying to bait them in potentially, but to what end?
Let's see. Yeah, Phil was playing distance there, safe.
For you.
Goes for another dip. Bucky Bonko actually playing deep on screens, and he's the man with the Bulldog, so... See elsewhere, everybody else trying to play very close contact with their weapons. Alliance, again, reset. Again, the mid-round calls from Alliance have been fantastic. The way they're just swinging one way or the other, that paranoia is bang on the money. Gonna give them full access to Mail here. Just one man left to defend. You're seen with a Bucky. What can you do? Not an awful lot. XMS immediately removes him. Guild now have to fight their way back onto B site.
Oh yeah, they are... I don't say done for, but I after XMS's work keeping those 2 back, there was none of that kind of pinch maybe they wanted towards mid. Good ability to isolate Hype there as well. A little bit of pressure mounting, but that should be alleviated soon. Maybe not. Draken finds Fear off, and maybe there's still a little bit of life in them here, but no. XMS puts his foot down, leaving it in this 1v3 for Draken.
Let's see. Was crept up on from behind in that smoke, but unfortunately they're not really to get that kill onto XMS. I mean, if he can flash it out, he nearly caught him on the smoke, but XMS able to pull his Vandal out just in time, and Alliance tie things up. Both teams back on good purchase. Guild, I was actually going to say Guild with all 5 ultimates on 9. Alliance, all 5 ultimates on 9 as well. So expect a bloodbath, really, if the first blood comes through and anything gets chucked at this round to try and convert it.
9-9. Again, these two just seemingly inseparable. Even after that great first half from Guild, we're seeing Alliance showing they're just as diligent at this as XMS going to start building towards B. Boombot goes in, Fear off with the jump peak. It's a little bit of utility out of the defensive side.
Again, it's this split. They're trying to get some attention in Garage here, and Draken actually going to back away. He does have his ultimate, so he can hit the rotate here. The Showstopper actually invested on B, and actually, you can see straight away, XMS going to hit the rotate onto A site, and it's drawn them away. Guild have left A site wide open. Just one player up in heaven. That's safe, and he's going to fall.
Alliance are running rings around Guild right now. Spike to be planted. 4 players locked in towards heaven. And Hype's eyes are trained on that too. Christine's gonna try and break back through, but this... Oh, that could be good. He gets 1 for it. I almost thought maybe a second could come in, but no. Kata's still alive, but the wall now looking worse for wear. But a 4v3 and the Spike now ticking. Bonkar safe, and Leo need a miracle to get this one going.
You need to find a kill now. Safe will shut down Lothar here. XMS trades back on though, but just 1 man left. It's XMS. He's going to try and TP out. The Rolling Thunder sent onto site. Leo will catch him before he escapes. Guild will stabilize. Take a look, 6 ultimates invested in that one.
Just a few.
I love that though. The fake they sold on B, the Showstopper comes soon. He throws the paranoia through as well. Now that's important because it's 2 different players noted. And that immediately you could see it was. I'm pretty sure it was Leo and Bonkar. You know, it was Leo at least. Straight away though, Guild hit that rotate and they left one man in heaven. It wasn't even a site player. Now, you could argue potentially if we can stay alive, it's not so bad because they give up sight. They have a clean retake. But the fact that safe is then found... Real shame Alliance couldn't convert that one because it was a lovely fake.
It really was. Now, hidden away in the corner. Very patiently will be Draken.
Oh,
That's
no.
not good. That's really not good. Makes it out there, but they forced him away. Good protocols being hit by Alliance, not get caught off by any of the cheese that wants to be brought out. But this is now a 3-play stack towards this side of the map.
Yeah, I guess actually anticipating that based on the fact that this time around Draken wasn't jump spotting behind default. So, love the awareness there. Guild going to throw the wall down on Mail. He's going to sit behind it for the time being. Alliance again bouncing back and forth. Time look to regroup inside Garage. Now, no aftershock. Draken's pretty much returned to the same spot. This time playing ground level behind that box.
38. Oh, Leo just got a freebie. That's a problem towards Lothar, but still going to try and commit to this. But this utility's really hindering their progress. They're kind of stuck with 2 players. And Leo's just doubled down. That's his third this round. And that's a spike lost. Yassine catches Hype on the lurk. You're not going to get away with it here. And now Kata's sadly so behind this. He can't do much. Got caught off before. Nice try to do some damage, but Leo, what a round.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. As soon as the first comes through, and again, you know, the way tagging works in Valorant, they can't charge through that smoke when they're getting tagged up.
Oh, and they line up.
Oh, no.
Spike down.
I mean, the first was a freebie. The second and the third, you could say the same. Really, really unfortunate to lose 2 inside the smoke there. But now, got to take a look. I mean, Guild on 11 rounds. What's the economy like? Lothar on 6,800. He can drop 1 out.
Fearoth might need it, unless he doesn't have ult, so...
I mean, XMS no armor. He's going to... Spectre, it looks like, potentially, but...
Pharaoh?
Yeah, this is not pretty. Guild on the brink of hitting map point. Kada, 2,700. Is he going to opt to play light armor, maybe drop out an extra rifle? I'm not sure. We'll have to take a look, but it doesn't look like it initially. They're going to have a scrappy purchase next round. It looks like they're going to try and carry some... No, they do drop out. I was going to say they might try and carry some of these credits through to get a better buy if Guild hit 12.
They're going all in, it looks like. But all right, here we go. This is an elimination match. Keep in mind, we weren't really hitting that narrative because it looked like Alliance were on the build back. But Guild have awoken. They found the answer to some of those B hits, some of those woes that were coming in, even the A to an extent. But Alliance still have the opportunity here. The pause, of course, now. Continuing game now live. This mid-walk comes in. You know what it's going to be. Just that crunch towards heaven. Already, though, there's a player towards us. The good flash comes in. That's Lothar gets away with his life somehow. I do not understand how he did that. He was blind as anything. Yassine can't hit the shot. Lothar again powering forward, and Draken's position's noted. He can't get away with it anymore. No surprises, but maybe, just maybe, Draken can get away with murder. 2 kills out of nowhere, and suddenly there's still a chance. It's a slim one, but Leo and Safe out of all the players. If there's anyone who could do it, it would be them.
Leo's got the res as well. They can reset, get this res on stairs and bring it to a 3v3 if they want to go for this. You're going to see them. They're actively clearing.
Here we go.
Kill this space. Onkar still got 2 flashes, the aftershock, and obviously the fault line. XMS. This could be huge. Yeah. Oh my god, they read it. They anticipate the pressure coming back in onto the...
He didn't step. He didn't make any noise. They did it, but they didn't check on it. And Kata's dealt with it all, and XMS finally makes his appearance. They did it out of the consideration of it potentially being a problem, but XMS was there. He did not panic. He did not falter. He held his nerve.
When the fault line came through that, I thought they were going to double swing. And it would have been just fantastic presence of mind to clear that and anticipate the pressure coming back into that revive in heaven, but... Alliance cling on. Actually, well, no, it's actually just 1 Spectre. I thought it might actually be 2 SMGs on the side of Guild here, but in terms of momentum, I mean, Alliance win this out. They're going to be on the brink of a few more ultimates once again. With the round score where it's at, it's a worrying prospect.
Of all the players, Bonkar, the one a little lighter equipped than most, could be receiving the first port of contact, but No one around. You can see the information game sign to be played by Safe as well. He's trying to look towards that B lobby. Spots nothing. XMS seems ready for contact. Bonkar's there, but no one else is spotting this yet. XMS. When is go time for him? Gonna set the play towards Heaven. No, decides against it. Just a dry swing towards CT.
3 members of Guild, though, to hold this down. And actually, Alliance just brute force their way into Heaven. Flash spam comes through. Will slow it down initially, but Guild have managed to secure these 3 members on site right now. Yasin going to swing out from defensive spawn. Bonkar responds as well. That's 3 kills, 4 kills in favor of Guild. The last man stand actually going to fall to the paint shells. Lucka. Wow.
Match point.
Well, swing back. Yasin playing so deep from spawn. Finds that first kill, and it's a domino effect. Just picks them apart one by one.
One enemy remaining.
I was a little nervous after Bonkar. The flash that got put through, there's only so many places he could have done it, but he dropped down towards the lower side and found that clean fight, which it's put them on match point. This is not just map point, this is match point, and this is an elimination game. Here, of course, in the European portion of Masters, and the buy, well, it's back in for Alliance. It's time to put it up. Last chance to dance for them. Whatever they've got to bring it out now, otherwise this one is done and Guild go forward.
Rolling Thunder and the Revive on the board for Alliance. Initially actually going to get a lot of mid control. Safe actually slips away through ropes, but there's no trap wire here, so he's got to keep his eye on it. Alliance actually stacking up towards Mail here. Rolling Thunder going to get sent through Heaven, and that's going to be the green light for them.
Here we go. Time to try and make it land. Try and stick this. Already going to show a little bit of presence. Spike is on the way. The 2-play coming through from lobby is going to get met by Omen Utility. Going to deny that timing. Leo's found one, but Hype on the trade. There's still a chance of this in Hype. The pressure mounts, but Draken stays alive, and that's all he wants to do. Stay alive. Buy time, but he goes down. Fearoth pries him out of position. And now the 3v2 for survival. Alliance need to stick this. Bonkar wants to deny it. Don't think he can in time. Will it cost the player his life?
Oh, he does.
Yes! And now a 2v2. Spike is down, though. Safe and Bonkar on the play back in. That's the ultimate for Fearoth. Just going to blind send it. Does not find a target. And now Problem starting to mount. They're looking nervous. They're looking scared. Fearoth, though, on the adjust. Good approach. Good work from Fearoth.
Alliance cling on, and I'm worried. Really, actually, take a look at the economy afterwards, but what a fantastic round from Alliance there. Again, not investing the showstopper before the spike goes down, making sure that you can make best use of it, and Guild have to respect it. They have to back away and give that space. Yeah, it's not actually as bad as I thought. Yasin's going to be down on the Spectre, but he does have the showstopper. But you're absolutely right. Look at this, a heavy lead.
Oh my God.
Yasin going to try and make a play with the showstopper. He comes through, only finds one.
Oh, the net!
No way!
The pain shell could be huge. The damage on the back of that. Look at them. They are left in tatters. Fearoth lower, XMS lower, Locker lower. Everyone now looking worse for wear. And Kata heals himself out of this as well. He's like, sorry, boys, I need this right now. Okay, Rez comes back up. They are back to 5. Yasin, he got all the info, but to what extent? It was so early, they could have split anywhere now.
In some other reality, Yasin gets 3 kills off the back of that. That was actually crazy. The paint shells landed perfectly, and they were still blind from the paranoia. Again, probably going to wait out the cooldown on this heal from Kada. The Fearoth, XMS, and Lucka taking a lot of damage after that push coming through. Guild now 4v5. Nothing else on the board in terms of ultimates, and Alliance now will creep back towards A. That heal did come through. Bonkar spots it.
30 seconds.
Still 3 players for Guild over by B site.
No one's moving. How much faith do they have in Bonkar to do this? Him fighting Hype is great, but he still needs to find more value for this. That smoke is actually keeping him so safe. Finds a fight towards ramp, but the blind comes in at the right time for Lucka. And now Spike towards the site, and now a 4v3. Safe, Draken and Leo, or it's OT again. XMS in a dirty angle, though. It's Draken to find Lucka. He was expected to watch that, and XMS almost gave it away there. A free pick brings us back to a 3v3. It's the next layer of this attack. How do they pry these players out of here? No one's in heaven. It's 2 towards Pillar and then XMS in this cheeky little spot. They're trying to get a little proactive towards CT side. Draken knows there's a player here. He definitely saw them. But time, they've got to get moving. They want the superior angle on the kill towards XMS. But timing is everything. They've got to get going right about now. There's the trade. Safe gets 1. Now the 2v2, but timing, they've got to get moving. You can see the desperation. But Alliance hold true and make it to OT.
I can see the thought process there, but it took so long for the rest of Guild to make their way through heaven to try and clear him out. Look at this. This was so close. The breathe flash and the paranoia perfectly placed. Heartbreaking to see a play like that not find more value. And back to overtime we go. The full reset comes through. And if Haven's anything to go by, it's going to be another back and forth, Lauren.
I don't doubt it. I mean, Guild need to remind themselves how they went on this mad run initially, and Alliance was struggling for answers, and then flipped the switch. Alliance looked like they had every answer. They never looked particularly fazed by this, but at 12-12, of course they were. So, all tied up. We're in OT. It's 2 for the win. Guild starting out on the attack, and Alliance on the defensive side.
Again, here, this is on the back of the homework they did in the first half of their attack. They come through, anticipating this setup, but this time a much heavier lean on this mid presence. They drop through, and they're going to give the audio cues away now. This is going to keep Alliance attention for the time being. They pop the trap wire, the reset, the wall goes down on stairs, and actually going to swing right the way back on towards B site.
Okay, here comes the crunch. Alliance wait patiently, but Fearoth wants in. Really good initiative to just try and take that fight proactively. Does find safe, and now prepares for the rest, trying to define the site as he wishes. Alliance are holding this for now. Guild are getting no success.
That's beautiful.
Brilliant work, just keeping them at arm's length. Hype wants some action over on the Cypher, and he's showing off as well. This certainly isn't just a safe show, as now Leo, the last man alive, yes, he'll get 1, but the rest are going to tumble on top of him. Just the bodies put into play, and Alliance pick up the first here in OT.
Really, really nice work. Again, I love the approach from Guild there. Take full mid control again, try and bait out that rotation, but Alliance wise to it. They hold strong, and actually it's the 3-man stack over to B that they keep in position. That's really the winning recipe for them. Fearoth perfectly timed aggression into B garage and isolates a kill. And that's the problem. I mean, when you try and split through and the emphasis is on mid, not garage, I mean, you find that 1 kill. As long as they maintain B main control, it makes it so much more difficult for Guild to get a look in.
So again, potential fight towards ramp to begin with. This play from Hype's pretty dangerous. He's very alone. And actually wins it. Alliance feeling themselves right now. Hype there, even spotting out a second. This is big information being garnered. Now, what do you do with this? Do you continue forward, try and pinch through ropes? Or try and bide your time and punish maybe an over-rotation?
No more charges left.
So they will continue as normal for Alliance. They're going to hit another rotation back over towards, and they're going to leave Fearoth in position lurking, trying to bait Guild in. But, I mean, he doesn't need to do anything because Guild right now are set up with 3 on B. They're fully committing to this A retake. They have 1 member, it's Bonko, and he's playing all the way back deep in heaven.
Yeah,
he needs to stay alive here.
As much as he needs to, I don't know if he can. Fearoth being where he was as well is just... Wait, okay, Bonko's gotten away with murder. Just straight up daylight robbery on that kill. Fearoth completely unawares. And they've got to know there's a player down here. Safe should get the... Ooh, no, maybe not. I'd outdone him on that one. How on earth has that happened?
I don't know. Hype actually going to run all the way away into B heaven, but meanwhile... Hit comes through. No way. Hype could actually flank through back through spawn. We'll have to keep our eye on that for the time being. You see now paint shells into hell. Clean XMS out. The aftershock going to pause it for the time being, but Guild going to force the issue.
Hype, here it is. There's that flank in motion, but they've lost the players on the site, and now Hype needs to win this 1v2. Make it just 1 now. Hype's played this so well.
The plant's not for him.
You're right, and Leo's on it. He's going to get this to halfway. He's going to have to push this one. Oh, he's made him go off it. Just the jump peak's enough. He's done so well, Hype. And now the swing. Wait, Leo! There's no time. Alliance. Oh, just about get it done.
Slips out on the ace, but the clutch comes through nonetheless. Able to play time perfectly on those two peaks. And wow, what a round. I mean, a way more convincing closeout to that map from Alliance. They looked rocky to say the least in the previous overtime, but what a crazy series we're having around. Two maps of overtime now, and we're forced to the third map. I did not see this coming. I thought this was going to come through. Split was going to be a comfortable win for Guild, honestly.
I'm with you. I thought that was done. The way Guild were looking on that first half was substantially better, well-rounded. They seemed to have everything in the right place. And yes, Alliance were picking up rounds, but they weren't the repeatable ones. Side Switch comes in. Outstanding. Just outstanding work. And as said, Alliance being able to dig that deep, find that much room, very well done. This has been a great series, and we still have Acend to go. So this is definitely going the distance, Hypoc.
It is indeed. And I mean, this is what you want out of the elimination games, right? Coming right down to the wire, both teams fighting desperately to keep their tournament hopes alive.
All right, on that note, we're going to head to a break, and when we're back, we'll be joined by the desk.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype.
Welcome back to the European Valorant Regional Masters, where we saw another overtime between Alliance and Guild. Alliance, of course, came out on top this time around. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by your analysts, Mitch and Lothar. But before we dive into the post-match, let's take a look at the moment how this map ended.
Last player standing. Where is everyone hiding? One enemy remaining.
Well, Mitch, that's got to be a massive mental boost for Alliance, right?
Yeah, I look, when you win clutches, that's going to put you up on a pedestal. Luckily for Guild, at least a little bit of time now to sit back and calm that down a little bit. But for Hype, you know, once you get this guy really going with the confidence is behind him, he's a whole different beast. And right now we're seeing that after, I imagine we're going to see it rather after that clutch. Even how it was played, I really enjoyed it. You know, he comes out with the perfect timing just when it's going to be stuck halfway. You know, at that point, players are much more willing instinctively to get off the spike once they know they can reinitiate it halfway through. He just jump peeks it, does another shoulder peek, knows the players come off it. It was perfectly done in a moment when I can only imagine there was a lot of emotions that could have come in to cloud the judgment. So I have to give props for that. Overall, though, Alliance is just a well-rounded machine. You know, we saw kills between 20 and 18. It was a really evenly distributed kill feed. And then when you look further into it in terms of opening duels, I was surprised even seeing Looker was a participant in so many of them. Typically, he's going to be the last guy in, right? Taking much slower games, a much slower role in the early round. But he was getting out there, man, participating in 4 opening duels and winning 3 of them. But I have to say, you know, Alliance, they made the comeback. They made it happen 14-12 on Guild's best map. And that doesn't happen without a couple of mistakes in Guild's court.
Oh yeah, and I have to throw Yasin under the bus. In general, he was playing really well. 8 first bloods, he had some massive rounds, but the last round he literally went onto a highway without checking left and right, and that was round 24, basically the decider. He went in with the showstopper on a lobby when everyone knew that there's a res available for Sage. So even if he gets 1 kill and gets traded, it doesn't really matter, and it will be only a success for Guild if Yasin gets a double kill, if that includes the Sage, or he gets a triple kill if there's no Sage included in that. So this is exactly the round what I'm talking about here. That one round that Yasin at 12-11 went aggressive, basically lost the game for Guild, and I mean, in retrospect, lost, right? Because they went to overtime, but that wasn't needed. But I have to say, Guild impressed me overall. Like, they played really well, although it was a little bit predictable. I said in the pre-show that Guild will be playing very slowly on attack, and we had seen that. They actually lost the 2 rounds because of the timer running out. And Save was really rooted into that B defense with his Cypher plays, right? But then he switched up on round 16. He went to A. Alliance was caught off guard because they didn't see that coming, that Save will be with his traps on A, and they got an easy round win. And I was guessing, like, they should do that more often, right? Catch the opponents off guard. But they didn't. Save was great, though, with the lurks. He was massive influence of how many rounds Guild in general have won. And honestly, I'm impressed with the progress that I see in Guild, but still, very simple mistakes cost them their, let's say, strongest map is a little bit questionable, and hopefully in the future the IGL will be making those very important calls. Don't push aggressive this round. They have a res from Sage. You know, it's not worth it. This is something that is very badly needed.
Well, like we said, you know, before, Alliance are not FPX, and it does feel like maybe it's a preparation thing that they didn't have as enough information or time to go up against Alliance. But moving on, we do have Acend. That is the last map of the day. Mitch, you know, this is it. They can go to as many OTs as they want, but if they lose here, they have to go home.
Yeah. We've already hit enough OTs for the day. I think we can calm that one down. Let's not go to as many as you want. But no, realistically, all that matters is the win here. It doesn't matter how close the game is. When you look at Ascent overall, this is somewhere that obviously we saw Guild struggle versus FPX. When you go further back versus OG, it was a 13-4 loss as well, and then 13-9 to Liquid. When you look at the big teams they're playing, I think in the last few months, Entropic is probably the only one I'd put up there, and it doesn't say a lot then with the teams they're losing to. There's Alliance, we know they're comfortable on this map. I said at the start, I think it's map 1 and map 3 the Alliance need to take. Split was pretty much a write-off from me. They managed to take Guild down on their favorite map. I mean, they're doing this series the hard way with the reverse sweep, but at this stage, to me, the favor's now back in their court. They're coming off a win. They're coming off a big clutch in the final round, and they're coming onto a map where they're just as comfortable, if not a little more so. And Guild, I don't think this is nearly the same kind of safe ground that it would be, or that it was on Split.
You know what's funny? That Alliance, the only maps that I consider like being any kind of informational, like let's say, informational channel for us is that Ascend was played only against Diffuse twice, and that's it. That's all info that I have in my history of the team playing on Ascend. So not much to feed into the Guild, let's say, analyst to help with the gameplay that they're gonna have to do on Ascend. And in general, I have to say that I feel like Alliance will take this because they will be looking more promising on this map, with the confidence that they're coming in with XMS being in the lineup right now.
And that mental edge, right, is so important because they've just come off the back of that map with a really, really long game. You know, the last 2 maps have been very, very, I guess, longer than the average map we've seen here, especially. I don't think either team want to go into a OT again. And we are heading into Asian Select now to see what they are picking. But Yoru, please stop. The bait is real today. But Mitch, like I said, nobody really wants to go through another OT, but Alliance are coming in this with a slight mental advantage.
Yeah, I think so after the way they won out the previous map. The question for me going into Acend is how are things going to look agent-wise, because we saw a change-up, right? We saw the Reyna swapped out for the Jet over on Alliance in the last game. And personally, looking at that, I don't think it provided a whole bunch for us. I'd like to see a swap-up now, moving on to a different agent for Kata. We'll see if that happens. Outside of that, though, it's should be pretty much the same lineup that we've seen in the past. And for Guild, I'd be very surprised if they change anything up. Throughout the entirety of this, the Challengers and then Masters, they've been playing the same comp that they have for months and months on end now, going back probably half a year nearly. So I think for them, we kind of know what we're seeing, and indeed it comes up on our screen as exactly what we expected.
What did you make of this, Lothar? Well, Alliance haven't locked their agents in yet, but just looking at Guild side.
Well, not really surprised from Guild. 6 times they played on this map. Basically 6 times they played with the same setup. So not any surprises. If I'll see that Reyna, I'll be actually kind of happy. Because I love watching Reyna on a top level of play. And as Mitch said, for some reason that Jet wasn't working for Alliance. I would have to like sit down and rewatch it. But yeah, I hope that Kata will prove that aim is with what will be the dominant side of this map for him.
Well, this is it, guys. This is the last map of the day and the last map in this series. So one team will be going home. Pansy and Hypoc, over to you for the last overtime of the day.
Last overtime. All right, I get it. Cool. Feels good. Now, it is going towards the final map, at least here on Towards Ascent. We've seen kind of the good and bad from both teams, I feel, at this point, and I don't know how I feel about Ascent being the final one at this marker. I'm happy to see a Reyna coming out. I mean, I guess live or die by the sword at this point for it. Look, changing up your agent pick or committing to an agent pick like this can be a little sketchy when you go into the third map, but maybe feeling that confidence, faith in the game plan, stick to what they feel is their strengths. I don't mind it. It's just, it's definitely caught my eye.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something tangible you can look at in the previous performance, obviously we look back to when Alliance played against Diffuse here, and again, it was a hard fought map, right? And I mean, we've already talked about how well Diffuse performed kind of under pressure there, and it came down to a heartbreaking finish for them. But obviously that's something they've come away and just gone, yep, we didn't like that. We felt as if, maybe it was holding us back. So I'm fine with the switch up here. Kata's shown his hand that he can be very proficient on a number of agents.
Yep. I'm with you on that, and actually that's a good point. I don't mind the idea of a more aggressive Kata, considering how well he's been playing when he's been kind of involved in these fights. It looks like Alliance do want to go for a little bit of early map control, or at least kind of hint towards it if they do decide to work towards this kind of, the A main. But as it stands, the attacking side are walking middle.
It's a 1-3-1 right now. Draken actually going to drift away from A lobby and join his teammates in mid. Actually, Alzone going to be sent up. Sure, not sure if the alarm bot was noted there. Did see a ping on the map, but yeah, Bonkar will note out Kata's position. And in the meanwhile, actually, an immediate pivot through market here, going to break the door. Fearoth and XMS have it all to do on B if they'll decide to go there. But actually, no, they're going to hit the rotate here. Careful, the alarm bot will give it up, and Kata now having to run back and forth like a yo-yo between the sites. Still 3 members of Alliance here, ready to hold on to this push.
Yeah, there is. Nice little play up short, though. I like this. Really committed to taking that back. After drawing the rotations away, you'll imagine they are stuck around tree or short. And the wrap towards heaven's really nice. Now, Luck is going to be just sweating bullets at this point. Fights his way out. One problem, the call wasn't made quick enough, but safe on the swing will keep this somewhat favorable and an ambitious shot from Hype.
Spike planted.
But comes to a 3v3 nonetheless, and Alliance stuck behind that door for the time being. Safe down on 29 HP. Looks like they're going to prioritize just playing a couple of crossfire angles behind Dice and in between Hell. So you're trading out Paranoid. That's going to slow things down. Draken finds Hype. That's a huge kill.
Yeah, that's massive. Good work from XMS to bully his way through on the site. Now the player in Hell looking a little open. Fearoth! Oh, the tags came through, and none of it came to anything in the end. Just a little bit of damage towards Draken, but 2 still stand, and the plant continues to tick as Guild will pick up the first there. And the one thing I like about that is kind of pulling rotations towards B will generally, once you lean back towards A, mean that they get left around the back of kind of short, you know, towards the back of tree, almost towards heaven. I love the fact that they went for that pressure there. They took the fight
for
to
sure.
very nicely considered.
And again, it's showing the awareness that they're going to be mid rotation, right? And they draw one towards B and then expect to catch one more outside tree or potentially coming back to heaven. So beautiful play from Guild. Around going to look to pressure into B. Boombot going to spot out XMS in the corner there. Yassine going to close him out with a nade. Just a matter of time. Shut that one down. Elsewhere, Rakan will fall to the Sheriff of Kada. That's all the way from Market. Actually, that's a banger of a shot. That was all the way deep in Market.
What do they do with this, right? So they've shown a little towards B, right? Okay, back away from this. Now, longer flank. All the way back around, maybe feeling a little unsafe. Don't have full control on short. Don't have all the information as to what could be spotted, so decide to go the longer route around. Lean towards this A take, but there is that Killjoy utility, so... Or at least Killjoy is there, and I'm waiting to see how much this gets done. There it is. Turret now goes. It gives away at least some presence, but the orb might kind of give them a full sense of security. But you're at 45 seconds. You've got to expect the hit, and there's 4 players here now.
And Bonka, I mean, if there's Aldrone, it's only going to... Oh, it does actually spot the second. They don't deal with it at all. It's... Both players will be spotted here. Hype. I'll still find the kill onto Leo, but numbers advantage still in favor of Guild. They're going to swing through. Kills come through thick and fast. Seen down to 32 HP, safe tagged up a little bit, but Fearoth himself only got 33.
Revealing area.
Play back onto this here. Yeah, I mean, if you can get Yassine down first, it's definitely doable because Safe's only on 1 headshot. There you go. Speaking of headshot, Safe finds one of his own.
Guild come out with 2 decent rounds, but keep in mind that was a sheriffs and bits and pieces, and they took down 3. That's going to force this buy to be pretty shoddy and kind of, I guess, stunt the economy growth coming in for Guild. Whereas obviously Alliance get their full buy this round, so the buffer that could have potentially been there with Guild has been removed, and you can look at the option they're left with. Again, I'm looking at Leo, Draken, and Yassine as to what they really go for this round.
Yeah, well, I mean, Yassine's going to make a play for this ult orb on A. That's a given. They're going to try and get it, but actually Alliance making a play to potentially contest this. Dark going to keep them at bay for the time being. Conscious of the possibility somebody made it into wine there. I love this. I love this from Alliance. They're going to flash through. They're going to prevent him from getting it.
Kada needs help here.
Oh no, the team flash. He still finds the kill. How on earth did he get that one? The team flash.
I do.
Fires blindly into the cubby.
Trying to play back in towards shorts, pretty bold at this point. Draken. Wait, how did Draken get that? Hold on, this is now becoming a little bit scrappy. We've got a 3v3 out of nowhere. Now, HP at least for Alliance is serviceable. Guild having to kind of pick up the pieces now. A little bit of a weird round, but they've done their damage towards short.
Enemy tag.
Yeah, Leo got another 15 seconds or so on that heal. I think they're going to wait out, try and get Safe back up to a manageable level. Oh, XMS just caught him, though. It's not going to matter. The tip, the balance back in Alliance's favor once more. Guild now forced
30 seconds
to
left.
hit the rotate. I mean, if they can get there quick, they're going to find this 2v1 onto XMS. There's still a chance they can salvage.
The pace, though, they're leaving so much to chance.
I mean, 1 kill and XMS basically shuts the round down here because you can already see Laka drifting towards Market Door.
This is way too late. I mean, you can do that. It doesn't matter. You've got 7 seconds. Bongar's 17 HP. Spikes will be planted, but he's left it way too late in the day. A little bit of a fumble, I feel, from Guild. Their initial plan got thwarted, of course. You know, it doesn't help that XMS found one for free through middle. But even then, just trying to, as said, they're playing these kind of percentages that they can't define. It's going to be a problem when you leave it this late. And this has been a slow game between both of these sides. This has been very extended, very late in the round hits. This is pretty much the style, apparently, that's coming out now.
We talked about it on Split, right? There's Alliance bouncing back and forth, and Guild doing sort of the same thing, to be honest. And it's on the back of when they're either side shows early round pressure, both teams very, very quick to back away. And Yassine may be anticipating a little bit of pressure towards A main on Alliance's side. But actually, it's on the other side of the map. Alliance going to swing through Zalda, and Kada does come out. He will find value. Safe will fall. That's a big kill again. Lots of information, and straight away you can see Fearoth hits the rotate.
Yeah, you can see that even utility coming out as well. I think that was just thrown down from XMS to try and support towards that A side, as they know they're going to be under pressure, but he can't quite leave just yet. Reyna's on the way though. It's about staying alive, trying to bide that time as Guild do make their approach already. 2 of them make it towards side, 2 still over by main. They haven't quite been able to cross that spike over yet, which is still something they have to manage, which they've done now.
Showstopper and a Hunter's Fury for Guild in the post plant here. They can get a kill, they can bring it back to a 4v4. We're actually going to send the Aftershock in. That's actually going to clear him out of Hell.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury actually gets popped from Hell. Bonkar going to find one. Oh my god, Draken and Bonkar both find kills.
Yeah, and now it's a 1v2 with Leo still alive. Spike's still ticking. I'm gonna bait him out here. He's got the glimpse on the first. He should be kept secured by Fearoth, but Leo looking for his opportunity to strike. He can't do it. Fearoth just kept his cool. XMS had full faith.
Good stuff there. Again, tricky to try and convert that Hunter's Fury from Hell, but I mean, initially he did find a kill. Straight away, man, there was the green light. They were playing off that numbers advantage, and they found the trades they needed to break back in on that retake. And now Guild back onto their pistols. Frenzy, a Stinger. Potentially thinking about it. Nope. On Frenzies. But not stacked up. They're not going to try and hit somewhere together. And this was something we saw on Split, right? On their save round, they just kind of wandered round for a minute and a half.
Okay. 3-2 split. This looks like a pacier piece towards A. Honestly, the way they're approaching this should be quick. Hype's now going to be under pressure. Vision now hindered. And see XMS
this is huge.
trying to play into this. The timing... Was Draken blind when he hit that? It looked somewhat close to. Anyway, Acend just gets the drive-by on Cat. It can't follow up, though. An Alliance, they are left with 3, but better equipped, but at a player disadvantage, and the spike to be planted.
And this is crucial here. Safe, actually, all the way deep in A main.
You should run.
They're going to trade out lockdowns here. And Safes has actually got the timing advantage. You can see the defender's already running out. Gonna tick down. Maybe gonna... Yeah, we'll detain 3, but the attackers... They can hold strong now, and actually, with the timing there, I think they can sit strong. Yeah, they're going to be able to stay on side, but look at this. Hype and Fearoth both find kills. Safe will respond. Bonkar's got to find a kill here. A 2v2. He will find the first. Lucker will trade it out now, but Safe stuck with a Frenzy deep in main. He can stick it.
Oh my god, Lucker! Big brain. Gets the defuse.
I mean, if the plant is open there, just a slight adjustment.
Yep. I mean, him coming off it to face that, knowing that the opposition would have to push because they simply can't see it, that was their only option, was a really considered thought. Rather than just sticking it and hoping he would have made it there in time, that's a really well-considered bit of play, but 3-2, still a close game on our hands. Look at the performance so far.
Not too much to read into, do you?
No, it's pretty even across the board. Like, I'd always like to see more from Leo, because when Leo plays well, it's incredible, but that's fine. Can't really blame him for not having a insta start in this. He's on the attacking side, so, you know, as Sage, it's not quite what I expect to be seeing, but Alliance, that was a little bit misplaced aggression there. The utility not quite supplementing enough of this hit that was coming through. Now, the mid to late game, though, could still be a different scenario. Laka still gets value as he dies to the paint shells coming out. And Guild just destroy Alliance.
I mean, we saw this on Haven, teams kind of swinging back and forth and, you know, both teams being able to find a gap in the defense and kind of, you know, playing in terms of setup away from each other. But throughout Split, we saw it a number of times. There was stacks towards the same site and a heavy lean on attack and a bit of a bloodbath. This time around, it's the first time really... I mean, other than Alliance on Haven showing a lot of mid presence to try and fight for that. And actually, due to how that previous round went, Alliance going to sit above 2,000 credits, but only pistols into this one.
see if any of these rounds can be clean, or if we ever get a string of rounds between these two, because it feels like neither of them want to let anything potentially go. It was 2 at the start for Guild, 2 come back for Alliance. This, as said, back and forth affair. Now Lothar wants a little look of information, sadly gets a little bit too much. And Leo takes him down pretty easily. So far so good. Yes, they've been trying to make some plays. They are only on sheriffs and bits and pieces. I'm never going to mind if you try something a little bit fruity when it comes to these rounds. However, garner nothing for it and a very patient approach from Guild.
And again, as soon as that first player shows himself, they can kind of assume the state of the purchase on the other side. If actually creeping, he might actually catch this peek onto Hype. Ooh, well, no, actually, yeah, Hype gonna swing on it.
It just
necessary?
It just happened, right? Like I didn't see that.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, here we go. 26 seconds. Fearoth and XMS. Watching as they cross over, and Yassine's gonna try and get himself propped up. This is still not great. I'm not loving it, but it should be a round win. There we go. Finally, as they try and slightly progress further, they do meet their maker and Leo waiting on the other side. And would you like to review what just happened there?
I thought the round was over. We're in the post round there. For a little celebratory dance.
Oh, it's a dance.
The type of dance we shall not name, yes.
Hmm.
One of those.
One of those. Okay, 4-3. Let's see if there's a string of rounds coming out now. We do have the buyback in for Alliance, so this time around. So, substantially better equipped and potential aggression over towards A, and this could be the downfall of Yassine, who's been trying to get that control early. Here we go, the play back in after the initial foray. It's scattered to push further. They checked for him, but he's made it out of dodge successfully. It's a fair amount of utility invested early on.
The aftershock for good measure also. Elsewhere, Guild holds strong. They don't overextend on B to counterbalance that pressure. He's safe as well. His turret set up just outside tiles. He's been holding on to that. They're going to push through here with the Owl drone. Regain control of A main. Alliance actually swing back on the triple stack through tree. Spike going to actually hit the rotate though. Now, one gap that Alliance left open a number of times in that defuse series was Fearoth being the solo man on B. This time around, see the adjustment. XMS posted up with him. Looks like we're going to get a B split here, Lauren.
Yeah, he gets his information towards middle, but not main, so you can see already a bit of a call for support here. Fearoth is just going to try and push damage down, pump that DPS, but it's still further problems. 20 seconds on the hit, though. This is a late in the day hit, and I don't love it because they can't clear successfully or cleanly, and the rotations aren't that far off. XMS just surviving at the back of sight. I'm not in love with this new, slower approach coming out with just limited progress across the board. I don't know how to dissuade people from doing it. I understand why you do it, but at this point you're unable to clear so much of the site, you're leaving so much to chance. It's not working out as well as you'd imagine.
No, I mean, it took them so long to reset after that pressure that Alliance showed on A main.
Yep.
And again, yeah, I like the fact that they don't try and counterbalance and push into B. And also, I mean, Alliance don't try and pinch both extremities. But it just took Guild forever to make their minds up. This time around, a lot more decisive. Fearoth does have the Hunter's Fury here. They throw one out, tries to get a tag, then will destroy the lockdown. Keep your eye on Draken on the minimap though. Look where he's managed to slip himself into.
They just need to hold until he gets there as well. Shows his hand, interestingly, towards mid. But Heaven's got to be aware. Hello? Okay, there it is. There's a check coming out. I was a little nervous that Fearoth wasn't keeping track of that, but he definitely was. Cat is still alive, and Fearoth in the perfect supporting position, showing just enough to keep that attention drilled towards Heaven. Whereas Kata gets that freedom to play towards the site.
Nice.
Perfect work there. Even with that flank, it was well handled.
Leo's got the res though, so if he can find this kill onto Fearoth, he can potentially get it, but hopping up Firoth just checks it the right moment. By 5-4 and Alliance holding strong. Usually, I mean, Guild obviously a lot more reps on this in terms of stats wise, but this readjustment here, especially around Kada, you know, there's a couple of executions we're seeing here on the defensive side of Alliance that we didn't see on the other maps, I'll be honest, other than Haven. It's looking really good for them.
Again, another damn close map between these two. In review, 2 at the start for Guild, 3 on the trot then for Alliance, 2 again by Guild. These swings and roundabouts are just trashing the economy of each other's side. They are just super fragile at this point. Bonka trying to be the instigator here. Clear out short for them. No one actually is there. They're playing super deep towards the side itself.
Dude, Hype has that lockdown as well, but him being committed on site, gotta try and stay alive here. Draken will try and swing onto him. Showstopper gets sent through. Kada will shut down Yassine, can't follow up on that one. Safe falls. Brings it to a 2v4 now. That, a 1v4. Leo, Vandal in hand, finds one. Kada quick with the trade though. Nothing to highlight from that one at all, Lauren, right?
Nope.
Nope.
We move on. It's fine. 4-6. Tactical timeout coming in, potentially here. This game has been back and forth, and honestly, it feels like 2 games just executing their own plan. I don't feel like it's... maybe that's wrong. I do feel there have been adaptations from either side, but both have just kind of continued in their general plan. At least on the attack for Guild, it feels like to me. Considering they did start off, you know, picking up that pistol, kind of running with what they wanted. I feel like Alliance have been more consistent on this side.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult really to pick out who's looked better in this slow pace. Both Alliance and Guild trying to take the game in that direction, but either of them really looking comfortable doing so. I'd say really, I mean, that leans more towards Alliance on the defensive side, to be honest, because they can sit back, they can wait for these late hits to come through.
Yeah, you've got a good point. And I like this switch up from Kada here, already looking for a new opportunity over towards B. We saw that kind of aggressive play towards A couple of rounds ago, and that's when you saw them kind of, you know, having to filter back to a very late hit towards B that didn't really work out for Guild. However, following the Aldro now, there's actually a lot of presence following off the back of that. They are walking mid, so might have received enough information to stay present because of that mid connector, but Draken's right there.
Now the big difference there, the door usually being closed on B, and that time left open. Firoth, I guess, gets caught out just peeling back towards the switch. Actually, I'm looking at it now, the alarm bot going to give away this information, but Alliance leave A site open. Hype does have the lockdown, so I guess they're happy to give this up considering it's a 4v5 for them. XMS actually going to swing out prematurely and find a kill. Look at this, the double lurk through mid.
It's all good and well as long as you're winning on the site, which they're not. And now they have Hype, and they're banking on Hype to do a lot here, but that's under the assumption that they're going to exit the way they want. The times...
Well, the nade did clear out.
No, and I've got to say, okay, so here we go. This is how much. Let's see how much it does. 3 players detained.
Oh my god.
Okay, that could have been much worse, but actually Hype's going to make the most of this. Incredibly well placed at this point, and somehow they get away with that.
Okay. I mean, that's how you win a 3v5 with a lockdown. The double lurk through mid, and Kada making his way all the way back into A lobby. Catches the one that's not going to be detained.
Very fortunate. And I've got to say, a little bit of a lackluster approach from Guild then. I mean,
I guess they were fully expecting that nade to clear out the lockdown, because there's no scenario 3 people should ever be detained off that lockdown.
Yeah, full faith. I don't know what happened to that nade then at that point. I didn't quite catch it, but even then, putting the entire round's balance on the back of hoping that you get one nade to work, I don't know. I'm not in love with the idea.
I know Jonas is in chat cringing as soon as that catches up. You know it.
Of course.
Gonna be DMing Bonka.
What are you doing? It's not how he talks at all. 4-7. And this just looks like a pretty standard A piece, I'm gonna be honest, but look at the flank from Reyna again. These flanks are coming out.
He's so deep already.
Yeah, being at this point is mad already. Reyna's, there you go. Kata finally finds Draken, and Hype's just trying to play to stay alive, because now the paranoia is building from simply being in this position. And now they've TP'd over here because they're expecting them to disengage away from A. Incredibly well read. Look at this. Kata can just start flexing on us. They have no idea Omen's here as well. Now they know, but it's too late to do anything about it. Alliance, great adjustment on that. The double down, but Reyna making that much room, that much progress, was the absolute MVP of that round.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, Kata got there so quickly. And again, it just so happens, you know, both teams playing into each other's hands, leaving that gap open. Kata finds it and absolutely converts it.
I love the double down. Honestly, XMS joining Kata over there was great, because you're expecting... The guild will have to deal with Kata, right? Like, that's as simple as it is. You can't ignore him anymore in that position. So him taking that TP last round, why not do it, invest into it? Boom, straight there in support. Big fan.
Really, if they can keep finding these gaps, I mean, Alliance potentially momentum-wise can run away from this.
Yeah, 4-8. Now, Alliance, as I said, I think the rounds that they won were pretty solid in this. I always try and put the pistol kind of in its own category. It will probably garner you too, but then going on is, you know, it's not as valuable as the gun rounds that are, you know, obviously way more common. And an A piece coming out. I want to see what Safe does with this. He dies, is what Safe does with this. Hype just walks on in, breaks down the door. Yassine's now feeling a little lonely, a little overcooked on this. Yassine tries to back away, does take Kata with him, takes a boatload of damage, but now it is a 2v4. Leo's still doing some work though, so Alliance aren't out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, Lothar down to 36 HP. I think they're going to try and be a little, or considering being proactive. They actually isolate the one that's low HP. Lothar will fall here. No way.
This guy is just ballsy the way he plays. Fearoth now left in the 1v2. Suddenly on the other side of things, one on the side, he doesn't know where the other is. Leo's down below, but Leo playing it so well. Leo with an impeccable pistol round.
Massive round. The fact that the wall comes down and it just splits off the one of them that's lower HP, but wow, what a recovery. I mean, initially it was Yassine staying alive for that long, lasting through all that spam in tree.
Placing sentry.
That's a big round for Guild. Put the stops on the momentum of Alliance. Alliance not going to buy anything back into this one, and rightfully so. I mean, do still have a little bit of a lead.
Bomb grenade out.
Guild stacked with 3 up here, and they did just take a little peek out towards B main as well. So they're going to retrieve this orb, and I think throw the wall down as well. So going to give them a little bit of control and the opportunity to flex out elsewhere on the map. You can see Bonkart be relaying this information. It's only one member over on the other side of the map for Alliance. It's Lothar, so it's going to be difficult for him to really bait anything out.
One minute left. Here we go. That's first contact, but that is Spike noted, and Safe's in the perfect spot, just flexing on that Bulldog. Now, keep in mind, this is just a couple of upgraded pistols. It's nothing crazy. Lothar, sadly, it's going to be a tricky sitch to get that Spike back, as Safe will be waiting, and Safe shuts it down. Very well played, very well considered. Guild keeping Alliance at arm's length, just not letting threats build, nothing being easily found from that.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Let's see now if again, the one thing for me, especially when you're behind, you're coming into the second half here, like Guild, I want to see them be proactive. I liked what they did with B main last round. Looks like they're in a position to do the same thing again. Alliance this time around 2 members over there. I see it's going to be the lead. Yassine with the fadeaway, right click. You both love and hate to see it.
Just takes your breath away a bit, you know, leaves you winded. XMS wants in, but trying to play this best he can off the back of it. All orb has been collected. Draken waiting to be the reactionary player here if required, and it is time to go on this. They double swing it. That's really well done. But
what?
They line up for Hype, and he somehow beats them. Theoretically perfect from Guild, but in reality, somehow Hype outdoes them. And you're right, Lockdown is ready to go if required. Spike to be planted as well. Quick reactions from Alliance here.
They're going to push out here. They're going to try and isolate these fights on site. They know there's one away from it. Hype now stuck in hell. Needs some help from his teammate. XMS finally going to show his hand, but Yassine picks up his third on the round, and Guild stabilized. They stop the bleeding. We'll bring it back to 1 round, and Alliance, I think, going to be back on a funky buy here if they do choose to invest back in. And Guild only keeping 2 alive. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if they can afford the rifles.
Looks like we have a little bit of a technical here, so might be us coming back to hang out. I was very slouched in my chair, as you could probably tell.
That was basically horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. But again, this has been a pretty decent run between the two teams. Guild keeping up in certain scenarios where I haven't actually expected them to be able to do so. Like the first half in review was a pretty dominant Alliance showing. What you had was it 3, 4, 5 rounds in the row towards the end, and then 3 in the middle, excluding the pistol, and then the 2 in between. So in reality, when the guns came out, Alliance delivered substantially better, but already we've pretty much had that equalized.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking to Banks after the series the other night. He was saying they do feel more comfortable here on Ascent. I did talk about, that gap that was left open on B site on the defensive half that they had. It seems as if that was addressed. But initially, Lions not getting a look in, at least in first few rounds here. And yeah, as I said, there'll be a Sheriff. Well, actually, yeah, Sheriffs across the board thrown into this one for Alliance. Yassine and Safe have the Showstopper and the Lockdown available, should they need it, but Guild should look to convert this one pretty flawlessly.
Should. We've seen stranger things.
The jump spot perfect there, but Yassine still not expecting that, but Leo, on the other hand, respond with 2 of his own.
Oh, luckily Bonkar is there quickly. He was in all kinds of trouble, though, comes out of that just at the right time. As I said, a world where that could have gone wrong is Leo didn't have so much value to it, and you could see the trouble that could have brewed towards that B site, but it didn't happen in the end. Guild do keep 3 alive. It's not perfect, but they'll take it, and they'll take being 8-8.
Yeah, clawed this one back at 4 on the bounce to start this half off. I'm not sure if Bonkar did even spot the cross to market there on that jump spot, because it seemed like Yassine, again, maybe just a lapse of concentration, but wasn't ready for that initial peak to come as soon as it did. Bonkar and Draken, the only 2 without their ultimates for Guild now, and on the side of Alliance, Hype still has that lockdown. We know we got it early on. The Rolling Thunder online for Lucka now. Close to the Empress and the Hunter's Fury as well. So whether or not they make a play for either of the orbs here, it doesn't look like they want to go for the A orb. The alarm bot outside A lobby makes me think potentially it's going to be a short split or a mid play. Altoon's going to cross over.
They're walking mid again?
Yeah.
I guess
they found a gap.
Yeah, after the pick on Draken, they're exploiting this again, and Safe.
This is huge.
Safe, this could be massive. You don't
got the lockdown.
expect it. Okay, let's see what Safe does. Now he's been noted, but he was flash. Lucka looked like he was blind there. Now they're locked on the site, quite literally. Lockdown invested, at least for one side. Safe wants in, and Fast spams away, denies it. Big pick up from Safe. He knows better. Puts his own down, and now suddenly there's problems aplenty. Alliance are feeling so much pressure. They've got problems on every front. They have to fight this out, otherwise they're just going to die. Lockdown on the site, and Alliance are doing just that. They've taken the right fights until then. Safe now left in the 1v1, but Kata made it out alive. And now Kata trying to play this back in. Halfway's achieved, gets off it, looks for the fight, and Kata's won it!
That is huge. He goes hunting for the kill, gets to the dismiss, basically negating the lockdown altogether, but dismisses all the way into spawn, then actually gets line of sight. How Firoth found a kill in the mix there as well. That was insane from Alliance to put themselves back in that position. I mean, actually, I thought Safe was potentially just going to use the lockdown in B main. He has the possibility of using the attacker's lockdown, right? The attacker's lineup to completely box off site. At that point, they can hold on to spawn and basically box them in.
These two teams just feel inseparable at this point. Every time I feel like, oh, Guild's got a grip on it. No, absolutely not. You'll have an individual make a mad play and Alliance are right back into it, but it's a mad play towards A this time, popping the ultimate. Fearoth's the one to try and get this one started already. I'm pretty sure that's a tag coming through. Don't actually see if it connected properly, but I think Draken's a little lower than he'd like. But it's XMS to find Yinsu, but the trade comes through as Bonkar now leaning towards the side, gets a spam on the tag, can't find the player, and now the res comes out. It will be Guild back up to 5, ready for this retake.
Oh, the flash. The flash was perfect there. Canada quickly traded out, though. Alliance need to find another. Don't have the numbers advantage to ping. Or they can't spam it through just in time.
It's number disadvantage, though. It's going to haunt them. They're down to 2 now. Hype has to deliver, or so does Lothar, one of them, and gets no success on Lothar's front now. Hype tries to play this cool, calm, and collected. He gets checked on. He can't do any more than that. Guild answer right back again. These two just will not relent.
There's nothing to separate these two teams right now, and some of these are coming down to the wire. It's back and forth. I love the pace change from Alliance there. Quick hit coming through. Unfortunately, Guild stabilized. Again, the revive being what tips it back in their favor. Again, though, they're playing from behind. I love the fact that they go for that aggression onto Heaven. The flash was perfect. Unfortunately, I think it was Draken that wasn't caught with that flash. He's able to trade it out. Yeah, it's not good at all for Alliance here.
This is probably double digits for Guild at the very least, unless they pull off some mad round. And hey, look, they very well could, but hard to make it work, especially on that attacking side. If you're on the defending side, maybe a cheeky stack here or there, but trying to give away no information. Bonkar doesn't find much out of that, and they can kind of retake that space now towards B, maybe get a couple of seconds of lacking that consideration. It looks like Bonkar's still on it, though, with that nice little shoulder peek. Saw enough, pings it out, falls away, and expects the push. And they're going to explode on this. They've caught him as well. It's down to Yassine, who's put himself in a precarious spot himself, but beautiful movement gets him out of dodge, and he's actually committed back into this. Oh, he's just taking the world tour around B. No worries for him. Yassine now tries to play it cool on the site as support's on the way, but that mid lurk could work out, but no. Spike now lost. The mid lurk from Hype feels all but irrelevant as the double digits get achieved by Guild.
Great round from Yassine. Fantastic movement to escape that. Again, the paranoia catches him, goes round the world, and pops the showstopper onto lane here. I love it. Actually gets the nade reset off this kill as well, which gives him another couple of seconds, or at least just buys a few more seconds for that pressure to come in. One of his teammates. It's actually Leo that pinches through spawn and finds Fearoth on the switch. Again,
I've got to say,
momentum building here. Go on, sorry.
No. It just wouldn't have been as impressive if they weren't at the player advantage on that site here. That initial shot that came through did enough damage that B was under a genuine threat. Now, a little bit of a different approach. They're going to post up Draken here, but this mid take's coming in, so already you're going to see Guild have to consider that mid presence coming out. You can already see Bonkar kind of leaning back that way. Alliance exploring short, though, over towards Tree. Get a bit of contact, but not too much information, but you can still just leave Draken posted on this jump spot from the back by defensive side. I like these rotations from Guild. They're in a decent position now.
Well, look at this, you can see. It's actually Draken with the operator posted up on B main. Spike actually made its way back over towards A, but as I say that, Hype going to fall away. Maybe not liking what they've seen here. The wall broken in mid. Gonna be another fast mid piece here. The door is closed. The Draken's going to maintain mid. No, he might catch the bomb here.
That could have been big. Bonkar's just not making as much as I imagined. He finally gets Lothar. That's not bad, but they succeeded towards Draken on the site, so they have access. And Alliance can try and build those walls around the site to secure it as best they can. Spike goes down, and now the 3v3 retake's going to start to begin. I'm wondering where that first step comes from. Kata is sitting very aggressively. Did he see anyone towards connected then? I'm not sure if he saw Safe on the other side. It stands, though. They're waiting for that first chance to present itself.
And actually, Hype going to take contact. Draw the focus away from Fearoth, allow him to play logs a little longer. It looks like they're Still aware of the possibilities tucked in. But now Alliance with the numbers advantage, they can wait for Guild to have to force their way into this. Is he going to try and swing out here? Leo finds one. Still time on this. They've got to find this kill now, but yeah, tick it away.
One enemy remaining.
There you go, Hype and Fearoth. Going to lock this one down. But potentially they were going to force in off that first kill, but it's going to play for the exits. 10-10 here, all tied up. I think that's the that's the story of this series.
Now, hold on, did they both die in that spike explosion?
They did.
They misread where the spike was planted? Because they tried to hide in that corner again that you can get away with. Interesting. Because again, I'm seeing someone on a Bulldog buying down to 0. That's XMS. I'm seeing Fearoth down to 0 as well. But a 10-10, the buffer, you want a little bit of it, but hey, look, at this point, it's so close between these two.
You make an interesting point, because potentially they lose this out and there's nothing left in the bank. Guild go to 11, and then it's like, well, do we buy and hold them on 11, or do we play for overtime yet again?
Yeah. That, as I said, that's where it can get a little sketchy in my mind, is if it backfires and they've slightly misread where they could have saved that. I don't know if they could have even saved anywhere else, but it looks like the lockdown's invested no matter which way you cut this. Let's see if that can be taken down at this point. Lear goes in and the site takes underway.
But Hello Swarm to clear out that corner of heaven as well. I can actually get it. Oh, I thought he did actually commit to it there, and he was up on the box, so he potentially had an angle in. Safe actually, in the meanwhile, he's going to catch all this information. Do they hard check this? Oh my god. Safe goes unchecked.
No.
The trigger discipline's perfect. He's going to convert 2. Hype will trade it out. That's a big win for Guild.
Yeah, it is, and Alliance will be kicking themselves on that one as well. Draken just loves it, thrives under the pressure. 3 back-to-back, and Alliance now will be just
sweating,
clutching at straws. Yeah, let's look at the money, because here's the thing. They could have potentially had 2 rifles saved over, so they could have maybe had a little bit more coming into this one at one point. However, it being as clean as it was, they have nothing in this round.
No, I mean, not even capable of getting a decent buy out of that to force in here. You can see Fearoth invest in a little bit of utility, but they got to play for overtime here. They have to. This is the point. It's like, yeah, you can't even, I mean, 2 players can't even light armor Spectre. So absolutely.
Just bare minimum stuff here.
Safe saved the lockdown as well. I mean, on the side of Alliance, we have From the Shadows and the Empress, but I mean, in this round, they're not playmakers.
No.
Maybe Kata can find a weapon and pop that, maybe swing it back in their favor, but these aren't playmaking ults.
No, they're not, you know, eco-investing sort of ults that you can try and, you know, switcheroo stuff on. So I wait with bated breath as Alliance now. This is them under pressure here, because their economy is in the garbage right now. If they can do some damage, get some guns away, maybe, obviously they want to win the round. That's a no-brainer, but they're looking at bare minimums here to try and deny it. But this will be at least match point going to Guild. At least.
Again, Guild find control of B main, so if actually going to come across, the wall goes down. Now they can prioritize holding on to mid. You can see now Leo and Yassine poised for anybody to show their face through market. Alliance won't even know this wall's here, so by the time they get here, it's gonna run the clock down.
Yep.
They have to wait for it to expire. If they destroy it, obviously, Guild are gonna know what's up.
This is going to just eat away at them.
Yeah.
There's no easy way to do this. You've got 50 seconds. That's how you're feeling. That's how you're feeling. Right now, it's like, all right, what am I meant to do? Okay, it's going to be go time pretty soon. There it goes. Gives away nothing, so that's not terrible.
I mean, Bonkar's kind of wise to it. Now, you can see him considering the rotation. He's jump spotting right now, but
30 seconds
Here
left.
we go. Let's see what you can do with this Guild. Backs to the wall, though. They're allowing them to get onto the side. XMS making some room. And suddenly we might have a moment on our hands here. Leo's playing for survival, though. Doesn't want to die, but target-rich environment gives him a chance. It's not much, though. XMS unable to retrieve any weapons. Spike not really able to be planted here, and you can see the sheer numbers against him. To even get this to a feasible range was respectable, but it's 12 on the board now. It's going to have to need something incredible from Alliance if they want to try and draw this one back now.
I mean, they've got to dig deep. The only benefit being here, they've got a couple of ultimates on 9. They're going to throw everything at this, but Fearoth, I mean, on the full armor, he can't even afford a rifle. So whether or not he's going to swap that out, take the light armor. Here we go. Alliance playing for their lives to keep this alive.
Okay, Alliance, how bad do you want this? Let's have a little look. Let's see what you've got left in store for us here. However, Guild, remember what happened last time? They got given these big chances, you know, the match point, map point, all of this stuff. And they went aggressive, and they're daring to do it again. That mid play, very curious, but look at the instantaneous response from Alliance. Head towards A, boys. We've got this one still. Away on the other side, TP comes out, and they are on towards the side. Draken, though, there's a name we haven't said in a while with that up coming out. It's Leo, it's Draken, and it's a shutdown. Alliance are down to 2 after all of this. They're left with Fearoth and Kata to do something. Ultimate's there for both of them, but they have the entirety of Guild staring them down.
Scanning ahead.
They still have the Hunter's Fury at their disposal, so potentially able to get 1 kill, but this is a lot to ask of these 2 players now, Lauren.
Oh, and Kata's gone down. It's all on Fearoth. And there it goes. Draken to close. Guild pick it up, and Alliance are eliminated as it stands. Guild just breaking them at the perfect time. And that was a slog. That was not a battle. That was a full-on war between these two. And I'm tired by the end of it. I can only imagine what these players are like. They've just fought so hard for so long. We've had OT. We've had just the stretch of the maps. This has been such a long series, and I've got to imagine heartbreak for Alliance. So many good indicators for sure. But again, new players coming in. It's hard to see them making it out of this against some experienced sides out there. But your overall thoughts on Guild really quick here, Hypoc?
I mean, there was a much better look this time around from Guild. Like I said, they've been very hot and cold recently with performances. So, yeah, come out here and prove their worth while staying in. It's heartbreak for Alliance, our first team that made it through to Masters, but how the cookie crumbles.
Okay, player of the match time. You guys at home always love giving us your feedback and letting us know who you think has really been doing the work. So once again, I propose the question to you. Who do you think has been standing out to you in this game? There's a lot of names and a lot of maps and games to go to. So look down below. You've got Yassine, Draken, Safe, plenty to pick from. So as said, head over to Twitter, give us the vote, and see which one you kind of thought did the best work for their side and was their most valuable player during the series. Anyway, I need to go get myself some dinner, watch the analyst desk, have a little bit of food, chill out for a bit, and then I hear there's a little game coming up. It's like 100 Thieves, Sentinels or something. Have you heard of that, Hypoc?
Yeah, I'm familiar with these names. Yeah, I might tune in. I might catch it.
All right, well, I've got to catch his desk because I can't wait to hear, the interview coming out. Yinsu, how are you feeling about this one? That was a marathon of a game.
Pansy, no, not about this 100 Thieves business right here. We've got Guild and we've got Alliance here. Who needs 100 Thieves when we have literally overtime after overtime after overtime? And Mitch, for a second that looked like it was going to go into another overtime.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried that we were going to be here all night at that point. Like one series that lasts the length of 2, basically. Alliance have a knack for hitting OT, but in this time shut down by Guild towards the end. I gotta say, I was really, really impressed by some of these plays. Safe in particular, like again and again, this guy has just won our hearts really with the amount of control that he's able to take. And when Guild were able to push down middle, one of the last rounds, like I think 3 rounds from the end, they get the control in mid. Then you have that spray down that was just absolutely insane. I can't remember who it was. It was a 3K spray down. It was Drake, and yeah, on the Omen, of course. He was spraying down while full blind, easy peasy, taking all 3 kills. I mean, when that happened, you just felt like the momentum shift was going to be there. After you win a round, we touched on this coming out of map number 2, when you win a round in a clutch situation, or because you've just completely outplayed or outpositioned, or a little bit of luck comes into it, both of the last 2 really coming into that round, then that is where the momentum just shifts to you. Your morale is super high. And for your opponents, they're down in the dumps, right? It really hits you hard when you lose those kind of rounds in such a crucial stage of a map.
Well, Lothar, what do you think was the reason that Guild were able to clutch that in the end?
Honestly, I thought it's gonna be going Alliance way because it did look like Alliance has its foot, in place and like in between the doorway, and they got it pretty hard there. But Guild, I feel like Scythe was just the main reason they won because his lurks. I feel like this is a recurring theme on Split and on Acend. I feel like it's just the same map, the same gameplay that we have seen. It's just the different graphics and of the surroundings because of how important Safe was. And you might look at the scoreboard and see that like Acend is having way more kills, maybe not way more, but he's getting a lot of kills and he's usually top fragging. But I would put the impact frags on actually Safe. He is that guy that is pulling the really important frags that are opening map control or straight up just an advantage, right? When a defender kills solely on himself 2 guys and it's 1 for 2 and you have a 4 versus 3 retake, that's such a much easier job than it's an equal. So Safe, really an important part of the winning strategy, win condition. One thing I have to say that I didn't really like about Guild playing on every single map so far, they really run the clock and they do it consistently. Like they run out of time so many times in all of those matches, so it's kind of tough to watch when it's happening over and over. And I feel like Alliance had that read out pretty well. They didn't use a lot of utility and they were trying to delay those post plants or peak while the plant was happening in the last seconds. That was great to see, but it still wasn't enough. And I feel like that was just because Guild was able to get those first bloods and convert the advantages during those rounds.
I just want to follow up on something that you just said, Lothar, in regards to, you felt like Alliance had that, at least for the majority of that game. Do you then believe that the better team won today?
I don't think there's something like a better team or not. The better team always wins. And I feel like in this case, Guild was just better. They closed out 2 maps, while Alliance closed out 1. And even though it was a very, very close match, they did win it. So kudos to Guild. They are showing progress, and there's still many things that could have been improved. But that also goes to Alliance, and Alliance, it's normal. They have a new player. They played together for 3 days. XMS actually insanely consistent, right? On all of the maps, he is getting those frags. He's very consistent with his spray, holding the angles, getting a lot of first bloods. If I'm not mistaken, on Acend, he got 6 first bloods, which is also very impressive because he plays Omen, right? You see him making a difference. So a very good pickup for Alliance, and I'm very excited to see how they will, let's say, iron the team while it's still hot.
Well, what's next for Alliance, Mitch? What do you think they need to go away and work on now? Because they do have a little bit of time before the next challenges.
I think when you look at the position that Alliance are in right now, haven't taken on this new player, really the most important thing is going to be to acclimatize him into the roster, make sure that now all those protocols are redeveloped. As we mentioned, there were a lot of things like in moments not trading off of each other, some communication issues, like you had rotations that were very poor, especially on Haven. That was really highlighted. So I think that that's something that's going to have to be developed over the coming weeks up to month. That obviously you just got to get more practice time in. A couple of days with a new guy, it's not enough to acclimatize him to it. But at the same time, I got to give massive props to Guild. I really enjoyed watching them play. Like the way that they took so much map control and so much space away, they really punished every little mistake that was being made.
Well, speaking of Guild, they will be moving on. They have one more game before they can move on to that playoff stage. And Lothar, they'll either play Defuse or FPX. Both of them are looking very, very good right now. What do you think of Guild's chances? And again, what do they need to work on before they take on these 2 teams?
So this is probably where I will be very clear. I think both Diffuse and FPX are looking way stronger than Guild right now. Guild will have a very tough task ahead of them. I don't think this comes as a surprise to anyone, right? FPX is very clearly one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win the entire Masters in Europe. While Diffuse, well, they just showed up, right? Diffuse was always the team that was one step before qualifying to a big event. Challenges and Masters is the first time they actually succeeded. The Red Bull Homing Grounds was the one before, when they were actually 1 match short of being in the final, in the finals. In the main event. And this is the time where they actually show up. They finally have the consistency. Logan, Akuma, are just being nutty players that are bringing this team together, you know. And I feel like against Guild has so much stuff they have to fix on a fundamental level still. That might not be just enough time for them to fix it till the next week.
As Lothar just pointed out, they will be back next week. But for now, we are going to go to an interview with their player, Bonka. Hi, Bonka. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. From where we were sitting, it looked absolutely exhausting. I'm sure you're very tired after that insane series. Tell me how you guys were able to bounce back, especially mentally after that split game.
I mean, it was a really tiring best of 3 overall. The split game was kind of unfortunate what happened in overtime there, you know, but we got one of the overtimes against them. They got one overtime. That it's more than fair, I think.
Did you expect the game to be as close as it ended up being today?
No, I didn't. They played really good alliance, you know. I think the anti-stratted us quite a bit, to be honest. I think a lot of our old issues surfaced today in this best of 3, unfortunately, but we pulled it through in the end and came back on Acend.
What are those old issues that you're referring to?
Nah, just individual things. Maybe a little bit of nerves or something. We're having some issues with closing out rounds. You know, we have massive advantages and stuff, but somehow we still end up losing them, and it happened yesterday against FPX also. So it's something we're gonna work on for next weekend.
How relieved are you, I guess, to be able to pull through? Because like we were saying earlier, it's an elimination match and nobody wants to go out now.
I'm super relieved. You know, I'm very happy that we pulled through and we win the set, even if we're not having the greatest performance overall individually or as a team. You know, but again, I'm super happy that we made it.
And lastly, you do have one more game left as you move through the lower bracket. So you'll play either FPX or Defuse. Would you prefer to go through that rematch or have a new opponent next?
I'll prefer to play FPX in the finals.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that, but thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations once again on that victory, and we'll see you back here next week.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, Lothar, I know you just touched on that a little bit about their chances against FPX and Defuse, and he'd rather play FPX.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, to be honest, who they rather play. But what I'm very happy to hear about is actually that he said in the interview about the fundamental issues that they know exist, right? They cannot convert the advantages that they have. They're running out of the time. I'm assuming that's the thing that that he was also referencing to. So I'm very happy to see that Bonker, as the team leader, knows where the issue lies instantly after the match just kind of ended, right? And it was a very, very long best of 3. So many things happened, and yet he still knows what's the core issue at hand. And that's actually very promising. Maybe they'll fix a lot of stuff for the next weekend. Maybe that will change my perspective on Guild. So that's awesome to see. And, you know, Valorant is one of those games that requires a lot of practice and approach. It's a little bit different approach to the game because there's so much stuff happening in the game. You know, there's so much synergy to be played off, so much small details in really niche stuff happening in the game that will influence the entire round. Even stuff like, let's say, Aftershock being from Breach being used to remove a simple Killjoy turret. This is something that can change the entire round, but no one talks about that. You know, those small stuff might be actually very impactful.
Well, Mitch, are you concerned at all that he's referring to old issues that are cropping up, sort of insinuating things that should have been sorted out by now?
I don't think so. We talk a lot about how these big games cause a lot of pressure, and they can put you into positions that you haven't been in the past. For Guild, getting to main events, they haven't had the opportunity to practice this because they haven't made it to main events for the most part. So this will be one of the higher intensity games that they've had, this one and FPX, one of the more important ones. And that's where these old issues that you have sorted out, because you're used to playing your qualifiers, you know, that's somewhere that Guild are very, very comfortable in at this stage. But when you get to the main event, it's a whole different ball game. It's like what we would say back in Counter-Strike when you have a player who's usually amazing and then they go to LAN, they play in front of a crowd. that player can have the worst game of their lifetime. And it's not a problem with the player or anything like that. It's just something they have to get used to. Now they've learned how to do it in qualifiers. They've got to move forward and get more experience in these high intensity officials, and they'll fix it there as well, I'm sure.
Well, let's take a look one more time at the bracket so we all sort of are on the same page on what is going on after the games that happened today. Of course, you know, we have to say goodbye to Ballista and Alliance, sadly, but Acend and Guild will be moving forward. Lothar, just to get your point before we close it off, you know, on Ballista, it wasn't, you know, the fashion that we wanted to see them go out.
Oh no, it's actually quite a shame that we did see them go out of the tournament in a match like this, because I feel like there's a lot. They won a lot of fans, new fans, when they played against Fnatic, and then this match happened here against Jesus Christ, who do they play against?
Acend.
Yeah, Acend. and it did leave a bad taste in our mouths, you know. It wasn't a good showing. I'm sure the players know that, and there's nothing to hide here. There's a lot of work ahead of that team, but it's a very young team. It's a very young team that has, in my opinion, a lot of promise. And if the work will be there, and I can guarantee you that because I know that they will work hard to be a better team. The next challengers, we're gonna see them 100% back in higher end brackets.
Well, lastly, just around everything off, Safe, I can announce, is the player of the match. Mitch, you know, he tweeted before that he felt like Sentinels, players that play Sentinels were getting a little bit overlooked. And this week we've seen Demasic, we've seen Chihuahua, we've seen Safe. I don't think they're getting overlooked at all right now.
Yeah, no, they're making it into a lot of highlight packages, and I'd argue.
Oh, and Logan, sorry. And
yeah, you got to give him a little bit of an underline.
Yeah.
I think they're not getting underlooked so much. I mean, we're paying special attention to them, but even when you look in these highlight packages, you can see that a lot of them are going to be built up with these Sentinel players. And someone like Safe, I guarantee, if you replace him with a mediocre player in there with what people think your Sentinel should be, they don't win that game. And Guild are nowhere near the same team, and I can say that for most of the top level teams right now. He was instrumental in them securing this win.
Well, that is all the time we have left for today. We have to say goodbye to Ballista and Lions, but congratulations to Acend and Guild. We'll see them back here next week. We're back again on the 18th of March at 5 p.m, starting with Heretics versus NIP. We'll see you then.
What is that shot? After shot connect, this guy's a beast.
başlayacak. Etrafından dönen oyuncu karşı çok güzel bir headshot'la bir tane daha vuruyor. Brasko neler yapıyor?